Hey guys, welcome to this video on Salesforce by Intellipaat. So let's start off the session by looking at today's agenda. So first of all, we will understand what is Salesforce and why do we need it. After that, we will learn about the robust architecture of Salesforce. And then we will learn how to create developer's account. Moving on, we will understand what is Salesforce Lightning and Lightning component. And then we will learn how to create Lightning component. And then we will compare Salesforce Lightning and Classic. After that, we will learn how to create appealing apps and interfaces using Lightning framework. And then finally, we will conclude this video by looking into the career opportunities in Salesforce. So now that we are aware of the agenda, let's move forward.
So what is Salesforce? Salesforce is a cloud-based software company which provides software solutions and platform to users and developers. Basically, Salesforce is a centralized place where you can track everything you need. This is mainly because it runs on the cloud, which can be accessed from anywhere you want. All you really need is an active internet connection. So you actually know, because you're a sales manager, that tracking your information in various different places and finding your way through spreadsheets, PDFs and emails can actually take you a really long time. And here is where Salesforce will help you. So before we get deeper into Salesforce, let's talk about cloud computing first. So what is cloud computing? Cloud computing is often referred to as the cloud. In simpler terms, it means storing or accessing your data and programs over the internet rather than in your own hard drive. Basically, instead of saving your documents and other things on your device, you can directly go ahead and upload it onto the cloud to make it accessible from any place with just an internet connection. I hope you understand what cloud computing is. But to learn more about cloud computing and Salesforce, let's get a little more deeper into cloud computing. So the services which are offered by cloud are software as a service or SaaS, platform as a service or PaaS, infrastructure as a service or IaaS. We'll talk about each one of these in detail, but first of all I want to tell you is that SaaS and PaaS are the only two services which are supported by Salesforce. So basically, Salesforce only works upon SaaS, that is software as a service, and platform as a service, that is PaaS. So let's talk about the both of these in detail. First of all, we have SaaS. So in simpler terms, SaaS is a platform which is basically managed by a vendor. You just need to consume the services which are provided to you by the vendor. SaaS is used by actually the end users like you. Alright, so SaaS or software as a service is a way of delivering applications over the internet but as a service. So instead of installing and maintaining software, you can simply access it via the internet, which actually frees yourself from complex software and hardware management. Let me explain this to you by an example. So let's talk about Gmail first, where you exchange emails. Did you ever think about what is actually happening in the backend? Like, how do emails get sent or how we receive them? Well, if you have, does it matter how it works? No, right? Because everything that happens in the backend or anywhere on the website is taken care of by the Gmail developer team. You just need to write emails, send them and manage them. That's it. So basically here, your only concern is to consume the services which are provided to you by Gmail or the Gmail developer team. You don't care what happens in the backend. Since you are using the services provided by Gmail to you and you don't care about how the platform works, what is happening in the background, Gmail is actually a perfect example of software as a service. I hope SaaS, that is software as a service, is clear to you. But let's look at another example, which is Facebook. So on Facebook, you're sending messages, uploading images and doing whatnot. You are a user of Facebook and you don't care what is actually happening in the backend of Facebook, right? So that is software as a service or SaaS. So let's look how Salesforce is using SaaS or software as a service. Okay. So Salesforce majorly uses SaaS or software as a service as a CRM. So what is CRM? We'll talk about that in a bit. But Salesforce CRM actually revolutionized the IT industry by introducing companies with a cloud-based CRM, which is very easy to use. So that is how SaaS is used in Salesforce. Now let's talk about platform as a service. So platform as a service is actually a proven model for running application without the hassle of maintaining on-premises hardware and software infrastructure at your company. That is said, PaaS is a platform provided by the vendor to you to build, compile and run a program or many program or applications and software. Users just need to manage data and application resources. PaaS is used by developers. So the provider takes care of all the underlying part of the infrastructure. So the server is taken care of by the vendor and the virtual machine is also taken care of. You are given predefined tools and you can use them to build your own application. Let me explain that to you by an example. So talking about Azure, okay? Azure is used for building, testing, deploying and managing applications and services through Microsoft managed data centers. So basically the user of Azure should look after the implementation of the developed application to decide whether to scale it up or down depending on the traffic that the application receives. But a user of Azure doesn't need to worry about the infrastructure of servers, storages, networking and middleware development tools like business intelligence services, database management systems, etc. So a complete platform is provided in PaaS in which the client can host their own applications without the need to worry about the maintenance of the servers and its operating system. The same is with GitHub. You upload your own applications on GitHub, right? So with that, let's talk about how Salesforce uses PaaS. So Salesforce uses PaaS as Salesforce platform. With this amazing tool of Salesforce, you can actually develop apps in just a few clicks. So Salesforce is actually providing you a platform to build application, right? And you can digitalize any business process and then integrate and connect it to anything. It is basically used to develop apps that engage employees to extend your sales and service capabilities. Another product of Salesforce with using PaaS is MuleSoft Anypoint Platform. MuleSoft Anypoint Platform is used to move a lot faster on the e-commerce storefront and it focuses your attention on building a great customer experience. Again, you can design, implement, integrate and deploy APIs very quickly and efficiently. Okay, with that done, let's see the differences that there are in PaaS and SaaS. Okay, so let's talk about what a server looks like when you are hosting it yourself. So first of all, there are applications, data, runtime, middleware, operating system, visualization, servers, storage, and networking. All of these need to be managed by you. And if there's any update, you have to manually update it. For any maintenance, you have to do it yourself. But talking about PaaS, in PaaS, which is an app-based service, only applications and data are managed by you. All the other components such as runtime, middleware, operating system, visualization, servers, storage, and networking, all of these are managed by your vendor. So you don't need to worry about the maintenance, update, infrastructure or anything. Only the applications and the data part is something that you need to work on. Next, we'll talk about SaaS, in which all the components are managed by your cloud service provider, like Gmail. So you just need to use the services which are provided to you by that particular cloud provider. I hope the difference between PaaS and SaaS is clear to you. Well, don't you think it's too much cloud computing? Let's now shift back to Salesforce. So why Salesforce is the question. Why do you think Salesforce is important? So let's see how. So let's talk about the traditional system for building an app. Okay. So if an idea came into some developer's account, that idea to get implemented needs to take the following steps. You need to buy and set up the hardware. Then you need to install a particular software. You also need to define user access. Then analytics need to be set up. Then if you want your app to be secure, security needed to be done. Then you need to make your app mobile and social. Only then your app would be built. But after that also you need to deploy your app. So this whole process of building an app or an application used to take around an year or less than an year. But that is a huge process, very long process. How Salesforce shortened it is in this way. If an idea came up in a developer's mind, they can directly head over to Salesforce and they can build an app because Salesforce is a full package of all the infrastructural parts. You just need to go there and build the app with a few clicks, drag and drop options. Also, there are Apex class options. You do that. After that, your app would be deployed on Salesforce. It's that simple. And this particular process would take you less than 2 or 3 months. It is that simple, or even a few weeks. And if the application is small, it could be made in a few days as well. So this is why Salesforce is very good as a PaaS company. So you're actually making your own application on the platform given to you by Salesforce, right? Now let's talk about why else do we need Salesforce. So I told you it's very quick, right? So the traditional CRM software used to take a very long time to deploy. But you saw how Salesforce application could be built in just a jiffy. We'll be building an application in Salesforce towards the end of this video. You'll see how quickly we can build an application. Also, it is very easy to make. So Salesforce actually wins in the easy to use category. You can spend more time putting it to use and less time figuring it out. Also, it is very effective because it is very easy to use and it can be customized to meet business needs. Customers find Salesforce very effective, right? So let's talk about the Salesforce architecture. Like, if so much happens in Salesforce, then we need to learn how that happens in the backend, right? We should at least know what is happening in the backend. How is the Salesforce architecture so robust? So for that, let's talk about Salesforce architecture. So the core architecture of Salesforce has 3 components towards it. The first one is the multi-tenant architecture. Second one is the metadata architecture. And thirdly, APIs. We'll talk about each one of these. Let's talk about multi-tenant architecture. So from the image, you can see that a particular application of software is divided amongst 3 clients. So what that actually does is it cuts down the developer's time. And it is very economical for the clients as well. So basically, if you're a developer, you are creating an application or a software for several clients at a time. You're uploading it onto the Salesforce platform and then you're distributing it to several clients at a single point of time, right? So all the data is stored in a single database. Right? It is very easy for you to access it. It is again very economical because you're creating it only once and you're segregating it or you're distributing it among many clients at once. So it's very economical for your clients. Also, a single instance of a software server is distributed with multiple tenants, right? Also, a provider can update a single application and the changes will be made in other applications as well. So the maintenance is very easy and it can be updated very quickly as well, right? Because Salesforce has a multi-tenant architecture, it follows multi-tenancy. Many people choose Salesforce only for this reason. Next, we have metadata. In metadata, Salesforce allows this concept of metadata architecture. Basically means data above data. And since all the data is stored in a common database, metadata points to one particular client's database. So what does that mean? So first of all, developers need to concentrate only on building an application. Also, the functionalities of an application are defined as metadata in a database. And this actually increases the productivity of the developer. Okay, so let's consider 3 clients that are A, B and C, which are sharing a single database. So each client has an access to their own metadata from the shared data. So each client will have a separate metadata. This will ensure that you don't get into metadata from the shared data or someone else's data. This also will increase the security of the shared database. Developers just need to create the application and deliver the application to the respective client metadata. So basically the issue of data security and data integrity gets sorted with this particular architecture. Since all the data is stored on different levels, that is data above data. So this is metadata architecture. But if we talk about APIs, Salesforce provides powerful source of APIs. These APIs help in the development and customization of Salesforce mobile application. Their purpose is to let you manipulate your Salesforce data, whereas other APIs let you do things like customize page layouts or build custom development tools. Putting it simply, API is a way for a client to be able to interact with the server and exchange the data. APIs are very simple. Typical issues of APIs include creating, reading, updating, and deleting of data on a server, or in case of Salesforce, object and record you have on Sales Cloud. Salesforce takes API first approach to build features on Salesforce platform. So this is the whole architecture which Salesforce follows, and it is actually a very robust architecture. Now let's talk about how Salesforce started off. But before that, we look at the use cases which are available in Salesforce. So as a community forum for interactions among employees, partners, and customers. So basically, the app is set up as a forum for your customers, your partners, and the employees to collaborate, chat, share information, your documents, and pictures. It actually helps foster greater engagement with your company and its brand. The focus is on the seamless exchange of knowledge, ideas, and clarification, that is question and answers. It can be monitored and facilitated by a formal community manager, which is appointed by an organization to drive the right message across the various communication channels that are available to your employees, partners, and customers. Also, as an alternative to applications on the Salesforce.com platform, that is to automate key business process directly in Salesforce communities. The app is a comprehensive automation solution for your entire business process. For example, it is possible to enable partner relationship management processes like partner onboarding, lead distribution or management, market development funds, and so on. Depending on the complexity and uniqueness of the process being automated, there are app exchange processes, such as Salesforce Labs as well as third-party apps. And these can be integrated to enhance and enrich the overall solution. Another use case of Salesforce will include to automate business processes supported on the back end of solutions on the Force.com platform. The app is a web portal to engage your customers and partners for specific business processes that are enabled partially on the app and partially in the backend. That is on the Force.com platform. With self-service, a primary driver, the user interface can have a custom look and feel that is unique to your brand. Also, it enables you to expose only a subset of the Salesforce objects that are relevant to the respective business processes which are being automated. So I'll walk you through the 4 types of primary editions which are there in Salesforce. So the first one is the Essentials edition, which is for $25 and is basically for small businesses or individual people. It is for $25 and it is built annually. Next we have the Professionals edition, which is actually a level up edition from the Essentials one. It is meant to be a standalone account contact management system. You can also track deals through opportunities as well as a product. But there are no option for integration and there is no automation available. Of course, the benefit is that it is $75 per month. Next is the Enterprise edition, which is by far the most popular edition of Salesforce. It also allows workflow rules to be sent out and it provides automated notifications as well. It basically has nicely automated tools. The security is also robust in this particular edition. You can actually build out application on your own and most customers end up moving for this edition. This edition is deeply customizable Sales CRM for businesses and it is for $150 per month. Going a little higher, it is Unlimited edition. It offers higher limits, that is multiple sandboxes, additional data storage, but not many Salesforce customers end up buying this edition. So as an administrator, you'll have full copy of sandbox in this particular edition. You'll also have all the particular sandboxes that you want in your edition. You can make more customization, more tabs, additional data storage as well. Let's now talk about the products and services which are available in Salesforce. The Market Cloud, the Collaboration Cloud, Analytics Cloud, and the Commerce Cloud. We'll talk about each one of these in the following slides. So first of all, we have the Sales Cloud. Sales Cloud is the most popular and the most trusted cloud service which is literally offered by Salesforce. It is very useful for companies which require a lot of follow-ups with respect to leads and customers. It makes the work of a sales representative very easy, as Sales Cloud gives him a very consolidated view of all the customers. All the data can be stored in a single window with all the required details. With just a single click, the details of a customer can be viewed, edited, or deleted. Sales Cloud is basically focused on enhancing the effectiveness of the sales team of an organization and hence increase the amount of sales. Next, we'll be talking about the Service Cloud. So this cloud is used by the customer support team. It helps a company service its customer better in a more optimized way. You can also use Service Cloud to track the performance of your service agents. It is more focused in providing support and help to the customers. Next, we're going to talk about the Commerce Cloud. The Commerce Cloud basically connects the customers or the shoppers with the right product at the right time. It is used for connecting merchandisers with the right information and to track your leads. Next, we'll be talking about the Marketing Cloud. The Marketing Cloud, again, can be used to perform digital marketing activities. All the marketing people out there, you can use this cloud to achieve any automated marketing strategy, such as sending an email or targeting customers, etc. It is focused on digital marketing automation and analytics software and services. We'll now be talking about the Collaboration Cloud, which is Quip. It is basically used to create, edit, discuss, and organize your team's work in one single place. And this is done by team works together, be it combining the data, documents, spreadsheets, and whatnot. It is basically used to connect your content and communicate with your team. The next is the Analytics Cloud, and the Analytics Cloud is basically based on the data analytics and business intelligence, and the reports are generated via this cloud. You can get the data from all these clouds and give an analysis of what the problem was with the outcome. All kind of analytics can be performed in this particular cloud. Next is the Community Cloud, and it is a social platform that is designed to connect and facilitate communication among an organization's employees, partners, and customers. It is a more focused, automated way of communication amongst your customers or with the support team. So these are all the products and services which Salesforce provides. Let's talk about Salesforce CRM now. But before that, we'll talk about CRM. Like, what is CRM? CRM, or Customer Relationship Management Platform, is a model basically used to manage interactions like phone calls, meetings, emails, and social media of actually any organization with customers and prospects penetrating to marketing, support, and sales. CRM is basically a strategy for managing an organization's relationships and interactions with customers and potential customers. It helps companies stay connected to customers, streamline processes, and improve the profitability. The major goal of a CRM system is actually very simple: to improve business relationships. It also involves analyzing customer interactions through the customer lifecycle. CRM is focused on enhancing customer service, improving business relationships, profitability, aiding in customer retention, and driving sales growth. But what does CRM do? CRM intelligently captures customer emails. How? Whenever a customer sends an email to the organization, that particular email would be, according to the category, would be segregated. Secondly, the CRM will simplify repetitive tasks so that you can concentrate only on leads. So if you're having same tasks, you can actually concentrate on a particular lead which is important for you instead of getting through all those tasks. Thirdly, CRM delivers instant insights and recommendations. So whichever customer may become a lead for you, that particular customer will come up on your recommendations list. Also, CRM actively tracks and manages customer information. So whatever the customer information is, all that information would be available to you on a particular dashboard so that you can look through that particular customer's information and make further decisions. Next is that it connects your entire team. So your whole team will know at just a single glance in a dashboard who is doing what work, who is handling which lead, so that particular team can actually work more effectively. Next is that it extends and customizes as your business grows. So all the graph can be made so that you understand how your leads are going. So that is what an actual CRM does. But what is Salesforce CRM is the question. So Salesforce CRM is a cloud-based CRM platform. So what our actual CRM used to do? The same work Salesforce CRM does, but it is cloud-based. So it can be accessed from anywhere with just an internet connection. And it is not that it's just desktop-based or laptop. It can be opened in laptop. Your Salesforce CRM can be logged in via your mobile phone as well, or anywhere with an internet connection. So the Salesforce CRM is used to actually supercharge every part of the company, be it marketing, sales, commerce, building apps and services. Because Salesforce CRM is the first product which Salesforce created, it is actually the number one CRM in the world. Also, the Salesforce CRM revolutionized the IT industry by introducing companies with cloud-based CRM, which is very easy to use and it is user-friendly as well. Salesforce actually gets most of its revenue from customer relationship management or CRM, right? So isn't Salesforce CRM so amazing? We'll talk about that later. Then we have, why does CRM matter? Yeah, I know you might be having a question like that. Because Salesforce CRM helps you ditch clunky processes and the manual effort so that you can get onto with business. So all the spreadsheets, Excels, anything that you're working on, your documents, all of that can be ditched out and you can actually work on your business and you can follow your leads. Also, the more you'll find your leads, the more you follow your leads, the more you'll close your deals and you will keep your customers to grow your business. And also the Salesforce CRM is actually one single place to store all your customer information, which actually means all the conversation, data, everything about that customer would be stored in one particular place. You don't need to look for that particular users or the customer's information. So if you just search the name of that particular customer, icon will come up, you'll click on that and that's it. All the information about that customer would be there. Even what you talk to that particular person on the phone call. Also, the Salesforce CRM customers say that 37% of sales revenue have increased when they use Salesforce. They also say that 45% higher customer satisfaction has been observed. Also, 43% marketing ROI is observed as well. That is why CRM matters. And that is why all the companies are looking for better CRM from day to day. So let's look at the difference between the traditional CRM and the Salesforce CRM so that you understand why Salesforce CRM is better than traditional CRM. So first of all, obviously, the traditional CRM is hosted on a company's own server. So as I said, traditional CRM is hosted on company's server means that it is infrastructure based. It is very difficult to understand and use by any other person who is entering the company. If you are a developer, you're entering a company, or if you're a sales manager yourself, you're entering a company, it would take you a really long time to understand how to use that particular CRM. Also, it would actually take months and even years to set that CRM up. And it is definitely not economical. It is very costly. In the Salesforce CRM, otherwise, the CRM is hosted on the cloud. That is a major advantage of Salesforce CRM. It is easy to understand and use because it has such a nice UI. Also, it can be set up within a few weeks or even a few days. And obviously, the overall cost would be very lesser and it is very economical to use. So that is why Salesforce CRM is definitely considered as the best CRM. So, but why is Salesforce gaining so much popularity? Why is that? First of all, scalability and customization. When companies are implementing CRM, they're not thinking about the present, but they're actually making sure that 3 to 4 years down the line, will the particular CRM they're buying today will help the company or not. Salesforce scalability and customization makes it easy for the companies to choose this platform. as it actually gives them an assurance that CRM will meet their business needs 3 to 4 years down the line. Also, the Salesforce CRM provides them multi-tenant architecture. Salesforce is a multi-tenant CRM, which means that every customer has the same infrastructure and platform, despite their size or type of their purchase plan. Customers don't need to worry about any updates. As we learned earlier, multi-tenancy makes maintenance very easy without customer intervention. Also, data security. In today's world, every company, every individual is looking for data security, and Salesforce provides that. To provide the security model which satisfies numerous real-world business cases, Salesforce provides 3 very comprehensive and flexible data security models to secure the data at different levels. That is, object level, field level, and records level security. Another thing is maintenance. Maintenance can be done very easily in Salesforce by the Salesforce developers team. So Salesforce provides regular updates and maintenance for sustaining the security, availability, and performance of the infrastructure which they are supporting Salesforce services. Before the maintenance is scheduled, all the customers are pre-informed about the date and time of the maintenance window. So that is very easy for the users of Salesforce to plan their work ahead. And these are the major reasons why Salesforce is gaining so much popularity. So now we'll create a Salesforce developers account. Before we talk about the components which are present in Salesforce, let's first create the Salesforce developers account. So to create a Salesforce developers account, you need to visit the website developer.salesforce.com. So this is the actual interface which you will see when you enter developer.salesforce.com. You'll click on sign me up, which is an option over here. And after hitting sign me up, you'll see a form, a sign up form basically. And this is a free developers account. You don't need to enter your debit card number or credit card number or any account details. So this is the form. You'll need to enter your name, your email ID, your job role, company name, country, postal code, and your username. When you enter your username, Salesforce wants you to enter your username in the form of an email ID. So that would be, for example, your name at Intellipaat.com or any company for that matter, like that. And then you'll click on sign me up. Now, one thing you'll be noticing over here is that in this whole form, you never entered your password. You didn't set up your password, right? So to do that, Salesforce will send an email on your email ID from where you can actually change your or reset your password. So when you have changed your password, this is a mandatory task. When you have changed your password, you'll take that password and your username which you entered over here, and then you log into your Salesforce account. You'll go to salesforce.com for that, and then click on login over here. You'll enter username which you had filled up in the form and your password as well, and you'll click on login. When you log in, this is the actual page that you're going to see. There's several things over here, so let's just move on to our slides and talk about all this later. So let's talk about the homepage customizations that we have in Salesforce. This is the actual Salesforce image that I have taken from the Salesforce website. Okay, so what are the features of the homepage that we have in Salesforce? So first of all, it is the starting point for all Salesforce users. So basically this particular page that you're seeing over here is the starting point. Whenever anyone enters into this website or logs in, they'll see this particular homepage and this particular thing. Next is, it is used to manage open and incomplete tasks. Yes, that is true. We'll see that in just a minute. It will also help in viewing the upcoming events on your particular screen on the homepage itself. And the dashboard snapshots are also available over there, and you can view them as well. So let's see how our homepage looks like. So let's take a little tour of this particular homepage that we have. These are the little tools that you can see over here, which are from Salesforce only. You can click on anyone you want and get started. On the left hand side, you'll see a menu, which is the most useful menu in the Salesforce website or the homepage. Well, according to me, you'll see setup home. This is the home page that you're seeing. Okay. Then over here, you have the most recently used items. So these are the various items that you have with the name, the type, and the object. that can be seen over here. On the top, you'll see this particular checkboard kind of a button. You'll click on that. This is the app launcher. From here, you can launch the various tools and products that we learned in our previous slides. Okay, so let me go back. This is the home. This is the object manager. We have all the objects that we have or records that we have are over here. I don't have many of them. Whenever you need to create a user, multiple user, or custom object, custom tab, email template, workflow process, or anything like that, you can directly click on create and then create any of these. We'll talk about each one of these in our next slides. Then we have this menu. Let's go back to this menu. Now Salesforce has very nicely segregated all three types of the tools that we have over here. So first of all, we have the administration tool, in which basically the admins will only work. We have users, data, and email. So the admins can actually enter users' data. They can look at the data components for that, and email if you need to send an email or something if you're an admin for that. Then we have the platform tools over here. There are several platform tools over here. We'll be talking about some of them over from this particular menu. So let's now create a user in Salesforce. So let's see the user management that we have in Salesforce, but there are a few points that you must remember when you're managing or creating a user. So first of all, the usernames must be unique and in an email format. We just created a Salesforce developers account right now, right? So the usernames you saw were in an email ID format. The same is with the users that we're creating in Salesforce. They need to be in an email ID format. Also, the users must be assigned an active license. Otherwise, Salesforce won't allow those particular users to work. Also, users must be assigned a profile. We'll see how we create a user and you need to assign a profile to them. You know how licenses work in a pooled format. So for example, if you buy 10 licenses at one go and 10 people are accessing that particular license at a given point of time, any person who leaves or isn't using a particular license, another person can use a freed up license. So basically you need to reassign user licenses so that every user of your company or your institute or your firm can work. So let's go ahead and create a user account, or let's create a user in Salesforce. Okay, so now I'm logged into my Salesforce account. I'll click on this setup button, this gear button on the right hand side top. I'll click on setup. A new tab opens when I click on setup. Now the first section that I have over here is administration. I click under that users, and then I'll find users in that, which is the last option over here. So this shows the admin users that I have over here. There's only one admin user that I have. I can change the user views. So I can have active users. There are 5 active users over here. And then I can choose all users. All right. So let's start making a new user. Let's create a new user. So this is a format for filling up your or creating a new user if you're an admin. So let's ignore the first name. And so one thing is that these red bars that we have over here are the required information bars. So since there's no bar on first name, we'll ignore that. We'll go ahead to last name. Let's put the last name as Intelli, and the alias come up on itself. You can change that to anything that you want. Okay. The email ID, you can put any email ID you want. Let's put some email ID over here, Intellipaat at gmail2.com or anything, actually any email ID. Now one thing you'll notice is as soon as I entered with my email ID, username also came up. I can either have the same username or I can have a different username. I can edit that as well to 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. Another thing which is noticeable is that the characters which are taken before the @ symbol are taken to be as nickname. Next, when you move towards the right hand side, there's role. You can choose the role of your user, whichever role or team that person is in. Let's select that to be channel sales team. Next, we have the user license. User license can be charter external, charter free. Let's have charter external for that. The profile also comes according to your user license. Now we'll scroll down. We need our user to view the quick access menu or accessibility mode classic only, we can have that for a user as well. That actually depends on you. These are all radio buttons, so only one of them can be chosen. Now we'll go back down and we have approver settings, we have local settings. So this last checkbox that we have over here that I just highlighted, this is generate new password and notify user automatically or immediately. If you uncheck this checkbox, what will happen is that whenever a new password is set, the user won't be notified or an email won't be sent. But if you want the user to know every time the password is changed, you can go ahead and click on this checkbox. Now we're done with creating a user. Let's go and click on save. Okay, so this is the information about the user. We have created the user. We can go back and edit anything that we want from this user. We can change the email ID, username, anything we want. Another thing is that there's this active button over here. This is a checkbox actually. So in this thing, if you have it unchecked, what will happen is that you will deactivate the user. So just in case something happens, that the user is not right, or there's some case going on, for example, you can go ahead and deactivate the user so that the particular user doesn't use the Salesforce account. So the Salesforce will give you a prompt. I'll just go ahead and click on OK. And the user won't be active. But if you want the user to be active, something happens back, he's proved right, you'll go ahead and click on active and then click on save. Alright, so another thing you can do is you can freeze the user. What freezing the user will do is that the user won't be deactivated, but the user won't be active. So the user won't be able to enter into the Salesforce account if you freeze the user. So I'll just go ahead and unfreeze that right now. Okay, so that is about the users. There are a few settings over here which you can add your team. You can have a whole list of users in a particular team, third-party account links, apps. We had all these options in the previous window that I showed you. Okay, so let's now go back to users over here that we have. Let's click back. Okay, so we'll create a new view now. Okay, so let's now talk about the views which are available in Salesforce. You can create a view to see a specific set of contacts, documents, or other object records. You can create a list view of accounts in your state, leads with a specific lead source, or opportunities with a particular amount. You can also create views of contacts, leads, user, or cases to use for mass email recipient lists. Let's now go ahead and create a view in Salesforce. So this is my home page of Salesforce. I'll go ahead and click on users over here, and I'll click on users over here. Then I'll find a button over here which says create new view. I have a set of users in the system, and I can also create a new view over here and see all the admin users. So let's do that. So I'll just give the view name as admin, and the unique name will come up on it automatically. I can actually create a list view of different users in the system. It is useful for the companies having quite a few users. So let's just select the filter field as first name, or let's select this. Let's select it as profile if I want to do that, and then we'll have the operator as contains, and the value we can have it as admin. We'll have the profile of admin users over here. So we'll just go ahead and save. So this is the user which is a system administrator. The admin profile user came up. So this is what views I used for in Salesforce. Okay, so now we'll be customizing and creating tabs in Salesforce. So there are a few pointers that I want you as an admin to remember. So the first thing is that the tabs can be added or removed by individual users. So you need to make sure that the user access is clearly given. Secondly, the web tabs can also be added to access commonly requested sites. Thirdly, the tabs can be created to display visual force pages. So among so many features and points about tabs, these three are the important ones. So let's just go ahead and create tabs in Salesforce. This is the main, this is the home page for Sales Cloud. There are these tabs I have over here. These are the tabs. Tabs are basically just for quick access and for accessibility for the administrator or the user. Being in a sales team, if you want to access something very quickly, you can directly have that particular item or that tab in this particular item, an object or any query, leads, accounts, you can put them into a tab and it would be directly accessible for you. So you can just go ahead and click on accounts. For example, you can create new account directly from that. You can view all accounts, you can view my accounts. So everything for that matter can be accessed from here. So we'll just go ahead and create a new tab in Salesforce. We'll click on this checkerboard kind of a icon. And this is where I open the Sales Cloud from. I'll go back. I'll click on this gear button, click on setup, and I'll be taken to a new tab. Here on the right hand side, I have a create menu. I'll click on that and click on custom tab. So I have my custom object tab open over here, but I need to create an object first. Why is that? Because here is the object option where I need to choose an object which I created and an object which doesn't have a respective tab associated to it. So I'll go ahead and create an object first and then I'll associate that particular object to the tab. Okay, so let's now create an object in the name of bank. Label is actually the name which would be shown. The plural generally comes on its own, but we'll just write it down here as it didn't come. The object name came up the same, which is bank. The record name also came up the same, which is bank. The data type, you can choose between text and auto number. I have just chosen text over here. Then these are the optional features. If you want the reports, if you want to allow activities, if you want to track field history, if you want to allow in charter groups. So I won't select any of these. Then directly I'll jump on and save this object. So my object is created. So let's go back and create a tab for this. We'll go home, create custom tab, and then we'll have an object that we just created as bank. Now here you can choose whichever image or color that you want. So since I have my object as bank, so I'll click on bank over here and then I'll click on next. Now for this custom object, I want everything to be default. Just to give you a little vague idea about the whole thing. For this, this is choose the custom apps for which the new custom tab will be available. So I want it to be available for every app, and we'll see that in each of these apps or some of these apps. So I'll click on save. You can actually select this to be only on Sales Cloud or Sales app. So yeah, our tab is created. Let's just go back and let's open Sales app only. And over here, we'll see banks, which is the tab that we just created. All of these are the tabs. Since there was no space to accommodate each one of them, they just have this drop down menu and have the other apps over here. So I'll click on banks over here. This is the object which has been created for the particular tab, and whichever record I want to enter into it can be viewed over here. Okay, creating email templates. So let's look at the features of email templates first. Visualforce email template for advanced logic and merging can be created via these email templates. We'll be creating an email template. Also, email templates can be used for sending one-time and mass emails. You can use plain text version for minimal formatting. You can also use HTML version for graphical look and feel, and we'll see all of these when we move towards a hands-on. So let's create email templates now. I'm logged into my Salesforce developer account, and like we have it over here, and we'll click on classic email templates. Since we want to create a new template, we'll click on new template, and here are the options that you have to choose the type. As we talked earlier, that it can be in the plain text version, in the HTML version for graphical look and feel, that, and then we have custom version as well, which is without the classic letterhead, and then we also have Visualforce email template over here. Let's just go ahead and use the text one. I'm just gonna choose this as text, but you can choose from a variety of different types of templates like this, and we'll click on next over here. Okay, so since we're creating a new template, we want to select the field types. So we'll just leave this to contact fields. We'll select the field as email, and that will come up as contact email. Where do we want this particular email template to be saved? I'm just gonna make it as my personal email templates. Now we have email template name. Let's name this as custom mail. Then we have subject. You can enter your subject like sending an email notification, and then is the email body. The email body can be customized for each particular email. So we're gonna have hi, hope you're doing good. And then we'll have some line after that over here, which we'll customize for each and every person. And then we'll have thanks. And then we're going to save this. So my email template is created. And I can go back to the list. And you can see I have. So one thing that you need to do is that we'll edit this and we'll make this available for use. Otherwise we won't be able to use it. We'll click on save and we'll go back to the list. Okay, and then you can also add attachments to it if you want to. You can select the file, click on the attach button and click done button to return to the previous page. You can attach the file as well, and you can also edit the merge field. Okay, so now we're gonna send, test and verify merge. So this is the preview template which can be sent to the records. So for example, if we have a recipient record, we can click on user. This is the user, and related to record, we're gonna have order, and here we're gonna have, okay, so we don't have any order name. Let's select account. We're gonna have account name and send the preview to this particular email ID and click on OK. So since we are done creating our email template and attaching a file, sending the email and checking whether it's fine or not, now we'll go back to the list. And you can see that here are all the email alerts that we have. We're going to click on classic email templates. And here in this particular folder which says my personal email templates, I have my email template as custom email. Now if I go to my unified public classic email templates, here are all the email templates except mine, because I saved my particular email template in my personal email templates, right? So we are done creating email templates. Let's move further. Now, since we have created email templates, you can send individual emails to your customers. And here are a few points that I wanted to tell you guys. So you can select from pre-existing templates. You have to add a CC, BCC or additional to it. You need to attach files from your computer or documents. You can send it in text or HTML format, whichever is comfortable for you. Also, you can view a history of sent emails on contacts and leads. So all these points are something which are important for you to remember if you're sending an individual email. So now we'll be creating an app in Salesforce. There are a few points that I want you to remember. Number one is that your app should be able to access all the features which are there in Salesforce. Also, your tabs in the app must be in an organized and logical manner. And obviously, it should be a customizable application that you're creating on Salesforce. Let's create an app in Salesforce Lightning, but there's a use case that I want to tell you according to which we're going to create our app. What we're going to do is, imagine that you have a travel company and you want to track the mileage of each car. For example, there's some car 1. And you want to track the mileage of that car, so you'll put a formula as the end mileage minus the start mileage. And then your actual mileage will come, and you want to bill the customer according to that particular mileage. Okay, so let's build an app according to that. So here I am in my Salesforce setup menu. So if you are in your home page, you can directly click on this gear button and click on setup, and you'll be taken to this particular page. Now I'll go ahead and create an object first, because I want to create the app right from the sketch so that you understand everything about it. So let's scroll down over here on the left menu there is an option called platform tools, and you want to go down. The fourth option is objects and fields. Click on that. And then the first option over there is object manager. You'll double click on that. Now you'll be taken to this particular page. It has all the objects that are there in my Salesforce account. But I want to create a new one, right? So I'll find this particular option, which is on the right hand side, which says create, and it is a create menu, and I'll click on custom object. Okay, so since you want to create a new object, we're gonna make a new object from here. Let's name the label as distance, and then the plural form is distances, which generally comes up on its own, but it didn't here. Now over here you can see that the object name is automatically filled in this particular text box, which is distance1, which is actually distance. Then the record name is distance name. In the data type you can see that it is text, but we want it to be auto number, and we want this to be in curly braces with 4 zeros. Then we have the starting number. Let's enter the starting number as 0869879. And then we have the optional features. When you scroll down over here, we have 4 options over here. Allow reports, which actually allows the reports for each trip or each distance. We're gonna select that. When we have allow activities checkbox, we're gonna select that as well, because we want to have all the activities available. Then we have track field history. Yes, we want that as well, because we are looking for a proper quarterly performance of our application and our business. Next, we have allow in chatter groups. No, we don't want that to be there, but you can actually go ahead and check that as well, but I won't. Now, if you go down, there is a menu which says search status. And what it basically does is that if a user wants to search a particular record with this object type, they can search it. So I'll just check this and say allow search. Alright, when that is done, we're gonna save this and our object is created. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna scroll down over here, and we have fields and relationships over here. Now it has, let me show you this. The field name shows created by ID. The data type is lookup user. The distance name, which is the field label, is name, and which is auto number. And then so now one thing I'm going to show you is the page layouts. Okay, so the distance layout was made by this particular person and was modified over here. Okay, then we have record types. We don't have any records. You can see that. We'll come back to this and I'll show you the records over here. Okay, when that is done, we'll go back to home, and in the quick find, we'll write tabs over here. You want to click on that. Now, these are the tabs that I have available over here. These are all the custom tabs. Now, I'll click on new because I want to create a new custom app. Now, the object I want to select is distance, because that particular object doesn't have a tab related to it. Now for the tab style, I'll go ahead and choose a tab from here. Let's go ahead and choose. Okay, and we're gonna click on next. Now we have a few default values over here. For now, we're just gonna say next. Here also we have, we want it available to all the custom apps. So we're gonna click on save. Distances custom tab is created. Now we'll create fields for this. We'll go to fields, click on distances, and this is our custom tab. Let's go to objects and fields, object manager, distances, and fields and relationships right there, and click on new. Okay, now fields are basically the kind of or the type of data type that you want in particular app. Okay, so the first thing we're going to choose is date, because that is date and time actually, because that is what we track of. Since our company needs to keep track of the trips that are going to happen at a particular distance, for a particular distance, we want to keep track of the date and time. For a particular date, so and so distance was traveled, like that. Right, so I'll click on date and time and click on next. Now I'm going to name this as date, and then the field name comes up on its own. Okay, so now when we're done with that, we're going to click on this show formula editor. and we're gonna write today because we want date for today. We're gonna start it from today and check syntax. Scroll down, there are no syntax errors, and we're gonna click on next. Now we're gonna go down, click on next, and this is distance layout, and then save a new. Okay, so a new field is created. We want that to be the number data type. Click on next, and this is for the starting mileage, so we're gonna give this as starting mileage. Then the length, we can set it to 18, and decimal places, let's set that to 2. Till 2 decimal places we'll get that. And then we're gonna go next, set that 7, and click on next. After that, we're gonna let everything be default, click on next. When that is done, we have added this to the page layout name, and then we're gonna save a new. Now we want another number for the ending mileage, and the length as well is set to 7, and the decimal places are 2, and next. And we have saved that to page layout name. And when we are done with that, go ahead and save this. Now we'll add the formula for finding out the mileage. Okay, so we'll subtract the ending mileage to the starting mileage to calculate the total mileage of the particular trip. Okay, so we'll again create a new field, and we'll select this as formula. Yeah, there. Formula. Click on next, and we want to name this field label as distance traveled. And for the formula return type, we're gonna put this as number, and decimal places, we're gonna have 2 decimal places. Click on next, and then we're gonna there are 2 types of formula options that you have over here: simple formula and advanced formula. We're gonna check the advanced formula, and we're gonna insert the field as ending mileage minus starting mileage, right? Ending mileage, insert operator minus, and insert another field which is the starting mileage, insert. Alright, and we'll check the syntax. There are no syntax errors, so we're gonna go ahead and click on next, and then we're gonna make everything default and click on next again. And then we're going to make sure that the page layout name is added, and we're going to click on save. Now when that is done, I want to click on the setup menu and click on setup over there. I want to click on the setup menu, and over here I'm going to click on app manager. I'm going to click on app manager, and then new lightning app. So these are all the app details and branding part. So the app name, we're gonna name the app as tracking system, and the developer name comes up on its own. For app branding, we can upload any image that we want. Now I have this computer screen thing. I'll open this, and by that you'll understand the difference between what actually happens. Now the primary color, I'm gonna change this to purple. And yeah, we're gonna click on next. Now when we have that, we have navigation style. We're gonna leave this to standard navigation. We can also have console navigation. Let's just have standard navigation, and supported from factors, desktop and phone, both of them. Setup experience, setup or service setup, we're gonna have setup. Click on next. Now we're gonna add utility items. Utility items, basically Salesforce explains that as well over here. The utility items are these items that we have over here on the bottom bar of our window. We're gonna add utility item, and we're gonna have flow. If we want, we can add a flow. We can add history. So in the flow, we can name the label as flow only, and then we can actually change the width and height of that. For history, we can have history, the name is history, that is actually logged. And yeah, we're going to click on next. Now available items, these are the navigation items that we have. I'll show that to you when the app is created. So let's just have accounts. We'll have app launcher, banks, and assets. Okay. We're going to click on next. And the profiles we want them to be. So we're going to have all the profiles. and save and finish. Okay, so when you do that, your app is actually created. It was that easy. Now let me find my app over here. My app's name was Tracking System. It's over here. There's no description, sadly, but the tracking system is over here. It was just created. It is available in Lightning. I can go ahead and I can edit the app as well, or I can delete the app. If I edit the app, I'll get the same settings. I can change them. Let me add the description as tracking system for my company. Okay, save this. Now, when we go back, okay, so it's here, tracking system for my company. Okay, so that is done. It is on number 26. Okay, so when that is done, you have created your app. Let's run the app now. Let's click on this checkerboard kind of option, which is actually an app launcher. And we'll scroll down. So this is my app over here, which I named it as Tracking System. Now the icon which is showing up over here is the icon that I uploaded when I was creating my app. Right? Now I click on this app. Now notice the color. This particular color is customized. So when I click on app launcher as well, for every tab, this color only comes up. Okay, so this is my app right now. I created the accounts tab and I have two accounts over here. Let's open this particular account. And we have all the information about this particular account, right? Now if I go back, I can open the second account and then again I have all the information. Okay, so you can also add leads to this particular app. You can add contacts. Anything can be added according to your wish, according to your need. Another thing is that icon is over here present. You can set this to your company logo or anything which would be, I think, better according to your company. So yeah, we created an app and here is the utility bar which we had chosen in history to be the icon and flow to be icon as well. Right? So you can create a new account, you can import an account, so anything, it is all customizable, I told you. So yeah, we created an app now. Let's go ahead and learn more about Salesforce. Let's now talk about the Salesforce tools for automation. The Salesforce tool for automation are Workflow, Process Builder, and Flows. We'll be talking about each one of these in the following slides. Let's talk about Workflow rules first. So basically, Workflow rules is an automation tool which is used by Salesforce administrators for automation, and that can be done without the help of developers. So before getting into actual hands-on workflow rules, I would like to show you how workflow rules work. So whenever a record gets created or it is edited, there is a particular criteria which the administrator will set. If that criteria is met, then the actions would be performed. Else, the execution would be, else the record will get saved, but there would be no execution for that. So I'll get into a little more depth about this. Let's talk about these evaluation criteria that we have in workflow. So there are 3 evaluation criteria, that is created and every time it is edited, and the third is created and every time it's edited to subsequently meet the criteria. Let's talk about this via a condition. So in this condition, we have that if the salary of a particular employee is more than 7 lakhs, an email would be sent to the manager. So basically, if our condition is, we have a record and we are creating a record, if the salary exceeds 7 lakhs, so and so criteria would be followed and the actions would be followed later. So let's talk about each of these criteria that we have with the same example. So First of all, if the condition is true, so if we are using the first evaluation criteria that is created, so whenever a record will be created and the salary is more than 7 lakhs, an email would be sent to the manager. But if the record is edited and the salary goes up to 8 lakhs, then no email would be sent to the manager. Let me take another case. If I'm creating a record and the salary is, let's say, 5 lakhs, an email will not be sent to the manager. But if I edit that particular record and the salary, I change it to 7 lakhs, still an email will not be sent to the manager. And this is because I have used the first criteria. So basically, if I create a record and the salary is more than 7 lakhs, an email would be sent. But if I create a record and the salary is 5 lakhs and I edit that record later on and I've used the first criteria, salary goes up to 7 lakhs or 8 lakhs, an email will not be sent to the manager. So that is wrong, right? So every time I edit it and the condition is satisfied, that is the salary is above 7 lakhs, an email should be sent to the manager. So we have the second criteria, which is created and every time it is edited. So in the condition, if my salary is 7 lakhs and I create a record, if I'm using the second evaluation criteria, an email would be sent to the manager. But if my salary is 5 lakhs and my record is created, an email will not be sent. But if I'm editing that record and my salary is 7,50,000, an email will be sent to the manager. Right? I hope this is clear. Let me tell you this again. If the record is created, if the salary is less than 7 lakhs, an email will not be sent. But if I edit that record and make it up to 7,50,000, an email will be sent to the manager. But one disadvantage with the second evaluation criteria is that if I again edit that salary to, let's say, 6,50,000, then also the email will be sent to the manager. This is the disadvantage. But the disadvantage with the second evaluation criteria is that even if I change any record in that particular set of records, if I change a single record in that particular record, then also an email will be sent to the manager. For example, I'm simply editing a record, say the user ID. If I change the user ID and I have the second criteria selected, then also the manager will receive an email saying that that particular record has been changed. Okay, but this is not right. Why would the manager want to receive an email for changing the user ID? When we only want the user ID, when we only want an email to be sent only when the salary is more than 7 lakhs. I hope this is clear now. Let's now talk about the third evaluation criteria, which is created and every time it's edited to subsequently meet the criteria. So, if I create a record for 7 lakhs, an email would be sent to the manager. Now, if I'm creating a record with the salary less than 7 lakhs, an email will not be sent. And if I edit it to 7,50,000 or 7 lakhs itself, an email will be sent to the manager. But if I change or if I update any other field in that record, no email will be sent to the manager. So this is the difference between the second evaluation criteria and the third evaluation criteria. I hope this is clear now. We'll see this with an example now. But before that, I want to show you the types of actions which are in workflow rules. So the first one is immediate actions and the second one is time-triggered actions. Now, so the evaluation criteria is met. Now what happens if the evaluation criteria will be met? Some action needs to be performed, right? So there are two types of actions, immediate actions and time-triggered actions. In immediate actions, as soon as the evaluation criteria is met, the particular action will be executed, right? Immediately, as the name suggests. But in the time-triggered actions, what will happen is, you can set a particular time, say 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or anything of your choice. So after a particular time limit, when the evaluation criteria is met, the time-triggered action will be executed, or the particular action will be executed. Now there are a few actions which are associated with both of these immediate actions and the time-triggered actions. Let's see what are these. The first one is an email alert. So as we saw in our example, when an evaluation criteria will be met, an email alert will be sent. Now it can be sent immediately or it can be sent after a particular time interval. Second one is field update. If we want to update the field, we can either select it to be immediate action or time-triggered action. It will either be immediately updated or it will be updated after a particular time limit. Then we have a task. So we can also set the action for a particular task. We can edit that task. And again, if we have selected immediate actions, then immediately the task will be performed. Else, if we have selected time-triggered actions, it will take some time, the required time, and then the task will be performed. And the last one is outbound message. Outbound message means that after a particular time interval, according to time-triggered actions, a particular message will be sent. Otherwise, if it's immediate actions, immediately that particular message would be sent. So let's now do a quick hands-on workflow rules. But before that, I'll give you a little conclusion on what we learned about workflow rules. First of all, if the evaluation criteria is immediate, it's met and it's immediate action. So let me give you a conclusion about the workflow rules we just studied, so it would be easier for you to understand when we perform the hands-on. So if the evaluation criteria is met and we have chosen immediate actions or time-triggered actions, then tasks can be performed, email alerts can be performed, field updates can be performed, and outbound messages can be sent. Right. So let's now create a workflow rule. So as you can see, I'm logged into my Salesforce account. I click on this gear button, which will take me to the setup menu, which I already have over here opened. So I'll just open this one. Now to create a workflow, we're going to use the same use case that I showed to you in the slides. Okay, so we'll just scroll down over here and you'll find this process automation button. I'll click on that. And when you scroll down, you will see workflow rules and we'll open that. When that is open, you will here see a list of workflow rules that have already been created. But we want to create a new workflow rule, so we'll click on new rule. And we want to select an object. Okay, so since the use case that we talked about or the example that we talked about was about the leads and an email would be sent to that particular lead, then we'll select this as lead. Okay, the object name is lead. Then we'll click on next. Let's give the rule name as workflow demo. And here you have the evaluation criteria we talked about earlier. So there are three options: created, created and every time it's edited, created and any time it's edited to subsequently meet criteria. So I'll just select created and any time it's edited to subsequently meet criteria. And here it says rule criteria is that run this criteria if the criteria are met. Okay, so I'll just select that. You have another option which says formula evaluates to true. When you do that, you have to enter a formula. for the particular field. But I'll go ahead and select the criteria are met. In the field, I'll choose lead email because I want an email to be sent to the manager, and then I have an operator which says greater or equal to, and the value would be 7 million. And then I'm gonna say save and next. Okay, so a workflow rule is created, but now we need to add an action to it. So for that, I'm gonna click on add workflow action. So you can see the first menu over here says immediate workflow action, and the second one is time dependent workflow actions. Okay, so I'll just go ahead with immediate workflow actions first, and then we'll go and change this to time dependent workflow actions. Okay, so let's just add an immediate workflow action as email alert. When you click on that, you'll get this kind of a menu. So for that, the description we're gonna put as more than 7 million. The unique name comes up on its own, and then the email template we have to search. Okay, so you can search the email template according to your wish, or you can directly create an email template for yourself. So I'll say this one, support self-service no comment notification. Sample email template that can be sent to your sales representative. Okay, I'll select that. Then we have recipient name. So I'm going to select this as account owner, and we shifted it to the selected recipients. And then, yeah, we're going to say save. Okay, I'll just change this name. Okay, now we have created a workflow rule with a particular action. Okay, so now we'll click on this checkerboard kind of icon we have over here. Go to our sales app, and we'll find that particular object we created. Okay, the object I created right now was from leads, and I'll click on new lead because I'm creating a new lead, right? So for the name, I'm gonna give Mr. James, and the last name would be Charles. Okay, the company name Intellipaat, and email. This email is the one wherein the mail would be sent. Okay, so I have a dummy email over here. I'll enter that. And when that is done, okay, so we have something called as lead status. I can select this to as open, not connected, working, contacted, open, not contacted, working, contacted, closed, converted, closed, not converted. I'll select this as open, but it's not contacted because this is the first time I'm creating a lead. This comes up as by default, but you can always change this from here as well, and from the next step I'll show you can change this somewhere else as well. Okay, so you have all the other information that you can fill about this particular person. The lead source you can also fill, phone inquiry, industry, chemicals, or let's choose communication, annual revenue. I had 8 million over there, and the phone number can be set. The mobile. So you can basically add all the details, number of employees in that company, the address, additional information, description. Okay, and I'll just click on save. Now the lead for James Charles is created. Here you will see that this particular leads dashboard says open, not contacted. You can change this to working, contacted, closed, not converted, and converted. Now this is just an example of how it works. This is the activity. You can create a new task, you can log a call, you can create an event, you can send them an email which will directly send it to them. Then we have details, chatter, news. Alright, and then we can change this to working, contacted, closed, converted, and we can save this as mark status as complete. But then we can change that to the first one as well. So this is how workflow rules can easily convert your things. Now I'll show you the email which I received in this particular ID for James Charles. Okay, let's go to Gmail. Okay, so now you can see that I got 2 emails from Salesforce. Let's open the first one first. It says, welcome to the GenWatt community. Dear James, all of us as GenWatt are glad to have Intellipaat as a customer. I would like to introduce myself as your account manager. This is just an introduction email. And then the next email is the escalated case. The following case has been escalated to the escalated queue. And this happened because the value of that particular field, the annual revenue, was more than 7 million. Right. So I hope workflow rules was clear to you. Let's go ahead and learn about process builder now. So let's now talk about process builder. The process builder in Salesforce is also an automated tool. It's similar to workflow, but in a process builder that you will see in a hands-on that we'll perform is in a flowchart kind of a format. So let's see how it works. So process builder in Salesforce is an automated tool that will allow you to control the order of an action or evaluate the criteria for a record. It has several actions which are associated with it. Now basically, like workflow, process builder also has some kind of set evaluation criteria. If that particular evaluation criteria is met, an action will be performed. It's similar to workflow, but it's in a flowchart format, which is a drag and drop kind of format, and is easier for the users to use. Let's look at the actions which are present in process builder. First action is creating records. If you select this particular action, this will allow you to create a new record and create different field values for your record. You can also submit the record automatically for approval. When you have selected this particular action, the record which started your process can be submitted, and any other record can automatically be submitted as well. Then the third action which can be performed in a process builder is quick action. So if you already have global actions or objects in your Salesforce account, you can use quick action to use them in any other record. So if you have some action or objects which are already stored, you can directly give it to quick action and it will be automatically executed. The third one is invoking another process. In this, the action will actually invoke a process to another process. So if you have chosen this particular action in process builder, if one process is true, then another process will be invoked. This particular action will invoke another process from another process. Very simple. The next one is updating records. So when you have created the records and you want to update those records, you can do that as well in process builder. So basically you can update one or more records which are related to the record that started the process, and it can either be done manually or you can use the records from the related record as well. Another is that you can launch or trigger the flow, which means that it is possible for you to actually launch the flow from your process to automate different processes. Another one is that you can post on Chatter. A process builder allows you to post on Chatter and you can share any information to any user. And the last one is that you can call or trigger the Apex code. So you can invoke an Apex code that you have already written within Salesforce, and then that particular code can run. Alright, so these were the actions in Process Builder. We'll talk about how you can create a Process Builder in Salesforce now. So to create a Process Builder, you'll need to go to your setup menu, and then you need to scroll down under the platform tools to process automation, where we found workflow rules. Okay, above that is process builder. Click on that. You'll be taken to all the processes that you have already created. And since we need to create a new process, we'll go back and click on new. Okay, so the process name we'll give as process demo, because this is a demo obviously. And then the API name comes up on its own. And the description I'm going to give it as okay. And then you have the process start when. When do you want the process to start? For that, I'm going to choose a record changes. And then we're going to click on save. Okay, so this is your process builder canvas. And as you can see, here is a flow chart where you can actually fill the object, you can add criteria, actions, scheduled actions, and all of that good stuff. It's very easy to actually build a process builder as compared to a workflow, because you already have a flow chart, and you can understand how something works. Okay, so first of all, we're gonna add an object, because that is the first step. For the object, I'm going to choose it as opportunity, and we're going to make sure that the process starts when a record is created or edited, and we're going to click on save. Then is the part where we need to add the criteria. So we'll click on this rhombus over here and click on criteria. For the criteria name, let's give this as amount is greater than 7 million. And the next radio buttons, you can look, they say criteria for executing actions, and we want that to be conditions are met instead of formulas evaluates to true. So if we choose formulas evaluates to true, we need to enter a formula over here. And then the third one says no criteria, just execute the action. So for that case, you don't need to enter any criteria. All the actions would be executed. Okay, so but we want it to look real. So that is why we're going to choose conditions are met. Then for the field option over here that you can see under the setting conditions, the field we're going to choose this as stage, and this is the selected field. We're going to click on choose. Then the operator should have equals operator, should be the equals operator. Then the type should be pick list. The value should be closed one, and then we're going to add a new row. Okay, and then here we're going to choose the same opportunity stage, and the operator is going to be greater than. Okay, so the field we're going to choose is, okay, so the field that we're going to choose is amount. We're going to scroll down, yeah, amount, and choose. Now the operator, we want it to be greater than or equal to, and the currency, the type would be currency, field, reference, or formula. We're going to choose currency, and we're going to enter that as 7 million. Okay, now when that is done, we want to make sure that the conditions say all the conditions are met, that is and. Then we have another option which says any of the conditions are met or customize the logic. So we're going to choose the first one which says all the conditions are met and click on save. So in this step, we'll add our actions which we want to perform according to the criteria. And to do that, we'll click on immediate actions, add action. Now, since we need to create a record whenever a criteria is met, we'll select the action type as create a record, and the action name, it is basically a name that you want to give it. So we'll select this as, we'll enter this name as create order, and the record type is going to be order. And you can see a set of field values have come up. For a set of field values, in the first field, it's already there, order start date, and type, we want to set this as formula, and in that we're going to enter today. We're going to say use this formula, and then the second field says status, and the type says pick list. In the value, we're going to set this as draft. The next field says account ID. You can actually change that, but we actually want the account ID to be associated with it. And then the type says field reference, and the value would be opportunity account ID. Choose that and click on save. So now our actions are created, and we need to add records to it. Okay, but before we do that, we wanna activate this. Confirm. It is activated. We all processes, it's there. It says process demo, this one. Now what we wanna do is we wanna update a record, right? So we'll click on this app launcher over here and we wanna click on sales and leads. We'll take the James Charles lead which we used in workflow rules. We'll click on that and then we'll say edit. Now you can edit anything that you want. Obviously your record will be edited or updated, right? And we're gonna say save. So this was our lead and we can associate this to our process build and we'll convert this. The account name is Intellipaat, or we can. Okay, so I hope you understand about process builder. Let's go ahead and talk about flows in Salesforce. The actions which are supported by process builder are creating a record. So you can create a record in a process builder, but it is not possible when you're using workflow. And standard and custom objects are available for creation in workflow. Whereas if we talk about the email alerts are possible in workflows and process builders both. The next is post to chatter. In process builder, we can actually post to chatter, but in workflow, we cannot post directly to chatter. If we talk about the quick actions are not available in workflow, but they are available in process builder. If you need to update records in workflow, that is a limited functionality. Also, standard and custom objects are available in workflow. But talking about process builder, we can update records in process builder as well. Let's now move on to our next automation tool, which is Lightning Flow. So, what is Flow? Flow is an incredible automation tool. So, like we learned about process builder, Flow is basically the engine making process builder work. Flow itself is a way in which you can do way more automation as an admin by just using drag and drop feature, for which you'd have had to hire a developer otherwise, right? So basically, Flow is a diagram which actually does stuff, to be in simpler terms. Let's see how we can use visual flow, but before that, let's talk about the visual flow. It's a way we can display visual screen for user. We can gather information and use it to automatically update the record in our org. The Lightning Flow product includes a couple of tools. One of them, Flow Builder, which lets you create flows basically. Okay, so there are two types of flows in Lightning Flow: auto launched flow and screen flow. The auto launched flow runs in the background with no UI interaction. It has no screen elements allowed, and it can be launched via Process Builder, Apex, and REST API. Whereas if we talk about screen flow, it is used when there is some need to interact with user on UI, and no wait element is allowed. And thirdly, it can be launched via quick action, custom button or link, direct URL, visual force page, lightning component, etc. Let's now start creating a Lightning Flow. So currently I'm logged into my Salesforce account. Under the platforms tool, I will scroll down and find flows over here under process automation. And from here, I want to create a new flow. I'll click on new flow. And then I'll have this menu over here. Okay, so there are the options that you have over here. The flow types options, screen flow and auto launched flow. Let's select screen flow over here. It will show the screen to our user. The auto launched flow doesn't require any user interaction to start. Okay, so it can be launched from Apex class or process builder as an action. So we'll click on screen flow and click on create. So we have this toolbox over here. This is the button bar over here, and this is the canvas. This is called the canvas, and we have drag and drop feature in this particular toolbox. So you can drag some of these items, actually all of these items, onto our canvas and edit them. So first of all, let's drag screen. Okay. let's place it over here. Okay, so this menu will open up. Let's name the label as new user, and then the API will come on its own. Now over here we have screen components. In the search components, write text. This would come up. Click on it twice. We want 3 text boxes, so we'll have 3 text. Click on the first one. We'll name this as first name. The API will come up on its own. Click on the second one. We'll name it as last name. API comes up on its own. And then the last one would be phone number. So when that is done, we'll select footer, which is this one. We'll scroll down, click on control navigation, and we'll uncheck pause and previous from these two. Okay, so the reason we are doing this is that if we don't make the selection, the users will be able to navigate back to the first screen and multiple records can be created by doing so. Okay, so when we're done with that, so this is how it's gonna look: first name, last name, phone number, and then it will have finish option over here. We'll click on done. So our new user screen is created. Now we need to add records to the element and create the records, right? So we'll drag this over here, which is the create records icon, and we'll create the label as create user. The API name will come up on its own, and then in this particular option which says how to set the record fields, we're gonna select use separate variables, resources, and literal values. So it would be different for each record. Now if you scroll down, we're gonna choose object. In that we're gonna choose user, this one. Now we have a set of fields over here. We're gonna select, in the fields we're gonna select first name, and from here you're gonna scroll down, and in the screen components you'll see first name as text over here. Now we're gonna add another field, and we're gonna have last name. It's right there, and we're going to enter the value as last name, and we're going to add another field which will have our phone number saved, and the value would be phone number, this one. Now we're going to move on to the next option. We have store user ID in variable. We'll click on variable and click on new resource. Now we need to create a new resource in order to combine these records. So in that option we'll select variable, and the API name would be user1 underscore ID, and then the data type would be text. It would be record. Okay, so we'll go down here where there's store user ID, and here we'll go to new resource. We'll select the resource as variable, and we'll name this as first, or we'll just name this as names underscore ID. And the data type would be text, and click on done. When we're done with that, we're gonna search for variables. We just selected names ID. We're gonna do that and click on done. This is how your record will look like, and you click on done. Next, we have to create the screen for file uploads, right? So we'll click create another screen, and we just drag the screen. Now we'll write the label as resume, and then the API name comes up on its own. Here we're gonna search for file upload. Click on that. So there are a few options over here. In the API name, we'll put this as resume files. We'll have resume files over here. Then file upload label, we'll have upload related files. Then related record user would be names underscore ID. When that is done, for multiple files, we're going to select this one, $global constant.true, and we're going to click on done. Okay, so the file component will let the user upload more than one file at a time to the created account. Okay, so now we'll connect these records or these components like this. We're going to connect start with new user with create user with upload resume. And we're going to save this as username. And the Flow API comes up on its own. And in the description, we'll give first name, last name. And we're gonna make sure that the type over here is screen flow, not auto launched flow. Okay, and we'll save this. You'll receive a warning like this. We'll talk about this later. So we'll just ignore that. Now what we'll do is we'll go back to setup, this menu over here, and look for flows. This one. And we just created this account. So we're going to click on username and we're going to activate it. Okay. So now we have created our flow. We can see it in our flows menu over here. Now, one thing that we want to do is that we want our flow to be in the home page. So we're going to create a separate home page for our flow. So to create a home page, we're going to go to setup. This is the setup menu, right? We're going to find builder, find Lightning App Builder. We'll click on new. We'll click on home page. And next, we're going to name this as process, or we can name this as flow homepage. Next. And when that is done, we're going to click on clone Salesforce default page and we're going to click on finish. When that is done, you have the option to actually customize your flows and everything. You can change the position of different things like here. So I'm going to go back here and I'm going to drag this over here. And your flow component will be viewed over here. You can change your recent records. You can change the events, like anything that you want. In the flow component, we're going to change this to username. And we're going to have 2 columns for that. And save. And we'll activate this. And assign as, okay, so we'll close and we'll save this. This is saved. We'll go back and we'll click on this checkerboard kind of option and we'll go to home. Okay, so this is the home that we created, right? We have, this is the home we created. Okay, so we'll activate this and assign as org default, flow homepage, and we'll save this. We'll save this. It is activated. Now we can go back here. Let's check. We'll go to home and this is created.
So let us first understand what is Salesforce Lightning. Let me give you an explanation. Salesforce Lightning is an ecosystem of ready-made apps and components which enterprises can use to build next-generation user interfaces and apps. And it basically consists of 2 components. First one is Lightning Component Framework, and then we have got Lightning App Builders. And using the both innovative apps and UIs, that is user interfaces, are built. So Lightning is nothing but a framework which is used to build applications and user interfaces. I hope it is clear to you all. Let us go in detail about Lightning Component Framework, which forms the most important portion of Salesforce Lightning. So the first feature is out-of-the-box component. This is nothing but a collection of components which can be used to create apps. Then these are reusable components. Once created, can be used by any Salesforce user to develop the app. Then these components can also contain HTML, JavaScript, CSS, or any web-enabled code. The same components can be used to recreate or create new components. And then we have got detailed encapsulation feature. What does that mean? So it means Though components' external images are visible to the component users, but the internal functions are reserved to the component author, the one who has created the component, and hence authors can change the implementation details without letting the user know about the same. Then we have got event-driven framework. So this feature allows the developer write handlers that responds to user interface as they occur, like this. So of course it is used for writing handlers that responds to UI events as they occur. And finally we have got open source or a framework. It simply means you can build apps regardless of data that you have, whether it is structured or unstructured. In short, you have got everything that you need to develop an app and build user interface without having the need of being technically acumen. And after knowing the amazing features, let us talk about Lightning Framework usage. By now, you all must have got the idea what Lightning Platform basically does. But let me elaborate it a little more for you guys. So it is used for building personalized apps. Using Lightning App Exchange, your developer can build the app the way they want it. That is to say, they can customize it. There is no standard way to be followed. You mold it the way you want it. These apps are reusable, of course. The developer can reuse it and access it even from mobile. That's why we call it use anytime and anywhere. You can continue working in the Lightning framework in the absence of internet connectivity, and again can connect with the Salesforce ecosystem as and when network resumes. Then it is omnipresent. That means the app shall be present across the ecosystem and hence can also be used by other developers as and when they require. Then we have got what can we do using Salesforce Lightning Framework is build app faster. The out of the box component enables the developers to develop apps faster using these components. You don't need any coding. Yes, you heard it right. Simply these drag and drop components can be used for the same. Developers also have the option to build the innovative apps and appealing UIs using web-enabled codes like HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. And finally, you can customize the CRM. Salesforce Lightning enables its user to customize their CRM anytime so that they can use it effectively and successfully. Okay, so now let us use an example to get a clear understanding as to how Lightning App Builders actually work. So you can come here, you can see here Lightning App Builder. Right click here, open it. You can find it below the schema builder, right? So here now click on new. Lightning App Builder is also a click interface or visual interface. So app page, we shall create a single page Lightning application here, right? So you'll be simply clicking on next. Here it would ask you for a layout. Let's keep it default. Again, click next. Now finish. Now we should give a label. So let's say flow demo, or rather let us call it a feedback app. Okay, so click finish. Now here is the main page. When you need to get the components, as I told you, apps are built using pre-built components, okay, and you really do not need any kind of coding. You can simply drag and drop the components. So here we'll be using Visual Force component, okay, to create our app. And how do we do that? So simply you can come here Visual Force, drag it and drop it. So this screen gets open of flow demo. You can use the components from here, and if you have your own customized components you can use it here, but since we do not have any, so we are using the pre-built component which is called Visual Force here, right? So this is the screen we are getting in here, and after that on your right side you can simply see there's this flow demo. You can see in the drop down all the Visual Force pages which are enabled for Lightning. You can see all those in demo here, okay? And now we'll simply click on save. It'll get saved. Now activate it. Feedback app. You can give any icon you want. You can change it as well. Okay, now here it's asking the same. Now Lightning experience, now Salesforce 1, now here add page to app. So R is feedback app, right? You can change the position here, but I'm keeping the same, and now I'm going to click on the save. Okay, so here it has shown activation successful, right? So now we want to test our app. So to open Salesforce 1, just on your computer, get rid of everything after salesforce.com and then type in 1/.1.app. So it is going to give you this error because you are using it on computer and it is supposed to be run on mobile. So what will we do is we'll convert your computer into mobile. So here I'm on Firebox, and here I'm using the extension user agent overrider. Okay, so what will I do is I'll tell it that I'm not a computer and I'm a mobile. Okay, so now we can see our Salesforce 1 app again. You can simply refresh it. Okay, setup will be opening it again and we'll be doing the same thing, 1/1.app and enter. And here then it is showing us our Salesforce 1 app just like this. And here in the drop down you can see our app created, feedback app. So click on that. And finally we have got our flow demo. So this is the user interface. This is what is going for the user. And now here simply you can give in your name and then email ID and then comments and then simply next. Thank you for your inquiry feedback. Finish it. So the detail has been submitted. So how fantastic it was to get an entire app built without a single line of coding, wasn't it? So to me it's really very fascinating, and just ensure one thing, that you use such plugin like the extensions I have used, because earlier it used to work on desktop as well, that's Salesforce 1. But now if you try to open Salesforce 1 on desktop, it will definitely give you an error that Salesforce can be used on mobile only. So this is the main motto of showing this example was that how easily you can build your app. So why one should go with Lightning framework? Let us explore. So Lightning has got over 175 plus features which are not available in Salesforce Classic. It has got built-in components, like I said earlier. That means even if you do not possess any technical or coding language skill, you still can build apps, exactly, and UIs as well. So using these reusable drag and drop components, you can simply build apps and user interfaces, which is not the case with Classic. And for those who know HTML, CSS or JavaScript, can do their own coding to develop the app. So you have got both of the options. If you know coding, go ahead, code it and develop your app. Or if you do not know coding, simply use this drag and drop components and you are done. Then it is an event-driven environment, which allows developers to write handlers based on the events, just like click events, etc. Lightning has got open source Aura framework, which allows you to build an app and UIs independent of the data available in the background of the Salesforce. So these are a few major advantages of using Lightning over Classic and why you should choose Lightning framework over Classic. Now, Lightning is the future. Slowly and gradually, everything would move to Lightning, and hence it is the need of this hour. Since it is very easy to learn and implement, and hence learning Lightning does not take much of a hard work from you and gives you a better career. Now let me show you some of the examples of how to create components and how to build an app using those components. Okay, and I shall also be giving you an example of multiplication of two numbers using Lightning component. So here we are going to enter into the practical session of Lightning framework. We are here on the user interface of Salesforce. So this is how Salesforce, the new Salesforce, the Lightning Salesforce actually looks like. So what do we do first? So first of all, we need to create a custom domain for ourselves. And before doing that, you can see I've already described everything in my previous videos, but still for your reference. So this is a quick find. If you need to search anything in here, you can simply type that here. If you need to search in across the Salesforce, then you can type here. Okay, so this will give you a result based on the searching across Salesforce. So let's say I have to search my domain. Okay, it has given me this option. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set up a custom domain. Okay, so custom domain is very much important because it gives you a lot of technical licenses, plus it gives you a different level of securities. Even you can see here Salesforce itself, you see, and keep your data more secure by adding a custom domain name to your Salesforce URL. So it itself recommends and asks you to create a custom domain. And how to do that? It's very easy. So choose domain name. So first of all, we have to choose our domain name. So what can we give it? Let's say example. Let's see whether it's available or not. Okay, so it's already taken. So example Salesforce. Check availability. It is also taken. So let's say demo class Salesforce. Let's check it out. So it's available. So when it is available, you can simply go and register your domain. Okay, so now what is it showing is registration takes less than 2 minutes. It's pending. Now you have chosen your domain name, which is here demo class SF. Here you can see it. This is your domain now. So from now on, whenever you need to log into your Salesforce account, you can, instead of going to login.salesforce.com, you can simply go to your custom domain and log in with the same username and password. Okay, so here registration, you're registering your domain, you'll be receiving an email ready for testing. So let me check whether I've received any email or not. So I have not received an email as of now. So let's wait till the time we receive an email. Okay, since sending an email and registering your new domain takes a little bit of time, because it has to transfer all the data of your Salesforce to your custom domain. So what I have done is I have also created another account and have got the email for that. So this is how you'll be getting an email, support@salesforce.com. So just like I have signed it here and I'm waiting for the email, so the email that you'll be getting would be like this. So that's how similarly I have created another account and I have got the email for that. So let me go into that only. Okay, so this is, let's say, so here I land on this page, and so here the username here is neha@intellipaat.com. and similarly I have given my password and let me log in. This is how you sign up into Salesforce, and then you create your custom domain so that you are more secured, your data is more secured, and you get many of the technical advantages over there. So again, let me go to my domain. We are again logged into Salesforce, right? Okay, it has given me this option. Let me click it on it, and now let's see what it shows. Okay, you can see here that here it's given choose domain name. I have already finished this. Now domain registration pending, it's already done. Now I need to test my domain URL, then deploy to users. We have already tested it, right? Now let me show you how to build a component in Salesforce. And for that, what am I going to do is you go here and you see a developer console. So whatever coding we are going to write on developer console. Okay, and remember one more thing. Here domain deployed to users is still in pending, but I'm not going to do it right now. I will tell you the reason later on. Okay, so now let me show you how to code it. So you go to file, click on new, and here lightning component. So let me give it a name, let's say LC. Okay, submit it. So here you see lightning component has come up here, and this is nothing but a bundle of the component, and this is where we need to write our code. So this is aura that I discussed you guys. It is very much required in lightning experience because this is what allows you to work independent of the data available in the background of the Salesforce. So here I'm going to use simple HTML coding, right? So I hope you guys have a fair or basic knowledge of HTML coding. Even if you do not have, you can simply learn it. It's not a big deal. So let me use it. I'm going to use h1 tag. Okay, and hey there, let's say. Let me save it like Control S. So it has saved it for me. Now this is see, now our first component is ready. Now again, let me go to new lightning component. Let me say it LC1 and submit it. Okay, the same thing I'm again going to apply. So let's say H1. Okay, and here how you doing, let's say. Okay, and again I need to save it. I've saved it. So we have created two components, lc.cmp, lc1.cmp. Now I need to create an application. So again, file, new, lightning application here. Okay, and I'll call it LA. Okay, lightning application, and I'll submit it. So here again, see, now I have got the lightning application. Now one difference that you might have noticed, here it is giving me aura.component, and here it is aura and application. Okay, so that is what it is differentiating between component and application, and also extension is also different. Here it is CMP and here it is AP. Now how do I need to create an application? I have already told you guys that an application is nothing but collection of different components. So we have built two different components here. Now we need to get all those components in our application. And how do we do that? So in Salesforce Lightning, we have got this command, that is namespace C. That means we are calling our component. So which component are we calling? First name is LC, right? So we'll write here LC. Okay, and we'll close it. Secondly, again the same thing, namespace, we are calling the component. Which component are we calling now? LC1. LC1. Okay, again close it. Now save it, Control S. It's saved. Now let's say how our application, this LA application, looks like. So let's go to preview. Okay, but see what error it is giving. Lightning components require my domain. Please contact your administration for more information. That's what I was about to tell you guys. Here. So we have tested our domain, but here we have not deployed our domains to users. So until and unless you deploy your domain, anything you do will not be visible to the user. So now let me go and deploy it. Now that's what it's saying. When you deploy the new domain, we activate it immediately. Only Salesforce computer support can disable or change your domain name once it's deployed. Okay. So let it deploy our domain now. And now it has been deployed. So let us again go to our developer console. Let me try update preview. See what has it done. Since I have now deployed my domain, and now whatever coding I am writing and whatever app I am creating or building is also visible to the user. So see, this is our first component, hey there. This is our second component, how you doing. And this is our app which has been created. So see how easy it was to create this. I hope it is clear for you guys that how to create components. You give simple coding and then you build your app. Now let us move forward. We'll do styling of our component. See, Lightning Framework, the major feature of Lightning Framework is to make your application or user interfaces visually appealing. So that's what I'm going to do it. Now let's see, we are going to LC component, and here you can see style sheet. So we'll click on it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my components visually more appealing. So when I clicked on it, this is the tab that has been created. What it means, LC. LC means for component lc.cmp. So this is the component, and for this component we are creating a style sheet, CSS. Okay, you got it. So for LC we have got this created. Now what does this dot means? So this dot actually refers to the entire body. Okay, so whatever coding I'm going to write under or within these curly braces would be applicable for this entire component. Okay, so let me do that. Before doing that, let me also create divisions here. Okay, like this is our main part. Hey, there is our main part. Let me create divisions. For divisions we have the command div. Okay, let me create 2 or 3 divisions. So similarly, okay, again let me create one more division like this. Okay, and again let me create one more division. Let me write here, let's say simply red, maybe yellow, and maybe green. Okay, I'm simply giving something to be displayed. So now Control S. I've Controlled S. Now again go to Lightning application. I mean this LA app, and again update our preview. Let's see what does it give us. See, this is our main section. I have created divisions of red, yellow, and green. So that's what it is showing. And this is my second component. Now let us again go to the developer console. Now let me give some styling to our components, right? So I told you that anything that we are going to write within these curly braces would be applicable to this entire component. Okay, so for example, let me write here background color is equal to spelling COLOR is equal to orange. Okay, semicolon. Okay, and also let's say we want to change the heading of the padding top. So let me say it like padding top is make it, let's say 12 pixel. Okay, save it. Now I have saved it. So now whatever coding I have written here would be applicable to this entire component. So let's see what is the result. What has happened, this entire component one has got, orange background, and plus this has got bigger. Every one of these has got bigger. Okay, 12 pixel. So now let me show you how do you give styling to individual lines of a component. Okay, and let me clear component 2 from here, otherwise you guys will get confused. Let me just keep component 1 in my app. Okay, now how do we do that? So first of all, let me give styling to this. So this is the main part of our component. So if whenever you have to give the styling to main part of your component, you simply go here. So this was for the entire component. Now for the header, you have got h1 dot this, this curly braces. Okay, and here you have to write. So let's say you want to do the font size is equal to 60 pixel px semicolon, and you want the font weight gst is equal to, let's say, bold. Okay, semicolon. Okay, now let us save it. It's saved. Now again go to LA and let's see what happens. You get the difference here. So what I have done is, firstly I gave styling to the entire component, and then I just gave a styling to this header portion, this portion, only this portion, and that's how we have got the result of this hey there. Okay, now let us give the styling to red, yellow, and green individually. And how do we do that? So to give the styling to this division section, we need to create classes. Yes, and how do we do that? Simply go here. Okay, class is equal to, let us call it red only. Okay, we have created our class. Similarly, I need to create classes for yellow and green. So let me do that. I'll copy it and paste it. So from here, I again call it yellow, and here I'll be calling it green. So here what have we done is we have created 3 different classes for drives, I mean divisions. So here I have created, you have to be careful about the syntax you are using. So you have to check that whether you have used the correct syntax or not. So we have created the classes. Again, go to LSCSS. Now how do we style here? So for that, here you would type dot thi. This needs to be capital always. Okay, this space dot. Now which class you have created? Red, that all in small. So here red, red. Okay, curly braces. Here I want background color to be red only. Okay, I have created red, semicolon. Similarly, we have to create for yellow and green. So I'll copy and I'll paste. So this is for yellow class. Okay, this also let me make yellow only. This is for class green, so we'll do the class green, and we want the background also to be green. Okay, let me try and save it. Okay, so it has not given me any error. That means it's been saved. Now let's see what is the output here. Okay, so red, yellow, green, it's not yet changed. So let me go and check what's the problem here. Okay, so let us see. Okay, I think we have not saved it. Let us save our component also. We have created the class, but we have not saved it. Okay, let's go here and update it. Oh, it has given me, see. So now you have got the red background, yellow background and green background. So this is how you style your component. I hope it is all very clear to you. Now let me also show you how do you create an attribute. Okay, so for that again go to component and let me say I'm creating LC4 attribute. No, LC4, which is a component only. Okay, so I'm creating this. Let it get open. Okay, so here and now to create an attribute you need to write namespace or a attribute. Okay, now you need to give some features to your attribute. So let's say name, I call it A1. Okay, then I also need to give, let's say the type of this attribute is integer. Okay, and let's say I assign a default value in it, which is let's say 15, and close it. Okay, now let's see. So what have we done here is we have created one attribute named A1, and we have given this all these kind of features like its integer and default value is 15. Okay, now again let us create another attribute. Let's say this. Okay, and here we name it A2, and let's say default value is 10. And let's say if we need to multiply this and we need to show the multiplication result of this, so let me create another value called multiply. Okay, and so default value would be here, of course, 150. Now how do we display it? So to display it we have got another pattern, which is this curly braces exclamatory mark v dot a1. So it will display our one attribute only. So let's run it first. So we also need to create one application, right? Then only we can run it. So let's say LC4A is our application name. So it's getting created. Again, the bundle and the app here. And how do we display it? I have already told you. See, what's the name of your component? It is LC4. LC4. And we need to close it and save it. Now display. What is it showing now? Let's see. So see 15 it is showing. Why only 15? Because we have displayed only one attribute. Let's say I display another attribute also. So multiplied by this. Let me copy it. Control C, Control V. And this is A2. Okay. Save it. Now go to your app and again see what it gives. Okay, so 15 multiplied by 10. Now we have displayed both of our attributes. And let's say now you also need to display your this multiplication factor. So how do you display it? So for displaying it, you can simply type in this and replacing A2 with multiply. Multiply. Okay, save it and go here and here. Let it get C. So 15 multiplied by 10 is equal to 150, and that is how you display all these attributes on your applications. I hope it is all clear. One more functionality, let me also tell you. If you need to add a button on your app, so how would you do that? So you would use again namespace UI, which is user interface. You need a button whose label needs to be let's say for multiply, click me. Okay, so what are we doing here is we are going to display a button on our application. Okay, so here you this needs to be here. Okay, UI is nothing but user interface button. Label is equal to for multiply, click me, and close it. Control S. Now let's go to our app and let's see the result. Let it get loaded. See. So this is how you simply add a button. Let's say you need to keep your this button into next line. So you can simply add break, right? And to add that, simply br, again br. Okay, control S. Let's say what does it give. Let it get loaded and see. So you have got it into the next line. So this was a very simple example, of how you kind of build easy components and then build applications out of those components in Salesforce Lightning Framework. And I hope you guys have got an idea that yes, how easy it is. You simply need to have HTML language or learn JavaScript or CSS, and you can simply work on Lightning Framework. And not to forget that it also has got built-in components which you can simply drag and drop, and of course build your application, which I have already shown in my previous video, and that's why I'm not taking that particular thing in this video.
Now in this session we'll discuss about the user settings. That is an end user setting which the person can do, like say changing password if his mobile number get changed and how he can do so. All these things we'll discuss, and then we'll move into the administrative activities, working with the company profile, the business hours, working with the currencies, multiple currencies, how to deal with multiple currencies, then profiles, and creating a user. So starting with, suppose I want to change my password, or what all are my details, I want to know about it. Then you can go to top right corner, and here you would be getting the settings. Let me go to the setting, and currently we are administrator. That is the role what we have in our organization. So I'm going to settings, and then left hand side I would be getting, see here, my personal information, and all my personal details are available over here, where username has to be unique across Salesforce. It's not within your organization, but it's everywhere. Why so? Because everybody is accessing Salesforce by going to login.salesforce.com. So it has to be unique. So from here you can go, you can change these. Then you can go to the advanced user details. So let me show you the advanced user details, and then here, let me go to the edit part. Just now, this is what? The first name, last name, alias. So the alias you would be getting into the records, the owners. So there you would be getting the aliases. Let me show you here. So I'm opening into the another place here. See here towards right side, I'm getting the opportunity owner, and then these are the aliases. How the aliases comes? First name of your the first letter of your first name and 4 letters of your last name. That is by default, you will get an alias. Email, this email can be duplicated, not an issue. Nickname, this nickname you would be getting in the communities. What would be your name? That is nickname. Okay. Then the title, company, and all these things, Now this role and all these things, since I'm an administrator, so it's giving me option to change, but it's not for everybody. So not everyone can come here and change. What all are those things? We'll discuss when we discuss the creating the user at that point of time. Scrolling down below, here I would be getting the mailing address. If there is an SSO setup you did, so generally the SSO setup is being done by the Salesforce. Then it would give you a federation ID. So that federation ID you can put on over here. So that from your company portal, if you're jumping to Salesforce, you need not to re-log in. That is single sign-on. Then you can come here and then change the time zone, local, and language. These three things. Okay. Then we have the delegated approver. Delegated approver is that if you're on leave or you're not working, then on your behalf, which person can do the approvals? Let's say you are a sales manager and you are on leave, and someone submitted an opportunity for discount. So the sales rep can give discount up to say 5%, and then the higher discount he needs to take approval from the management. So who would be the person? So if I'm on leave, then who can do the approvals on my behalf? That would be the delegated approver. Manager. Manager would be a person. If I'm submitting a record, then this would go to the manager for approval. That is manager. Then automatically, whenever someone is submitting you record, then you would be getting an email notifications when you want to get the email notification. So that you can set over here. So these settings you can do for yourself.
There's a concept of delegated approval here.
Yeah.
So suppose somebody is gonna submit his something for approval, and I'm a admin, and I'm just gonna approve or reject that. So the delegated approver is gonna see all the things which I'm just getting right now, or if I'm on leave, and is there any kind of setting where I'm just putting I'm on leave, then will he be able to see that? Is there any case something like that?
No, by default he would be getting all things what you are doing because of he's a delegated approver. So if you're not there, then he'll do that. So there is no such kind of things. So it's recommended that when you're going for leave, that time come here and then put a delegated approver. Once you come back, then do it.
So can't we make any kind of restriction here so that he will not be able to see my records and all the things I'm just getting for approved?
It's not he's viewing your records, but all the records which have been submitted for approval, he can view those records because of he need to approve that. So without viewing, how he can approve? So it's only
Okay.
for those records, not for every record.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Now here, if I'm looking at the local, I'm getting here the English, US, and in the language also I'm getting English. What is use of these two places English? Anybody? Why these two places I'm setting for English? Or what will happen if I'm changing here say something else? Here it is English and then here it is Spanish. What is that? Or where they are affecting?
One is the time zone and the other one the language which is displaying in the dashboard.
No, but that is different. Time zone is different. I'm talking about the local and language. Because both the places I'm selecting language. Okay, anybody? Okay, let us discuss. So, the time zone. Time zone is in which time zone I'm working with, and this is useful when you're calling someone for meeting, when you're scheduling an event. Then, suppose say I'm scheduling a meeting for tomorrow morning, 11 a.m., and I'm inviting you. What would be your time? Is it 11 a.m.? If your time zone is GMT plus 5:30, then yes. If it is not, then whatever is the difference, you'll get that difference time, not 11 a.m. That's been represented by the time zone. Number two, local. Local does the few settings. Let us discuss that. Local settings. Number one, number format. It does. So if I'm writing down like this, or if I'm writing down like this, is there any difference?
Yes, in US, a comma is like for thousand, but in Europe or in Germany, basically a comma is also for decimals.
Yes. So both are same. Both are same. Both are 1000. Depends on that which places, which geographical location you are using it. Okay. So in Germans, they are using in place of comma dot, and then in place of dot, they are using comma. So this is same, exactly same. So this has been decided by the local, number one. Number two, the date format. You all know about the date format, that is DTMM, YY, MMTT, YY, what it is. MMDT, YY, or YY, MMDT. Number 3, name order. Name order would it be first name, comma, last name, or last name, comma, first name? These things are being decided by the locale. This is a certification exam question. Okay. What language represent? This language represents two things. Number 1, in which language you want help. Number 2, what would be your label language? Like say currently, if I'm going to say here, this is happening in English. If I'm changing to Spanish, save. What are we getting in Spanish? Very slow to me today. Come on. Here I'm getting the logo. This is the logo for 2020. So with every release, the logo gets changed. I see here. It gets changed. See here the opportunities. The sales is known as Ventas, Initio, like that. Okay. And then now if I go to help, I would be getting help in Spanish.
I have a quick question. I'm sorry. So
Yeah, no worries.
the screen we are seeing here, this is for the end user, right?
Yes.
This is the end user screen for an end user usage. So me as a admin, I mean, how's this helping me?
No, it's not helping you. It's say you are working in Japan and then you want to see the labels and everything in Japanese language. How would you do for yourself? You want to change the password. How can you do so? So I'm explaining you that
Okay,
what
so he's gonna submit a request, and that request would come to an admin to change the password.
no. He'll straightforward go and then do these changes. That's one that I'm showing you. Just give me a moment. I'm refreshing the page. Few things. Go to change my password. There's no submit request. Straightforward. What is your current password? What is your new password? What is your security question? And then submit and then job done. That's all. Okay.
I mean, what I'm trying to understand is, like you said, this is an end user screen, right? So are you just
Yes.
showing us the screen to show us what kind of functionalities or what kind of changes we'd be making to an end user so that he can work efficiently, or you're just trying to show us a screen to familiarize us that this is what an end user has to go through on a day-to-day basis?
This is what end user or what a user can do configuration settings at his level. Because we have two types of settings. One settings, one configuration which admin does that affects the entire organization. One is at personal level. Personal level is, see, I am a sales rep. Please don't treat me as a administrator. I'm a sales rep and then I want to change my password. How can I do so? Definitely at that point of time, this setup, which top right corner at present I don't have access to this part. So I'm explaining you that a sales rep, if he want to do the changes, then what changes he can do and how it is going to affect him. I'm explaining you those.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to understand. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Now another thing which he does is grant account login access. This. So in Salesforce we have one setting. The setting is, can administrator log into a user's account directly? Maybe yes, maybe no. So currently in my organization, yes, the administrator can log in to any user directly. How he can do so? Let me show you. So administrator will go to setup. This is how you can confirm that whether admin can log into any user or not. You go to users and then here you would be getting the option login. Okay. If this option is not available over here, guarantee that here you would be getting that option. So please make a note here that a user can give two persons his login access. Number one, administrator. Number two, Salesforce support team. These are the two persons who can give login access. How? And in my case, it's already been given. Then only the Salesforce.com support I'm getting over here, and then no access. How many days I want to give? So 1 day, 3 days, 1 week, and then at any point of time I can come and then I can revoke these functions. So say I'm giving for 1 week and then saving it. Now Salesforce support team can log in to my account within this time period. That is possible. Okay.
I have another question.
Yeah.
Under what circumstances would Salesforce.com support team or an admin would need a login access of a user?
Generally, the administrator need more times the access of a user rather than a Salesforce.com support team. That is, maybe let me take an example. Say, I am a sales rep of Japan, and I requested administrator that okay, I cannot see few records, and he gave me permissions. Now he's saying that Harish, now you should be able to access those records. When I'm viewing, I can't see those records at all. Now it's a clash. This point of time, the administrator has to come to my login and then check that yes, whether I'm getting the record access or not. Those would be the circumstances.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this is an organization policy that whether the administrator can log in directly to any Salesforce user's account or not. Currently in my organization, yes. If it is no, then how you can change it? Let me show you here if I'm going to see login access policies. How to come here? Just a minute. Let me show you. Just jump it a bit. Go to setup. Setup. This is administrators. Go to top left corner, quick find. Why quick find? Because of I don't know that which option is available here. I'm simply typing here login. This is initially the best way to jump directly. Login access policies. And then here you would be getting administrator can log in as any user. It is enabled 100%. Salesforce.com support team available to user, available to administrators, only for administrators, not for everybody. What you want? So should Salesforce.com support team can log into any of your organization user? Generally, we don't do so. Okay, if you're removing then the end user will not get that option. Let me show you again. I'm saving it. It's been saved. Let me go back over there. Where yeah, grant login access. Refresh it, and here we go. It's already given, so I'm getting here, but I cannot change. See here now I'm getting your company administrator because of the policies get changed. But it's only for 2 persons, no other person. Okay. Any question in this? Then we have security token.
Yeah, I'm having a question here.
Yes. Yeah.
As per my experience with Salesforce, I was having the same thing with no access to the Salesforce support. But when I just logged the case to Salesforce team, so there was an option there whether I want to just give them access or not. So I just tick that as a yes, and they accessed. So is this compulsory to make that whether I'm just gonna give them access or not, or that will have there when I'm just gonna log the case there?
That would be your decision whether you want that okay the Salesforce support team should log in and then check your account to dig the issue or not.
Okay, so I can give as well from there.
Yes.
Sure, thanks.
Then we have the security token. Security token is useful only when you are using Salesforce from a third-party software, from a third-party tool. That time, now the third-party tool, Salesforce don't know that who are you because of simply you are giving your username and password. But in backend, Salesforce does a lot of things from the security perspective as well. So those are not there. That time Salesforce needs a token. That token, you can get it from here. You need to reset the security token. Okay.
And this is a feature only used if the organization wants to use, is it?
No, this is only for limited users. We give this option. who are accessing Salesforce from a third-party software.
Okay.
Only for those persons. If you're not doing, there is no use of it. Okay? Yeah. Now, let me move to the admin activities. So till now, we would keep on talking about what a user can do in Salesforce and how he can do it. Now coming to the organization-related setups. That is typically a responsibility of an administrator. Coming on to that, my organization, Intellipaat management wants that, okay, Harish, we want 10 more persons to join Salesforce. They want to know that if we have sufficient amount of licenses with us or not. Okay. So where I can check this? This is where I would be going to set up a right corner, set up and set up. This is only and only for administrators. It's not for other users. Now here in this, how to work, left hand side you would be getting all the options. These are like say administration related options here, users. Under this you would be getting user related things, then data, then email. And these are the different segments. The different options are available under different categories which you can get. But initially, when we are very new, it's difficult to know that which option is available. Like just now how I did. I don't know that way is that login policy is available. No need to explore all these options. Go to top left corner and then start typing. Like say here, I want to check for company. And keep on typing and then accordingly, it's getting filtering as well. Second, you would be getting next to this see object manager. In the object manager, just for earlier we were discussing about the objects. These are all the objects which we have here. Here, you would be getting two things, label and API name. API name is typically for development. So label is nothing for user interface. For user interface, definitely you can have the spaces, but in API names, it has to be a single word, no space, nothing. These two things you would be getting for an administrator. Now coming to home and then coming to our main query, that how many licenses we have in Salesforce. Do we have appropriate number of licenses so that we can accommodate 10 more persons in Salesforce? Let's have a look. I'm going to company information. And then here, first I'm going to edit option. This is related to the company. What is my organization name? Who is the primary contact, phone number, details, and you would be getting. You would be getting the local related settings, default local, language, and time zone. Just how we were discussing earlier. The same things over here. Then, what about the currencies? So, do we have the multiple currencies enabled? As of now, no. So, our default currency is USD. So if you want to change and then you want to work only with one single currency, definitely you can choose from here in currency you're working. If you want to work with multiple currencies, then you need to activate this multiple currency. Plus, please remember that once you enable the multiple currencies, you cannot roll back. No way. So be very clear before doing this checkbox. Then towards the end, do you want your users should get the Salesforce newsletters and then admin users should get Salesforce newsletters? Generally, we allow. If you want, you can remove them. And then what about the system maintenance and the system downtime notifications? So do you want to show your organization users to get those notifications? So once you log in, immediately after that, you'll get a notice that the Salesforce is down for maintenance at this date and time between this to this. So you would be getting that. So these details, these things you can set up in company here. Any question in this?
For example, organization purchased 50 licenses and they have assigned or given those licenses to the employee, respective
Okay.
employee, right?
Okay.
And in between or maybe one or two employees has left the organization.
Okay.
So then my question is, does these licenses or these licenses can be transferred to the new employees, or organization has to purchase new licenses for new employees?
No. These licenses you can revoke and then you can assign to new users. Yes.
Okay.
Now how to do so? We'll discuss when we create the users.
Okay.
That
So
time,
this is also a responsibility of an admin.
yes, admin's responsibility. Okay. Any other question? Yeah.
There's a feature here of activate multiple currencies. So
Yeah.
why? Okay, what would be the best practice? Whether we should check this or not? Because suppose our organization is dealing with multiple currencies right now. So what would be the impact if we have checked this? Because there's a warning symbol there. And what would be the another one? You can just see improve date value feature that is just being brought up. So why is there so? I just want to know about it.
Salesforce has made its tool such a flexible that it fit in all the environment for all different types of organizations. Like say, if your organization is working, yes, across the globe, but it's dealing only with one single currency, like say USD or any other currency, then there is no need to go for multiple currencies because of your organization is not going to use at all. If your organization is uh, working with different currencies, then yes, definitely you have to go with multiple currencies. You have to enable it. And then after enabling, what will happen? That we'll discuss when we discuss about the currencies.
Okay.
Okay. So here, did you notice that I think someone asked me a query that in the opportunities we are getting the amount in USD. Like see here, the laptop, let me go to this, and then if I'm going to see details, here the amount, this is I'm getting in USD. So how I'm getting here the dollar sign? This is because of here it is mentioned as USD. If I'm changing to some other currency, and as of now I'm working with only one single currency, so it's not asking here that this data is in which currency. Like see, let me edit this. It will not ask me that. No way it is asking that in which currency it is, because of we are using only one single currency. If there are multiple currencies, then here you would be getting a drop down list that this data, the amount, is in which currency. Then you need to choose the currencies. Okay. No question. Then I have a question. The question is here I'm getting the default locale, default language, and then default time zone. What is this? What is meaning of this default? I know local language and time zone, but what is this default here?
It's because our instance will connect to that time zone server that we maintain that time in on our servers.
Here, my zone is I mentioned as Amekala, LA, and then this is AP. It is Asia Pacific server. Both are different, right? And at any point of time, I can come here and then I can change to any other. Yes, I can do so. And then I'm saving it. So it's nothing related with this AP8. Not like that. This is again a certification question. What you are writing here, it is just the default. When you create a new user, please make a note. When you create a new user, then by default, what values you want to get. That's all. Nothing beyond that. Let me show you
I
here.
think
I'm going to users here. So here I'm creating a new user. I'm showing you. So here below when I create it, here I have the user local and language. So what it should reflect here, that we set here. That's all. Okay. And yes, of course, when I'm creating the user, I have all options to do a change. Yes, I can do so. That's possible. That's why we are calling here that these as default local language in time zone.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Just a minute. I'm showing you. I'm showing you. So here, just a minute. So let me do so here. So this is language. Language I'm putting as French, and then default language, default local. Let me put down see here Dutch. And then this is GMT -3. Save. Let me go and create a new user. See, the settings which I did over here, I'm getting over there, right? Earlier, I was getting different things over there, if you remember. Not getting
No, but
GM to minus 3 Dutch and then French.
that is for the same company you're creating the user. Then this locale settings will apply, is it?
Yes, it's one single organization we are working with.
Yeah, but then how will it work? Let's say if it's a single organization and there are two users in different countries, but they both
No
belong to
worries,
the organization.
no worries. Here, one person is from Japan, so set here, the language is the Japanese, known as the Japanese time
Okay,
zone, plus the time Japanese, the other person
okay,
set up from the US, that's all.
okay.
Okay.
So I have a question. So this company information can be entered by on Salesforce browser, basically. Like, no, see, if I have a user sitting in US and user sitting in Japan, they can configure differently the company information. Are we saying that?
No, this has been done by the administrator. This setup has been done by the administrator. It's not done by an end user.
Yes. So how would the user sitting in US and user sitting in Japan will have two different settings?
Nothing. This is only for, see, actually it has no impact other than that it is default. Please understand that this is default local language and time zone. This means whenever our administrator will create a new user, what should be the local language and time zone should reflect. That's all. Nothing beyond that. Okay. So if you have, you know that okay, the base is in US and the more number of users would you from US, then every time whenever you are creating a user, you need to come here and then change every time the time zone, the local and the language. It's a typical job. Rather than that, why not you're setting up for US because of your major base is in US. And then for others, for few number of users, you're doing it manually. That way.
Got it.
Right. Let us move forward here. No, apart from that, what the company information gives us? Let us discuss.
I have a quick question. How does this impact if we are looking at a global, release? For example, there are companies, a company like IBM. If IBM is implementing Salesforce, for example, there's IBM in US, there's IBM in Europe, there's IBM in China. So if a guy who's using IBM in China is using default language as Chinese, and me sitting in US is using it as English. How do we, work on data cross checking? I mean, his data would be in Chinese and mine would be in English, right? How does that
Just
work?
yes. Now, an excellent question. So till now, we are keep on talking about the language, and then this language reflects the labels, not the data. The data you would get in English only. You will not get in regional language at all. What all I mentioned over here, you will not get in other languages. But what if you need it? Then we have a concept of workbench. You need to work with the workbench, and in that work, like say, let me take example of say sales. Sales in English, we are calling it as sales. So what is its parallel word in Spanish? I was getting something. Anybody knows the Spanish? Ventas. So you need to write like this. You have to for all the words manually. Now, a person who is getting the data, I'm talking about the data. If a person who is looking at the data in English would be getting in sales, if he's getting in Spanish, he would be getting in this way. We
So
have a concept of
it has a scope of translating your word if we are working through the workbench.
yes. You have to yes. After that, yes.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I think it should be there. Yeah, translation work. Let's see here. It is there. Okay.
So the working on workbench, does this still fall under an admin purview, or uh, it's something that a developer has to do, or Who's
Nothing.
responsible?
This is admin's responsibility, or someone whom admin delegates
Okay,
is a responsibility.
thank you.
So let me discuss one more. I'm going a bit away from the company profile. We have two things in Salesforce. One is administrator, and then second one is delegated administrator. These are the two persons. So when I say administrator, I'm talking about the system administrator, the super user. Now, assume that I was getting example of IBM. In IBM worldwide, assume that there are 60,000 users. So do you feel that the system administrator can control and can work for all those 60,000 users sitting at the same level, same place? User, everybody is having the same access?
No.
There is no. Then we delegate the users. We give them delegated permissions. Like say, few persons are account administrators, few are of say user administrators, few are of say lead administrators. Means they are dealing only with some specific areas, not with everything. That we are calling as a delegated administrators. So actually, these all things are being done by the delegated administrator in real world. But in general, when we talk about, so overall, we are talking that okay, it's being done by the administrator. I think I made it clear.
Yes.
Okay. So now, this is the company information done, and then let me go to save, being save. And then apart from what you can do, there's a lot of things you can do over here. Please have a look. Now here, you would be getting how much data space you are having. So currently, I'm using 9% of my data. Just a minute, let me increase the zoom size so that since it is a smaller size, yeah, it's better. Data space, file space. Okay, Salesforce gives you two types of space. Data space is for records. And remember, one record in Salesforce will take 2 kilobytes. This is fixed. Please make a note. Let me have a look of this. So view. Let's see here, my total data storage is 5 MB, the limit which I'm getting. And then if I need some extra, I have to pay extra to Salesforce. Then Salesforce will give me some more data storage. Usage is 9%, then file storage is 20 MB, and then these all data are shared data. The meaning of shared data is that maybe one person is eating 4.9 MB of data, and the other person is eating only zero point 0.1 MB of data. That's possible because of data is shared data. Same with file storage, same with the big object storage. This one. These are the number of records I have. So opportunities I have total 40, and then storage is 80 kilobytes. As I discussed earlier, every record 2 kilobytes. This is. Further, if I scroll down here, this is for the file storage and which user is eating how data storage. So Harish, 170 K, 81% is it. Let's have a look. What is the Harish? I'm going with and explaining the Harish. This is Harish data. Harish has 38 opportunities in the system, 33 contact, 20 is all reports. Harish report. In other words, if you want to see reports, you can go to storage uses and then you can check where it is. If you don't know, no worries, go to left hand side and then check it out. You would be getting under set data storage uses. Apart from that, if I'm going to say company information here, let me go to company information, then how many, these are the use file space, then how many API requests, maximum 15,000, yes, please keep a note of it. Maximum is 15,000 API requests you can do. Streaming APIs, that is for 10,000 max, restrict logins, and then here Salesforce.com organization ID. Now, every record, everything, what all are you doing in Salesforce has a unique ID, unique key. If you're from database world, you know in database we have a primary key. Primary key is unique key and every record has that primary key. In Salesforce, the name of the primary key is Salesforce.com ID. This ID is of two types, Salesforce ID. One is 15-digit ID. Second one is 18 digits ID. These are the two IDs you would be getting. 15-digit ID you would be getting in user interface, you would be getting in reports. Everywhere you would be getting 15 and classic. 18-digit ID you would be getting in, say, Lightning, and for development you would be using the 18-digit ID. Let me show you here. So this is going to laptop. This is a record which I opened. Go to the address bar. Here, say after opportunities, I'm getting this 0060 and something, something, something. This is 18 digits. Okay, for laptop. Let me copy this. I'm going to classic. Everything other than your URL and then paste here and then enter. Sorry, I made a mistake. I did copy paste. Sorry. Yeah. See here. This is 15 digits. It's not 18 digit. Have a look of this. I'm getting here towards the end 80. I'm not getting.
But Harish, typically the object should be the same object that you're referring to, isn't it? So the ID
Yes.
is the same, isn't it?
Yes, ID is same. ID is not different. It's only the 15 digit to 18 digit and 18 digit to 15 digit conversion which Salesforce does internally. If you know
Okay, okay.
then Google it out and you will get it. It's internal. There is some algorithm which Salesforce is using. Okay. But for us, we need to know that which places Salesforce is using 15-digit ID and then which places Salesforce is using or showing 18-digit ID. That we should know. Okay. Let me. Yeah, I'm copying this. Control C. Let me go to Lightning.
No, but then are you saying that if I am writing a code for, let's say, one of the buttons, and that button I'm trying to use both in Lightning and classic screens, then my coding logic will change in both. Let's say if I'm accessing, let's say if I'm going through an array of characters and I'm counting 15 or 18 and all, how does that work then?
Mhm. No worries. You can use either 15 or 18 and then Salesforce will do conversion automatically. But when you are extracting out, see, from development, if you want to know what is the ID for this record, it will give you 18 digit ID, not 15 digit.
Okay,
Yes, you can use 15 digit. So when you are assigning, somebody are writing something like this value. Okay, see here obj.id equals to like this, or you
correct.
can write down like this equal to say this 8. It's okay, no worries. You can work in any format, not an issue.
Okay.
Okay. So here now, if you go to other record, I'm at some other place. This is the URL. I'm going to the URL. I'm removing everything apart from my main URL and then I'm pasting it. This is the 15-digit ID which I'm pasting here and I'm pressing enter. Have a look at this. Lightning underscore classic. It moved to opportunity. Did you notice here the changes of the URL? And then it showed me AAT laptop. Okay. So this is your organization ID. Salesforce.com organization ID. If I'm scrolling down below, see here, this is where we are getting the user licenses. These are the licenses. So I'm having total 2 licenses and then both the licenses are used, so nothing is remaining. So we started that there should be 10 more users which we need to deploy in Salesforce. Not possible because of we are not having any license. Then platform license, community login, and then these are all the different licenses which we are getting. Then if I'm going here, say show 10 more, these are different communities and all these licenses. And then Salesforce also gives you the chatter free license. This is free of cost. Salesforce gives you. How much? That would be a deal between you and Salesforce. Generally, it depends on how many number of licenses you have, Salesforce licenses. Based on that, Salesforce gives you the chatter free licenses free. Then we have chatter external licenses. Chatter external licenses are for those users who are not employee of your organization, but you want them to join a chatter group, a collaboration tool. Then we give them the chatter external license.
How would the having a chatter license free help? Because like you also always need a user to be there to use the chatter, right?
Yes.
So like having more than what number of users, having a chatter license more than the users doesn't help, right? Or is
No.
there another way? Yeah.
We have different, like, see, I have the technical expert person whom I'll take help during cracking a deal for a customer. Now, is there a need of that person, the technical expert person, to know about the deal, what deal is going on with the customer, what is the pricing? Not needed. I just need his help to crack the deal. Okay. Then the person, and then where I can go and talk to that person. So Salesforce gives a platform, since it's giving us a collaboration tool, chatter. So using that chatter, you can call the person. So definitely the person will go to login.salesforce.com and then he'll log in, and then he can participate in the conversation.
Oh, so
Number one.
he will have a UI just only for chatter.
Yes. So how we are getting here this, say, sales and all these things, he would not get anything. He would get only chatter.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Yeah. Then these permission set licenses. So permission set licenses, as of now, I'm pausing because we didn't discuss about the permission sets. What are the? So when we discuss the permission set, you'll get it automatically that what all are the permission set licenses all about. Then below that we have the feature licenses. These are the additional licenses. So the other day I got a query that do knowledge has a separate license? Yes, see here. This is the service cloud user license. So these are the number of licenses we have. Okay. So this is you will get at company, all the licenses. These licenses, if you want, you can check on top as well. So from here you can go and you can check it out. That's company information. Okay. Now let us move forward. So next we have the business hours. Business hours is only and only and only for service cloud users, only for so when, like say if I'm setting up the business hours means until what time we are working, we set here. And remember, this does not mean that if I'm setting say for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Before 9 a.m. I cannot log in. No, it's not like after 5 p.m. I can log in, I can work. No issues at all. And where it impact? This impact on the support team. So for support, we have escalations. So typically we have SLA, that is service level agreement. Service level agreement says that whenever a complaint or whenever a case from Salesforce terminology comes and enter into system, then it has to get resolved within a time frame. The time frame might be say 2 hours, might be say 4 hours, might be say 8 hours, 10 hours, whatsoever it is. Assume that I'm setting for a particular customer who is a big customer and who signed the service contract with me, that his query should get resolved in 2 hours. Okay, and we are working from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And if someone from that organization is raising a complaint at 4:45 p.m. in evening, what will happen? After 5 p.m. we are not working. So next day morning, all queries, all cases will get escalated to next level because of they are still open. So to avoid this scenario, 4:45 to 5 p.m. 15 minutes, and then the SLA clock gets stopped here. Morning 9 o'clock it again starts, and then the remaining 1 hour 45 minutes it will count from here. That's business hours. This is what we set here, business hours. Now here when we go with the business hours, we are working only with the weekdays, Sunday, Monday. What about the holidays? Like say 1st of January is an off, but here we don't know that which day it belongs to. So that you can set up left hand side going to holidays. So you can go to holiday and then you can set up a holiday over here. It means that particular day, there would not be any SLA clock, like say Christmas, like say New Year. You can set it. So you can go to new. What is that? So here say Independence Day. And then you can set here the day. Entire day you're not working. Is it a recurring holiday? Yes, it is a recurring holiday. And then you can set the frequency. So that particular day, even though in business hours it is mentioned, but since it is holiday, so SLA won't come into picture at all. That is holidays.
Can we set location specific holidays? Like suppose I have in South I have different days on which we have holiday. In North we have different days on which we have the. Out of India probably US may be having some different holidays. So is there a possibility to set region specific holidays or local specific holidays
Yes, of
or which
course you
is
can. So when you're setting up the holidays, after that you yes, after that you can set up the business hours over there. See here, when you go to the holidays, the business hours are setting up. Okay, so which business hour is associated with that? You can assign it in that holiday. Okay, and for business hours, we are defining that
okay.
okay,
So,
which time.
so further to this, so I can set business hours specific to regions, and then those business hours could be allocated to holiday. That you are saying?
Yes. So in business hours, we have
So
the concept of time
I can
zone.
have multiple business hours. Okay, okay, got it, got it.
Yes. See here, you
Hmm.
have the time zone. Okay. Now, another thing coming up with the fiscal year. Please understand these concepts are important. Fiscal year. So in Salesforce, we have two types of fiscal year: standard fiscal year and then custom fiscal year. These are the two fiscal years. So this is the settings you would be getting over here: the fiscal year and no. This is a custom fiscal year. Just a minute. Just give me a moment. Let's log out. Because of once you move to the custom fiscal year, after that you cannot roll back. That is the problem. Number three, three. Okay, yes. There was a query that how we would be getting the notification. See here, the notification, the task reminder, opportunity close it. There was a query from someone. So it is how you would be getting this. Not here, setup, interruption. Yes. So fiscal years you would be getting in two ways: standard fiscal year and custom fiscal year. So in the standard fiscal year, you can set that what is the starting month. It is with straightforward going with the Gregorian calendar, where you can set that which is your starting or ending month. So like say we are following January to December. January would be my starting month. Save. That's all. So now in the opportunities or in the reports, and whenever you're checking our reports that in this fiscal year or this quarter, what is the business what we did, then it take from this place. That is going for the standard fiscal year. In certification exam, the questions they'll ask you is that what you can set over. We can set over here is the starting and the ending month. That's all. That is from the standard fiscal year point of view.
Can I have multiple fiscal years? Just to give you an example, I have one of my previous company. We had we were working at different locations, but the PNL has to be prepared on different fiscal years. So do Salesforce take into account different fiscal years for different locations as well?
No, it's one
No,
fiscal where the entire reports get generated.
for the entire company.
Yes, for the entire organization.
wherever it is located.
Yes,
Okay.
wherever you. Yeah. So if it is a global organization and you want to set the fiscal year to be from say January to December, then you can set over here. Now coming to location related or geographical related things, then you need to do the implementation manually.
Okay. So implementation manually in the sense.
Manual in the sense there by the coding you need to do
Okay.
that way.
So I have to write a
Okay.
code to get this physical year separately. So I would the whatever coding that I do, so that would be reflected here, or it would be reflected when I pull out the reports or anything like that.
Yes, yes. Those things will pull down in the reports only directly over here.
I
Not
cannot
here.
change it. I cannot change it in this setup.
No, 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 no. It's not here.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Now another thing. So in certification exam, they'll ask you only this question. Coming to the custom fiscal year, please make a note that custom fiscal year, once you go for, you cannot roll back. No way. Number one. Number two, when you enable the custom fiscal year, you will lose three things from Salesforce. That too, when you're going for the custom fiscal year, lose performance. Number one, some of the standard report types you will lose. You will not get it. You will lose the quota and you will lose the forecasting. These three things you will lose at all. So if you really need it, you need to do it manual implementation. Manual implementation might be coding, might be in a declarative way. That is based on. In a standard way, you will not get it. Okay. Now, when you go with the custom fiscal year, then how you would get it? Let me show you back. So here I'm logging out. And remember, once it is activated, after that you cannot roll it back. No way. Since we have 52 weeks, so in the custom fiscal year, we divide those 52 weeks. So there's no concept of month over here, nothing like that. So you would here two setups. One is 4 quarters per year and 13 weeks per quarter. So 13 weeks, 13 multiplied by 4, it'll end up to 52 weeks. Now, how to divide those 13 weeks because of we have a concept of month. So 4 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. Again, nowhere we are talking about the month. Okay, so this is we are talking about a period. Okay, so 4, 4, 5, that makes 13. Then 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 4. Here the period is written, but how it would be. Another setup is 13 periods per year and 4 weeks per period. That again makes it 52 weeks. How to divide 13 periods? 3, 3, 3, 4. What is that? Quarter 1 is 3 period, quarter 2 is 3 period, quarter 3 is 3 period, and quarter 4 is 4 periods. Then 3, 3, 4, 3, like that. It move in this way. Now, if you want to come back to the standard Gregorian calendar, since there is no rollback, but once you move into custom fiscal year, then you want to come back, then you can choose here the standard Gregorian calendar. But coming up to this does not mean that what all are you lose, you will get back. No way that you lose forever. Okay. So let me set up over here. Say if I'm going with say 445, and then I'm continuing it. Yes, this is I'm giving say 21. When my fiscal year is starting, so it is starting on say November. Let me start with say January. What should I write here? 26th. The weekday start is Sunday, or when your week is. So my week is starting on Monday, not on Sunday. Coming on. This is my first quarter, first period, first week. 7 days. The default setting is for 7 days. Maybe if you have some off or some days you're not working. Okay. Just have a look. Let me increase this. Please have a look here. See the first period, 21/6 to 22, 22nd February. Now assume that this week we are not working for 7 days, rather we are working 5 days only. Comes 22. And then overall your entire year, 2 days becomes minus because of you are not working here for 7 days. So that way, it is not 52 multiplied by 7, those many number of days you are working. It can be less. On basis of this, the entire calculation happen for fiscal year. This makes it
Harish,
very complex.
can we set
Just
up this start date and end date of this of the quarters and the weeks? Because this
no.
would land up like suppose I have a month and for the quarter, like you started from 26/20, right? First 26 January 2020, right? But
Uh-huh.
my quarter, if I go by Indian fiscal year, it is quarter four. Okay. Now the quarter four, it will end up on 26th April, right? Just a
Uh,
rough estimate. It will end up on 26th April, 25th April. So
uh,
can I set up dates for the start date and end date?
no. You are setting up actually the number of days you are working with. So based on that, you are setting up the start and end date. Start date is anyway, it is fixed. End date get changed.
No, I'm just thinking of the quarters getting messed up because if I put this kind of dates like 7 days or 5 days in between, what will
Uh-huh.
happen? The dates will fall into some different quarters, which will be again a calculation error in terms of when I'm trying to pull up the reports.
Exactly. This is the reason here we are losing these things. Now you got it correct. Let's see how difficult it is. That's why in a standard way, what Salesforce is providing you, the standard report types, the quota and forecasting that you lose. Because of it's literally difficult. If you need it, in your case, then you need to write down code. No other way.
Okay, so this is the standard format in which Salesforce provides the physical year. So if I wanted the reports in a different way, suppose from a first my actual quarters will start from first of a particular month to 30th of a particular month, then I have to write a code. You mean to
No
say that?
worries. No worries. No. Hang on. If your query is like that, then when you put down the reports, rather than
Right.
going with the quarter definition, go with the period way. No? That, okay, I want the details from 1st of January till 1st of March. That's all.
How, how do you do that?
It's when you pull down the report, that time we have the time
Okay,
frame.
while taking the
Same,
report.
same as just a minute. Let me take another example. When you do a net banking, then you can pull down the report in two ways. Your statement. One is last quarter, previous quarter in statement, and the one is the date frame we are giving.
Okay.
Right. So when you
Yeah,
give
yeah.
this quarter, then previous quarter has a standard definition, but date frame is
Okay.
based.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is how custom fiscal year we set. All things, the dates we need to set, and then accordingly, the days will also get vary. Okay. Now in certification exam, they'll ask you what is the format over here. Overlaps the previous. Okay. Yes. There's already there. So what is the format over here? So you should know this. Not this. New. One you should know. Quarters per year, 13 weeks per quarter, and then 13 weeks per period. And then you should know this. What does this mean? And then you should know this. If you're going with a custom fiscal year, there is no rollback, and you will lose this. Okay. Now coming to the multiple currencies. Since we are having the free account, so in free account, the currency option we don't have.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but is there
No
a
worries.
proper flow in which I should be setting up the this information, like confirm information? Is there a flow? Because like we made to prepare the company information, then we did the then we set up the physical year, then we are setting up the currency. So is there a particular flow in which we need to set up an account, or is it like I can go for currency first and then I can set up the physical year? Is that happen that way?
Yes, because of they are not interdependent.
Okay.
Yes, the holidays business hours are interdependent, But fiscal year is not dependent on the holidays, not dependent on the business hours, same not dependent on the currencies.
So I can use any like anyhow, like I can set up first the currency and then go to set up the business hours and all,
Yes, you are right.
or I can set up the currency and then go and set up the business hours.
Yes, true.
So anyhow, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now working with the multiple currencies. So this I can explain you theoretically, not practically, because we don't have option available over here. Let me explain you when we go with the multiple currencies. So in multiple currencies, in Salesforce, we have three types of currencies. Number one, corporate currency. Number two, active currency. And number three, uh, inactive currency. These are the three types of currencies we have. Corporate currency, in which all your corporate reports get generated. That is the corporate currency. This can only be one for one corporate. You cannot have more than one corporate currency. No way. Active currencies are those currencies in which currently you are dealing with. Like say you are dealing with USD, you are dealing with Euro, you are dealing with say INR, you are dealing with Japanese yen. So they would be the active currencies. I'm coming on to the conversion rate after some time, and then we have inactive currency. Remember, once a currency you enter into system, you cannot remove those currencies. Important note: you cannot remove. You can only make it active or inactive. Inactive means the currencies with which we were working with earlier, but nowadays we are not working with those currencies at all. Let me take example. Say Intellipaat opened an office in UK and it didn't work well. So for 1 year it worked, and then it was working with euro currency. And since it didn't work well, so Intellipaat closed the office. Then what will happen to the euro currencies? They would still be there in system. And then since Intellipaat is not dealing in euro currency or in European countries, so we'll make it as an inactive currency. That's when we now coming to the conversion rate. Conversion rate is always with respect to the corporate currency. Okay, so what will happen to the conversion? Okay, now how organizations work with the conversion rate? That's important to understand. How banks work with the conversion rate? How the banking institutions works with the conversion rate?
They check it on daily basis on the conversion websites. So does Salesforce like link to a conversion website and do it?
So shall I call it in this a flat rate for any? Because we have two rates, conversion rate. One is a trading rate. Yeah.
I have a quick input on this. So basically, the conversion rate is basically decided when the deal is made, right? For a season,
I'm sorry.
when the deal is made, the conversion rate is basically not something that's decided on a daily basis in a corporate structure. It is basically decided quarterly based or yearly based, whatever the rate was on the first day of the quarter or on the first day of the year. It could go up or down, but the rate would be the same
Exactly.
for all corporate currencies.
Exactly. Yes. Perfect one. Okay. I was just explaining. See, please understand there is a trading rate and there is a flat rate. So banks works on a flat rate already. Trading rate is keep on going up and down. Okay, that's on that particular time period. What is the rate? Bank, whenever the financial institution they open, they decided that okay, today our currency conversion rate should be X amount. Whether it is going up or down does not matter. The financial institution work with that particular rate only. Right? This is for the financial. How about the corporate? Corporate work on the flat rate, monthly basis, quarterly basis, quarterly basis, yearly basis. It is organization basis. Yearly basis, it's a flat rate. Okay, so whether the currencies goes up and down does not matter. The conversion rate to which we that particular rate only, and it's always on the higher side, always. This is how the conversion rate happens.
Is there
And
a
this again,
possibility?
So I'm a bit confused on the first one, flat rate for the day for the financial. Completely agree. So that is basically on a day wise. But for the corporate thing, you're saying that that would be done at a quarterly thing based on the conversion and not on a daily basis, is
yes,
it?
yes,
Okay.
yes. No corporate work on the daily basis. No corporate until and unless it's a financial institution. No
Yes.
corporate work.
Yes. And that time they would take the maximum conversion rate that has occurred over the quarter.
Yes, yes. So it's always at a higher side, always. So actually, going with the corporates, so they call the financial experts, and those financial experts will check n number of criterias, and then based on that, they suggest that okay, this should be the conversion at which the corporate should work for next quarter. So again, we have a process in the organization to know what is should be the conversion rate for next quarter or next financial year, like that. Okay. So this is how to get. So that is none of our things. Our things is that how to put into Salesforce. So in Salesforce, we have the active currencies, we have the inactive currencies. So the conversion rate we put with respect to corporate currency. So like our corporate currency is USD. Let me take examples. Our corporate currency is USD, and then we are dealing with say the yen, we are dealing with INR, and then this is we are dealing with the euro. And here the conversion rate would be 1 USD equal to INR, 1 USD equals to this is the yen and blah 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 things. Sorry, like this. So this we do. That's how to work with the currencies in Salesforce. Okay. And do you know how to enable the multiple currencies?
Yeah, whenever we are just gonna create a field of currency, so when we have enabled multiple currency, will it ask us to create a particular currency field, or will it just go as we the default one?
Since here in the free account we don't have the setup for the proper setup for working with the currencies, so it will show you multiple currencies over there. Let me show you. You're going to see company from yeah, company information, and then going to edit. Let me show you. Let me enable it. And before that, I wanted to show you something. Use this. Just have a look on it. So I'm going to opportunities. I'm creating a new. I'm having here amount, but no way I'm getting the currencies. No way. All right. Now I'm enabling the multiple currencies and then I'm saving it. Let me go over here. I need to create again. Here, where is the currencies? It's not showing me. Just a minute. It should show me which currency it is. Yes, see here it is showing me USD. Earlier it was dollar, and then I should be getting somewhere. Yeah, opportunity currency type CUSD. Here it is. Earlier we were not getting it. Okay. Now since we don't have
Okay.
the multiple currency option over here, so it's only one currency, which it is. So you would be getting this option. And then in this option, you would be getting all the active currencies. Okay. Any other question?
Where do we add this multiple currencies? Like you just showed like how do I activate it, but if I have to add more currency, where do I put it?
It's not available in the free account.
Okay. So, but where
So
usually where it is available?
the same place where we have the company information. Same place.
Okay. So I get to add currencies. What kind of currencies I'll deal in?
Yes.
One more thing, as multiple currency matter comes, when will active only activate the multiple currencies, right? So this active, inactive, and corporate will come then only. Or else, if we are going for single
Yes.
currency, it won't be like any of
Yes.
this case.
Yes. If it is single currency, then there is no question of active currency, inactive currency, corporate currency. Because of you are dealing with only one currency.
Exactly.
So no conversion rate, nothing. Okay. So this is about the company details, company informations in Salesforce. Now we'll move on to the user management. So in the user management, let us explore that. So the first thing is profile. Profile controls what you see in Salesforce and what you can do in Salesforce. These two things controlled by the profile. Let me explain you what does this mean. So when I'm saying about what you see, it means I'm talking about number one, which application apps. Number two, in these apps, which are the tabs. Number three, when I go to a particular tab, then here I'm getting field placement. This is known as a page layout. So like say I'm getting this placement in this manner. Maybe the sales manager is getting in a different way. Maybe the CEO or the VP of sales would be getting in a different way. The same field placements. So that's nothing but a different page layouts. Okay. Then which field? So maybe this field is visible to you or this field should not be visible to you. These all things are being controlled by profiles. So it controls say which app, which tab, which page layout, and then which field you can see. What you can do with Salesforce. So in that we have the object permissions. Object permissions we have CRED. That is create, read, edit, and delete. These are the four permissions we have. Along with that, we have two administrative permissions, view all and modify all. These all are the admin permissions. It means if someone is having these permissions, means he can work on everybody's records. He can view, he can edit, and he can delete it. So modify all will also give you the delete permissions. That is with respect to the object. Along with that, you would be getting the general user permissions and then the admin permissions. Like, can you create a chat group? Can you send an email? Is it possible for you to invite a chatter-free user into your group? Can you create a list view? All these things. So these all things is being controlled by the profiles.
What do you mean by CRED? Cred? Please repeat it again.
Create, read, edit, delete. In
Okay.
database word, it is CRUD, C-R-U-D.
Okay.
That. Okay, so we have the standard profiles, then we have the custom profiles. So you would be getting the standard profiles. These standard profiles, you cannot change the permissions. You can change the C related details, what you see, those you can change, but you cannot change the permissions. Custom profiles, you can delete the profiles, you can change the permissions, you can change the UI related things, everything you can do. How to do so? Let me show you. So here I'm going with the custom the profiles. So I'm going to profiles and then have a look over here.
Sorry, I didn't follow. What is that E in the CRED?
Edit.
Edit. Okay. Instead of update.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so here, just have a look. I'm getting only edit and clone option. Since I said that standard profiles you cannot delete at all. Have a look towards the right side. The custom is not checked. These all are the standard profiles. Let me scroll down. See here, I'm getting edit, delete, and clone option. Towards right side, I'm getting the custom is checked. These are the custom profiles. Okay. Let me show you first standard profiles. So in standard profiles, what you can do? You cannot change the permissions, but you can change the CC means this part. You can change. Let's have a look. So I'm going to system admin profile, clicking on it. Let me edit it rather than clicking on it. Edit. Number one, the apps. Suppose I want that he should not see the service console, the service app. Yes, I can remove it. Okay. And I have the default app. Default app means by default when this profile user logs in, then which app they should see. That would be the default app. So for support users, we make the service app as default. For sales users, we make it sales app as a default. For marketing user, we make it as marketing, like that respectively. We'll make the default apps.
What is
Then
meant by default and visible?
default means by default, whenever these profile users they log in, then which app they should see.
Okay.
That is default app. Okay. Now, next thing is about the tab settings. So we have three types of tab settings: default on, default off, and tab hidden. Default on means by default those tabs are available on the navigation bar. Okay, or tab bar, navigation bar or tab bar. That is default on. Default off means those tabs would not be visible on the navigation bar. But if you want to see, then you have to click on the app launcher and scroll down below. These are the apps. Scroll down below. These are tabs. So now see, not all the tabs are available on the tab bar. Only few of them are available. Okay. So from here you can see. That's default off. Tab hidden. Tab hidden is that particular tab is not visible at all. So in user interface, you cannot see that tab at all. Remember, I'm saying in user interface, you cannot see the tab at all. I'm not saying you cannot work with that object at all. No, you can still work with the object. There are multiple ways to work with the object. Maybe through the programs, maybe through some API tool, maybe through some softwares, you can able to work. But in user interface, you would be getting tabs. Tabs are not visible.
So here you are saying that parent tabs, let's say contact is a parent tab, and if I say hidden, then I will not be able to see the contact tab. But if I go to accounts and then from accounts, I can see the contact.
No, no. You can see now, suppose you have a software and through that software, you are fetching the contact records.
Correct.
Will you able to see the contact records? Answer is yes, you can. Because of, is that a tab? No, it's not a tab, it's a software who is fetching contact data.
Correct.
Right? If you are using the reports, in the reports, you are fetching the contact data, contact records. Will you be able to? Answer is yes. Because of, is it a tab? Answer is no, it's not a tab.
It's a record actually.
That's why I said tab is only for user interface purpose where you are viewing a record in a particular manner. Okay, but it's not the only way to work with the record. There are different ways to work with the record. You have reports, you have softwares, you have data import export softwares. There are multiple ways how you can work with Salesforce records. Got it? So tab hidden is only hiding that particular tab in user interface. When I say user interface means what currently we are getting. I'm talking about that. Okay. Then coming up to these are the permissions. See, I cannot change. Okay. So these are fixed. Because of I'm working as of now with the standard profile, I cannot change. If I'm scrolling down, general user permissions, see, none of them I can change. Standard object permissions, these are the object permissions. See, CRED, none of them I can change. View all, modify all. Since this is a system administrator profile, all are checked. None of them I can change. That's what I meant here. Where it is, yeah. Cannot change the permission, but you can change what you see. Okay. These are the custom object permissions. I have a custom object related. What all are this? This is nothing but the password related things. How the password, when the password should expire and all these things. We'll discuss it a bit later. Okay. Now, let me cancel this because of this. Okay, let me save this. Now, because of this is the system administrator profile. So now I should not be getting for service app. Service app is nowhere. Why? Because of this has been removed for admin profile, which just now I did. Here, I need to go to edit and then I will tweak it over here. I remove this one. Service. Okay. Now, let us talk about the project or the case study. We would be working with a recruitment application where an employee's recruitment process will put into Salesforce. As of now, Salesforce is not supporting this feature, so everything we need to create from our own site. That will do. Now, who should be working with the recruitment application? The HR persons. So to start with that, I need to create a HR profile. Okay. Once I creating the HR profile, that what the HR user should do in Salesforce, what they should see in Salesforce, after that we'll create a user, a HR user. We'll create a user. Because of now onwards, what all are the things we would be discussing? It would be in a chain. Till now, what all are we were discussing? They all are not in a sequence. Yes, with respect to implementation, they are in a sequence. Okay, but if you are not creating the HR profile, later we'll end up in the problem or the challenge when a user, we are talking about a user and then what user is getting which access. You will face challenge since you don't have a HR profile. So let me do so. So here I'm going up with say profiles. I'm creating a new profile. Now in the profile, since we have a lot of settings, so we never ever create a profile from scratch, from zero. And even Salesforce also don't recommend it to do so. So whenever you create a new profile, Salesforce always force us to clone an existing profile. And being an administrator, this is our responsibility to know that which is the closest profile, the profile which we are creating. Okay. And then in this would lag for this portion. So here I'm going up with the existing profiles. So these profiles would be both standard profiles as well as profiles. Now, in that, choose whichever is the closest one. I don't know whichever is the closest one for me. No worries, then we'll take a base as standard user profile. Okay, this is a standard profile, standard user profile. And then here I'm putting a say custom HR profile. I hope it should not be there. Yeah, now edit. So this is for the custom HR profile and it is a custom profile. Now, which application should see? So HR should see the communities. So app permissions I'm giving only to the community. No other. So analytics studio not needed. App launcher let it be. Content HR needed. Community needed. Lightning app needed. Marketing not needed. Sales not needed. This is because of it is default, so I cannot uncheck it. So let me check, make it default as community. What is the difference between an app and a console? Chatter, yes, let it be. Service not needed, not needed. Site.com and post.com. So only I'm giving community, content, and chatter. These three are permissions. Community, content, and chatter. Ways community is default. Then here, account. Account, I'm going up with tab hidden. I'm not setting up for all because of there are a lot of things tab hidden. Then let me go to the chatter. Chatter should be default on. And then let me work on default off. Default off, I would make it files. If you get confused, no. Just a minute, I'm going to communities. Right click here and then see here. This is the default tabs in the communities. Account, I make it tab hidden. Here it is default on. It is by default available. Contact, I'm making it default off. Let me do so. It would not be available over there. This contact. Contact. This is default off. Default off. Okay. Rest I'm leaving as it is. So this is admin's responsibility to sit and do this each and everything. Here this administrator cannot change. It means home tab has to be available on for each and every profile. It has to be there. And coming up the administrative permissions. So there are a lot of administrative permissions. I'm not going to set each and everything, but just, and even as an administrator also, even for the certification exam also, you need not to by heart all these things. Don't do that. Okay. It's not possible to remember all these permissions. Just overall, you should have idea that, okay, like say here, can approve, feed, post, and comment, bulk API, hard delete. So if you give the permission, he can do so, otherwise he cannot do so. Like see here, create and customize report. So can this person create a report? If you give permissions, then yes. If you give permissions, then no. Like see here, create and own chatter groups. I'm removing it. So he should not create a chatter group. Chatter group. No, I'm removing it. Create report permissions given. Yes. Similarly, coming up with the general user permissions also. Is it a Lightning login user? Means, can he access the Lightning? If you check it, then yes. If you don't check it, then he will work only with Classic, not with Lightning. So you need to check this. And here, this is the object permissions. So what he can do with the objects? So since account I mentioned is tab hidden, so no work. Let me remove this, nothing. Here we go with say case. I didn't mention anything over there, so case I'm making it read only. I'm not going as per the HR profile because of I need to share a lot of things related to tab hidden, default on, default off, all this. Then this is, and then contacts, no delete. So he can create contact CRE permissions. RE permission. Create, read, edit. And coming to leads. Delete permission, create permission I'm removing. So leads only read and edit permissions. Read and edit permission. I think I set all. CRE read only. This is R, CRE, and then here one CRED. Opportunity, let me go with CRED. Let. Okay. Like this you need to set. And about the softwares. So for the offline, okay, desktop integration, what should be done? So do you want to get the access deny? No, no updates, update without alert, update with alerts, or must update it. That is for the offline. Offline means you are not online, and when you come to online, then how the syncing should happen. That one. So this software you need to download it, and then there has to be a license given, the offline user license. Then you can do. Then session related settings. So if the HR is not doing any activity for say 30 minutes, then he should log out. If he's logging in, then what it would be? Should he ask the password and the security question or not? That is high assurance. And then password policies, password should expire in 90 days, 30 days, what it is. And then system should remember some password, what is the password complexity and how it should be. And then lockout period is important. Lockout period is for say 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 60 minutes. So if a user is typing in an incorrect password for these many number of attempts, then his account get locked for this much duration. After that, it will automatically get active. Then this is secret answer for password reset, minimum 1 day password lifetime. Don't immediately expire link for forgot password. Or if he click on the forgot password, then he is getting an email. So that has a lifetime. So you can make it indefinite lifetime by checking this. That is for the profile. Let's move forward. Now, what is profile?
Profile is basically for mentioning the roles and the access rights for any user, what the user can do.
Okay, yes. So what a user can do?
In terms of approvals or what all he can have access on the screens and what all actions can he perform on the screen.
Okay, yes. Ramesh is writing that profile means a summary overview about user which defines user access of user. It is general overview about user. Yes. Okay. So we have two types of profiles. One is standard profile and the other one is custom profile. Now here from certification side. If you look at this free accounts, in free account there are a lot of the standard profiles which you're getting. Please don't confuse with them because of in certification exam will not ask you all these standard profiles. How to know about a profile is a standard profile? You will not get a delete option over there, and then towards right side the checkbox is not there. This is the way. Okay, from certification side they mentioned total 6 standard profiles, and these standard profiles are with respect to Salesforce license. Now you'll ask me that why there are differences. See, we have n number of licenses, okay, and related to those licenses we are getting the standard profiles. They are not the Salesforce license standard profiles. Please make a note. And in exam, they'll ask you for the Salesforce license standard profiles. They'll not ask you for the others. Like say, if I'm taking example for communities, say customer community user, customer community login user, community plus users. Then do I have more? Yes, there are a few more. Yeah, community plus login user. These are total 5 I'm having, but these are only for the communities. These are not for Salesforce users. Okay. So we have total 6 profiles, standard profiles. Number 1, standard user profile. This is first profile. Second, marketing user profile. Third, system administrator profile. Fourth is marketing user, and then here read-only profile. Fifth is contract manager profile, and then sixth is solution manager profile. Solution manager. Just a minute, let me cross check it. The name, the solution manager. Yeah, solution manager. So these are the total 6 standard profiles we have. Okay. In addition to that, we also have plus number 1, chatter free user profile. Number 2, chatter external user. Then number 3, chatter moderator user. These are total 6 plus 3, 9 standard profiles. But if for Salesforce license, we have only these 6. Now, what are these 6 profiles? Let us discuss these. So standard user profile means you can read and edit the records you have access to. So if you can access a record, you can read the records and you can edit the records. That is standard user profile, and then this is the base of all the profiles. Then marketing user profile. Marketing user profile is the standard user profile plus can import leads. This is an extra feature we have, that is marketing user profile. This is standard user profile plus, say, it is actually administrator. It is a super user, I should say. What to write here? Administrator. It has all the permissions. See, view all and modify all. Read only, and as name implies, the person can only read the records. Read only records. Contract manager, that is standard user profile, plus who is dealing with the contracts, contract management. That is being done by the contract manager. Then solution manager, this is standard user profile, plus the person who is approving the solutions or working with the solutions. That is solution manager profile. These are the 6 profiles we have. Okay.
System admin can, can create the other profiles, right?
Yes, he can create the other profiles. Okay. Okay. So in the organization, whom we should give these profile access? Like, let me ask you this one. In your organization, whom you think that we should give read-only access to the records? Any role in your organization you feel that okay, that person should get read-only access to the records. Remember, we are paying a huge amount for license, and here we are saying the person should only read records. Any person you feel in your organization?
Managers of so that they
Managers, don't you think that managers should need approving authority?
I think the representative
Which representative?
who is going to deal with the customer, like just like if someone is calling you and he needs to give this just whatever he is asking the question, just he needs this to them.
Okay, and you're talking about the call center executives, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, if it is so, then when you're registering a case, you're registering a complaint, but because of the person is having read-only access, he cannot create a complaint.
It would be mostly guest users who are given a read-only access.
Which guest user?
Could be anyone who wants to just have a look at the system. Like suppose we are doing a demo and he wants to just have a look at what are the functionalities of Salesforce or something like that. We can create a read-only access who can see the features of Salesforce.
Okay, just of the Salesforce, but don't you think you're exploring all your records to the person at the same time?
I think the end user customers can be given read-only records only for their exclusive access to their part of the things. That's one.
No.
Or auditors, if you want to do an audit of your system, probably you can give them access to read-only records.
Yes, perfect one. The auditors, the best example. Because of auditors has to have access to view all the records, then only they can able to audit. But those persons should not able to create or edit the records. Yes. Maybe the BA business and the persons who is doing the analysis, those persons needs only the view permissions of the records. BA, you can give read-only access. Those are the rules.
But BA, business analyst or any analytics person will always require data to be fetched out of the system because like there will be not all reports which are customized according to the requirement of the users. That needs to be pulled out and sometimes to be worked on some business analytics tool which will help them to achieve a particular dashboard or something like that. So for business analytics, we will also require some rights. He won't be require only read-only rights. He will require an access to the records.
Yes, if it is so, then then yes, no, not then we have to give the standard user profile or some other profile, not read only. If in the organization the BA needs to do something, editing or something, then yes, agree with you. Okay. And Anup is asking, is there a way to check what Salesforce profile I have in my organization is granted me access to view Salesforce data or no? You don't know. That's given by the administrator. Okay. Generally, you can go and check if you got the permissions to view the users, then yes, otherwise no. Okay, let's have a look at this. So if I'm going to see here in the profiles, and in the profiles, if I'm going to see a standard user, let me go to standard user. Yeah, this is a standard user. Let me go to standard user and edit it. This is the standard user profile. Okay, let me go over here. This is the records. Create, edit, delete permissions is getting. These are the permissions given. Okay. So for the standard objects. All right. Now, another thing is that in the profiles, we have the tab settings. How many types of tab settings we have in the profile? How many types of tab settings we have in profile?
I'm thinking 3.
Yes, which are those?
Default and then hidden.
Yeah, perfect. Tab hidden.
Tab hidden. Okay.
Yes, perfect. Default on means by default is available on the tab bar on the navigation bar. Default off, the tab is not available or visible on the tab bar. Yes, you can access going to the app launcher and then you can see. And then tab hidden means tab is not visible at all in the tab bar or in the user interface. And here, have a look. There's a conflict which I set. This is, I'm talking about the standard user profile. Here there is a delete permission given. And if you look at here, I mentioned you can read and edit. No way I said delete. Okay. An important note that only persons can delete a record in Salesforce. Number 1, administrator. Number 2, record owner. Number 3, someone above the rule of record owner. Only these 3 persons can delete a record. No other person can delete a record. Very important. Okay. That's why even though you have the delete permissions over here, but you can able to delete your own records. You cannot delete other person's records. Not possible. That is the reason I mentioned here. You can read and edit the records you have access to. You can delete your own records. Okay. Let's have a look now. So we created, right? I hope everybody created this HR profile. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me go over here. Please. Yeah. And then I'm going to users, and then I think this is chapter free. Security, Salesforce, system administrator, chapter free. Yeah. Okay. Let me go to creating a new user. Here I'm creating a new user. In Salesforce, you can create a new user, or you can create multiple users, and this we are doing using a user interface. In practical, as an administrator, are you going to use this? Yes, if there are one or two users. If there are 50 users, then definitely you're not going to use this. That time we would be using data loader, so there would be the data which are available in a CSV file. So those data will directly push into Salesforce using data loader. Data loader is a software through which we import the data into Salesforce. So as of now, we are going with new user. So I'm going to create a new user. And here in new user, the last name is mandatory. So let me create.
One question: anyone can create a new user, right?
No, not everyone. Only the person who has the user management permissions, he can do. Okay. Then here, full Smith. Then alias. Alias is generally comes in the record owner. You would be getting in the list view. This is the first name's first letter and then last name's 4 letters. That by default Salesforce creates as an alias. Email. Email is what is the email ID you want to associate with it. You have to do the email. So here you can go with the, this is what I'm writing over here, and then here username. Please make a note that username has to be unique in Salesforce. It's not within your organization. Within Salesforce, it has to be unique. So now I need to choose this. I think this is not there. Nickname. Nickname is how your name or your presence would be there in the social media. That is nickname. In title, company, department, division, you can write. Role. And now we didn't discuss about the roles, so I'm going to specify not specified. Let it be. User license will go with Salesforce. We'll not discuss about these licenses. Then which profile? So this is, we created the HR profile, so I'm going with custom HR profile. And then it is active. The user is active. Along with that, if you want to give some additional licenses to this user, then you can give this marketing user, offline user, knowledge user, flow user. So if you're giving the marketing user permission, this means now this person, what all are the permissions given in the HR profile? Along with that, he can also import the leads. It is important. A marketing user can import a lead. He can do that. Okay, then here data.com, it's now no more supported by Salesforce. Earlier we had Salesforce had a tie-up with the DNB. Now it's no more. Then we have here, okay, then these are the phone numbers and all these things. Then here mailing address, all these things you can write. Federation ID, that way Federation ID is generally, if in your organization you want to set up the SSO, single sign-on, then you can ask Salesforce. Generally, Salesforce does this SSO for your organization. Then you'll get a Federation ID, and that Federation ID will be putting over here. So that now from any portal or any place, you can directly log into Salesforce. It will not ask the username and password. Then time zone, local, language, currencies. Currencies because of we enable the multiple currencies. Here it is showing over here. And then delegated approver. Delegated approver is if the person is on leave or something happened, then on his behalf, which person can do the approvals. That is delegated approval. So that will write over here. And then manager. If this person is submitting a record for approval, then this will go to which person in Salesforce. So it goes to manager. Please make a note, important note over here. In entire Salesforce, this is the only place where you will get the term manager. Here, did you notice I mentioned someone above the role of record owner, someone above your role. No way I mentioned manager because manager has a different meaning in Salesforce. And then when you want the emails, that you can choose which one you want. And once it is done, then do you want to generate the new password and then notify user immediately? Yes, I wanted to do so. So before that, any questions on that? Creating the user? Anybody?
Do I need to know everything about this users thing, like the marketing user, offline user, knowledge user, flow user?
You want to know means what? In this sense?
Understand what exactly it does when I say okay to it.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Since you are an administrator, so it's expected that you know what does these all means. Because of with this, you are giving a license to that person. Yes, it is expected.
Yeah. Is there any unique identification for any user? Like while updating the bulk update for lead level, we use lead ID. For accounts, we use accounts ID. Is there any unique identification for users while updating the work?
Yes, we have the record ID, no? ID, and this username is also unique. This is also unique.
So with the help of this username, I can just put bulk upload, right?
Bulk upload means insert or update.
Suppose I'm having 100 leads and I'm going to insert those leads into my Salesforce. Once I updated all fields mapped successfully. After that, I just want to assign the users. I'm having 4 users and 5 users. And similarly, I have just written this unique name, like username you have just told. So will it be assigned to all those?
No, just a minute, Okay, yes. So in that case, when you're assigning it, that time it would go for the name wise, not on this username wise, not on this one. This is when you go with login.salesforce.com. At that time, it will be taken.
So with the help of only usernames, can I assign those leads to the users?
Yes.
But I did this, but this didn't work because I was doing the same thing. I just used lead, yeah, username, email, all the things I used, but these all not working there.
You're using data loader or manual user interface? One by one, you are doing.
No, I was just doing it via data loader.
Okay, data loader. Then I'm parking a query. We'll discuss the data loader at that point of time.
Okay. So I just want to know, is there any unique identification for any user? Here we can write, or that's mean.
Unique is the ID and the username. These two are unique.
Okay.
One more thing, please make a note that here, this is again a certification question. Role is mandatory field. Profile is mandatory. But still, I'm defining here non-specified. Okay. Here, if let me go with none. Then let me save this. I would be getting error. Error is for profile, not for role. Make a note. Even the role is mandatory, but you can ignore it. But profile is mandatory when you're creating a user along with license. So this is.
It would say that while defining a user, the profile is mandatory and not the role, is it?
Yes. Role is not mandatory. Profile is mandatory.
Okay.
Nickname. So where it is coming from? Exactly from where we are getting
it is
user 157.
Yes. This one you would be getting in the social media, in the chatter. There you would be getting this name. So
Sorry?
that you can change. Chatter in social media.
Okay.
There you would. Sorry, and in communities. So here, when we say social media, so here our social media is community. There you can use. So more technical name is community rather than social media. Social media is pretty generalized one.
For the username thing, this is like on our discussion. So we have to keep on giving the names until and unless there is a unique name which is matching, right?
Yes. If it is not unique, you'll get an immediately pop up. But this name is already assigned, so please change it.
Okay.
What happens when we try to create a user and if below we uncheck that generate password? So I don't check that generate password. Then where can I mention the password for the user?
Nowhere. So simply you are creating the users and you are keeping with system, but you are not assigning those users the credentials. Okay, so in that case, you have to come here and then click on reset password. So password link will go to the user, and then that he'll reset and then he'll log into his account. Okay, why I didn't got it? Should get it. Oh, this support. Yeah. Which language I choose? Just a minute. I think I choose some other language.
French.
Yes,
Okay.
it's in French.
Okay, so it is for verification. Let me go with this. I'm clicking on this. And then this will take me to this. Just a minute. This is the problem. It will ask me to install that. Just a minute. No, just give me a moment. Let me change the language. Otherwise, it would be tough for me.
I think it was asking for the OTP.
Yes, it'll ask for the OTP because for me it is asking for the software, the connector software. I need to re-log in from my admin account, change everything to French. Just give me a moment. I'm going to users and then I'm changing the person's language and the language. Let me change it to English. Local and then time zone, not an issue. And then here need new password and notify user immediately. Okay, now because of that already I did it, so now I have to go within this fashion. I have to copy the link address and then here this is the verification process. I need to use the authenticator app for verification code. I don't want this. Yeah, it is asking for the verification code. Let me check the verification code here. 19258. 19258. Okay. Now, you would surprise that why I did all these things. Because of here, when I went to the Chrome, the Salesforce is not allowing me and asking me for a software, the connector software, which I need to install from the Google Play Store. And in that, I would be getting a verification code. That verification code we need to put over here. So I changed the browser. I'm using the Internet Explorer. And then Internet Explorer, because of it's not much compatible with Salesforce, so it allowed me directly. And then it directly asks the verification code which is sent to my attached email ID. This is the user's email ID. So the user received that. And then verify. Yes, now it is the second devotee has come. I need to use this. Just a minute. Let me go with my mobile and then do this. Otherwise, it will not allow me to do so. This Salesforce Authenticator app. That I need to do this. Sorry, I can't show you here, but this is the process. Are we logging?
So do we need to do all this for just creating a user?
Yes, it is multi-step verification process. It's one time.
It has to be done by
But
the user, right? Not by the administrator.
Yes, admin don't do this. It is done by the user. User is doing.
But when we initially created our profiles, we were like, did all those things happen in the backend, or like when we created our initial profiles?
No, because of these are the free accounts, so no.
Okay, this is for the license thing.
Yes, it is the user. Yes, it is license one because of we gave a Salesforce license to this user.
Okay.
In just a minute, I'm starting the Salesforce Authenticator app. So I installed this app. I'm working with this app, Salesforce Authenticator app. Just a minute, I'm adding the account. This is the two-word phrase. So it's been connected. Yes, connect. Yes, it's been connected. It is asking for the approval, whether my all details are proper or not, and then yes, it is proper. I approved it. Now it is asking for the password. Okay, so let me give the password. I hope you follow the process. Let me go with this. So what I did is I created the user. Let me re-explain you. Create user. Once it's been done, then user need to download Salesforce Authenticate app. Then give your mobile number, and then you will get two-word phrase. Whatever is the two-word phrase which you are getting, that you need to put here on the screen. Once you do this, then after that it will send those details, your credentials, to your mobile, and it will ask to verify it. Verify it. Once it is done, you are good to go. And now you can log in after entering the passwords and the security question. Okay, this is done. Now here, let me log out. This is done here. Okay, let it be here so that I can show you. Yes, here. Now the landing app is community app where the person land. Let me go to the profile here. Now I'm showing you one by one. Customize profile, edit. This is the landing app, right? Default app, which you set. Now, sales app, we didn't give the permissions. See, these permissions are not there. This is classic. Let me show you over here. Community Salesforce Chatter content. No sales app, no service app, no marketing, because the permission is not given over here. Okay. Then coming to accounts, tab hidden. Now, where you would be getting the tabs over here, go to this plus sign. These are the tabs. So in this tab, see, I am not getting the account tab. Why? Because of this is tab hidden. Then coming up to here, next one is, now I'm giving some permissions. Let me do so here. That would be better. Now I'm giving him the sales app permissions. I gave him. And then let me save. Let me go over here. I'm refreshing the page. Let me go over here. See, sales app has come. Top right corner. Okay. Now, in the sales app, see, nowhere I'm getting the account. Clicking on the plus sign, nowhere I'm getting the account. Because of account is tab hidden. Number two, which one we did default of? Let me check it out. I forgot. Awards, calendars. Let me go with contact. Contact is default of. I'm not getting here contact. This is the sales app. I'm not getting contact. Let me show you. Here I'm going to this. And then sales app. This is the sales app. See, I'm having contact. This is default on. By default, it is available on the tab bar. But here for this user, it's not available on the tab bar because of I mentioned it's default off. But because of it is default off, I can click on plus sign and then I can come here and then click on it. I can still able to access. That's possible. That's default off. Default on, by default it is available on the tab bar. That's default on. Okay. Getting it? Now, there's another question. The question is that here I mentioned n number of places the default on. Hang on. I'm not getting everything over here. Yes, you will not get everything over here. This default on off works in conjunction with the app. So whenever you're creating an app, there is a different set of tabs we define. that okay, for this app these tabs should come. Okay, it will do only default on and off over there, not other places. Got it?
Harish, could you repeat it? I mean, not able to understand.
Just a minute, let me show you. So we have here an app. Here, let me copy this so that it would be better. Sales app, let me go to sales app. Now see, this is, I'm talking about the app. Yes, I'm jumping a bit. Please try to understand. So whenever we are going for the app, here these are all the tabs available. This is the tabs which in sales app you would be getting. This is admin setting. Okay. So when we see default off, from here we are making it off. Default on means if they are available here, then yes, you would be getting on the tab bar. If these tabs are not available here in the app menu, no, you will not get. Like how here. See, let me go with say calendar, default on. Let me go over here. Where is calendar? It's nowhere. But here I mentioned calendar as default on, no? No problem. That's which app has mentioned the calendar as the app, then you would be getting. Let me do so over here. Where's the calendar? If I have, no, I don't have it here. It's not at all a tab. So maybe object and then here for this particular sales license, it is not possible because of it is associated with the Salesforce license. Not possible. Okay. So no need to confuse this much. Just take in this way that default on, off, and tab hidden. Is by default those tabs are available in the tab bar. Those tabs are not available on the tab bar. You need to click on the plus sign. If it is default off, tab hidden, the tabs are not visible at all. Then let me scroll down here. What I did here. Let me go to object.
Can we change the sequence of the tabs as well? I mean, what is
Yes,
appearing?
of course, yes. Even this user can do so. Click on the plus sign. See the top right corner, customize my tabs.
Okay.
Click here. Remember, this is only for that user, not for administrator. So opportunities is putting immediately after home and then save. So he'll get it after home opportunities. Yes.
Thank you.
I want to
Now,
restrict it. If I want to restrict this action, like if I do not want him to customize the tab, yeah.
no worries. He is doing for himself. No worries. Yes. If you want to restrict it, not possible. But actually, it's not going to harm anything. Nothing's there.
Because I'll tell you, what happens is I've been working into sales for a long time now, sales operations. So what happens is when you tell them you have to do a particular action in a particular flow. Suppose I take off sales as an example. My lead, once I get a lead, then it gets converted into opportunity as a workflow that I have set up. So lead turns into opportunity, opportunity turns into a business for me. And accordingly, I have placed my tabs on my dash or on my view that I've given to the users. If he tries to move those tabs, the entire flow breaks up. So that's why I asked whether I can restrict the users from moving the tabs so that he follows the flow that I want him to do.
Just a minute. I never tried that. Let me try it out. I doubt on it.
Yeah, maybe I will comment here. I had a similar issue where some sales manager does not want to change. Users should change the menus. Then I asked my group IT, and they told me who you are to restrict the user access for them. And I mean, it's their choice. It's like my Facebook account. I can play with it.
Yes. I actually Salesforce is thinking this is first time I'm getting this question. This is override user's personal choice. Check this. With this you can. If you really don't want that, yes.
Can we check that whether it is happening?
Yes. Okay. I'm checking it, and then when refresh happen, I'll show you.
Yeah, great.
Okay. Then let me come down here. Yeah. So for cases, it is read only permissions I gave. Let me go with case read only. I'm going over here. Cases. Just give me a moment. I made the cases as private. That is the reason this person cannot see. Just give me a moment. I did it, and it's taking time to refresh it. Yeah, public feedback has come. Then we will be getting it. Yeah, see here. No way I'm getting edit and delete option. Why? Because of here, the permissions are not given. Let's see the custom inside profile. Put it on there. Okay, now I'm giving here the create. Just a minute. There is no create option as well. No way. Now I'm giving the create option, create permissions. Okay, as well as delete permissions for cases. Save. Let me go over here, refresh this. So admin gave the permissions, and then here this is the person, and then he got a new case. So now he can create a case. Then he's getting the edit option as well. Okay. Now I'm going back, and then I'm giving the delete permissions, and have a look here. Edit cases. I'm giving delete permission as well. Save. Let me go over here, refresh this, and I would be getting delete option. Right. Who is the owner? Have a look on the right side. Harish Manara is the owner. I'm getting delete option. Let me delete it. Phil Smith is deleting it. Harisha, yes. Oops. There's the problem. Age sufficient privileges. Phil Smith cannot delete cases. Why? Because of it is other person's records. We cannot delete.
About the tabs thing,
Okay,
customization.
tabs. It is there. It is there. No, it is there. It's there. Okay. So this is about that, and then let me move here again. What all are the additional things?
We were not able to, like, we were supposed to restrict that action, right? But it is not happening.
Yes, yes, it's not happening. And even I have no idea how can we decide it. Even I need to check it out. I doubt we can do it.
Okay.
Doubt in the sense maybe programmatically. Programmatically, I have no idea. Declaratively, I'm sure that we cannot do it. I need to check it out for programmatically. Okay. And then here, yeah. Then I think I did some changes over the create permissions I gave for say reports. I think I gave reports permissions. Create report folder. Dashboard. It's create chatter groups. I think I disabled it. If it is not, then I'll show you. Yeah. Create and own new chatter groups. Disabled. Chatter groups. Nowhere new group. I cannot create a new group. Now I'm giving the permission. Okay. And then one more thing, create and customize list view. What is list view? Let me show you before going ahead. Leads. This is nothing but a list. So if you want, you can create your own list by clicking on this. This is known as list view. So now I'm disabling it. Where it is? Yeah, I'm disabling it. Okay. Going down, save. Going back over here, refresh this. Now I would not be getting new view, create new view, that option. It's everywhere. Opportunities, it's gone. Now if I go to chatter, groups, I would be getting a new group. Now I can create a new group. Okay. And yes, this person don't have the Lightning experience user permissions. Only classic, because no permissions given. Lightning experience user permissions. Let me go down here. This is report filter. Lightning console user, Lightning experience user is there. I'm using IE. Lightning login user, yes. Save. My problem is I'm logging with the IE. I don't support Lightning. I need to log in with this. It is asking for the approval. Approve for Chrome. It's done. Yeah, done. I don't want to add my mobile number. Now see, here we go. We are getting the Lightning. Landing page is community. Okay.
So, since this was a license thing, would we be able to practice this thing? No.
No, it is free account, no? It's
No,
free account.
when you gave the user, you gave a license, right? Sales license thing.
Yes, you have two licenses in the free account. One you are using as an administrator, and the other one you are giving to other user. Just wipe it. Okay, let us discuss something more about the login issues which we might face. Let me go over here, and then here I'm getting C, and then here I'm writing something, and then pressing enter. It would give me error. Incorrect username password. Now, let me go over here, users, and then I'm going to Smith, that user. I'm administrator. So you can go and check the login history of that person. Here, this is last time the person entered an invalid password. In certification exam, the question is, login history you can check for last 6 months. It is mentioned over here. Last 6 months. Okay. Or if you scroll down, you would be getting over here. So this you can see the login time, source IP address, login application, status, application, which URL the person logged in, and then which location. These all things the administrator can see. Now here, what will happen if the person is keep on entering the incorrect password? 1, 2, 3. I think I mentioned 5 times. I don't remember exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's have a look. See, password lockout. Do you remember the settings we gave in the profiles? Let me show you again that setting. And then how to troubleshoot it. Customer profile. Let me scroll down. Here below. Here it is. Here see. Maximum invalid login attempts 10. Now this lockout period is effective for 15 minutes. Okay. Now there is a query. The query is that this person wants to log into Salesforce immediately. What a user can do, what an administrator can do.
He can simply go to user and just unlock from there. There's an option.
Exactly. So here in this user, you would be getting an additional button here, unlock. Okay. This is available only when the user's account is locked. If it's unlocked, you will not get that option over here. Please note down. Now that, but here we have reset password as well. So what is the difference between these two? If you do unlock, then now the user can log in with his original password. No issues. If you give reset password, then a password link will go to the person's email ID, and now the person has to reset the password. This is the difference between unlock and reset password option. So now here, if I'm entering the correct password, log in. Okay, but you know, this will take again. I need to approve it and then.
Can we escape from this interrupt, because there is an option there, login IP ranges, and we can just put our IP there so that we can directly log in. It will not ask us this interruption point.
Yes, I'm coming on to that. Okay. Now let us discuss about the Salesforce security. So the securities, first one is at the org level security. So at organization level security, we have two things. One is IP ranges, and then one is just a minute, login IP ranges, and then password policies. These two, sorry, I missed it. Let me show you. So here, when you go with, you can go with, say, network security, network access. In the network access, you can click on new, and here you need to provide the trusted IP range. What is meaning of trusted IP range? See, you must have noticed that every time whenever I'm logging in, or whenever a user logging in from a place which is not the trusted IP range, then Salesforce will ask a verification code approval. Now it's a problem. The problem is if in my office I don't have a proper seat. I'm not using laptop, rather we have desktops. So anybody can sit anywhere, not an issue. So every day I'm going to office, I'm sitting on a different system, and then when I'm logging into Salesforce, it is sending a verification code. I have to always do this. How to overcome these challenges? So in that case, we'll put the IP range, the beginning and the end IP range, which all are it is. So here, just randomly I put here 100.100.02 to 55. So between this range, if anybody is logging in, Salesforce will not ask for the verification code. Yeah.
Okay, so if I add the here a trusted IP, will this influence mobile app as well, or is it just for Windows logon? I mean, if I log on from the notebook or computer.
Yes, it is for the systems, computers.
Computers. Okay, this will not influence mobile app, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
Because
Thank you.
of that, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Please.
One more question. One more question to that.
Yes.
So it would always be in a range. So like if I want to specify individual IP addresses, can't that be done?
This way. Got it?
No, but that's okay. So I have to save this and again add another one.
Yes.
So say I have three specific IP addresses wherein I want to log in from. So I have to like do it 3 times.
It's for everyone. It's not for an individual user. It's for everyone. So it
yeah, I have a comment here. I tried this with some of my user, and the problem is, so when they connect in, their laptop user, when they connect in different network, and then they always have the problem. So we have to really take care when you are fixing up any IP address, especially for, let's say, sales, because they are always traveling user. Yeah. So this is just my comment from my side.
Yes, that you are talking about the profile. This is trusted IP range. So I was just pointing that.
Thank you.
I still have that question. So say like I have say 3 or say 5. I have 5 desktops, which I know that these are the ones my Salesforce users would be sitting at. Okay. So instead of specifying the range, if I have to like get those 5 things, so I have to add it 5 times. The way you added this.
Yes.
And say in case they do not belong to a particular range.
Yes, whatever is that. If it is individual, then you have to put individually. How I'm doing like this.
Okay.
Okay. Now, please make a note that trusted IP range is not going to bound you to login. Important note. So, within this range, if you're logging in, Salesforce will not ask for the verification code. And outside this range, if you're logging in from a different device, Salesforce will ask for the verification code. That's all. Okay. Got it? Then here, let me come down to security again. And then here, the password policies, login access policies. Let me go to the login access policies. No, yeah, password policies, sorry. Yeah. So this is the password policies. Password policies you can set at 2 places. One is a profile level. Profile level is just for a set of users. And this is for everybody in the Salesforce. And profile password policies overrule this. So if you have set the profile password policies, then there is no use of this. The same thing. You know what it is. Here you can also specify forgot password link, what should be the message, and then if there is a web page you created, then you can create a help link over there, or this is only for the API users. You can define an alternate home page. So these are 2 which we do at organization level. Next, we have it. Second one we have is at object level. Object level we do at profile. Just now we discuss. That is CRED permissions. Create, read, edit, and delete permission. So that we give at object level. Okay. Now profiles, when you go with, then in the profiles, we are also setting this IP ranges and the login hours and login IP range. Let me show you that. Login IP range. New. You need to give here the IP range. This IP range is restrictive. It means now if I'm giving here the IP range is something like this, then this profile user, the HR, can only log in within this range. If they are logging in from outside the range, Salesforce will not accept it. So this is very crucial. If someone you want that the person should not do work from home, like say the support rep, call center executive, finance team, HR, then you, for those users, you can specify the login IP range at profile level. So this is more restrictive one. Okay. And yes, just someone says that you have to be very careful before setting it. Don't set for sales users. Don't set for marketing users because of they are always on the travel. Okay. And one more thing we also have for profiles is login hours. So you can also define the login hours, that when this person can log in. So you can specify a 9 to 5, 9 to 10 to 5, whatever is that. That you can do. Okay. What all are you specifying here? Suppose you are specifying here the 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. What will happen at 6 p.m.? After 6 p.m., what will happen? Will Salesforce forcefully log the person out? What do you think?
No, it will set that tag thing that we talked about. It will be continued the next day.
Yes. Sorry, come again.
It was about the tag thing when we suppose we have to answer a particular query within 4 hours, and if the query is raised at around 5 o'clock, then the tag would be calculated 5 to 6. That would be 1 hour, and from 9 to 12, that would be the.
Nilesh, you're talking about business hours.
I think this is just login. So this user should be able to log in between 9 to 6 o'clock on only on Monday.
Yes. And what will happen after 6 o'clock Monday if the person is not logging out?
He will probably be told that he cannot log in.
Maybe system will kicking out from the system from Salesforce.
Okay. So Ramesh is saying that Salesforce will log out him forcefully.
No, the current session should go on till the user decides to log out, and after that he cannot log in.
I know. I think he will give some pop-up message. You are about to sign off in 5 minutes, let's say.
Yes.
Yeah, I
And
think
if
there could be some settings which will have to define that what would happen if the user continues after 6.
actually no settings, nothing. It is after 6 p.m. you cannot do a DML operation. I believe everybody's know about the database, right? DML, data manipulation language. So you cannot create. So here, let me talk. After 6 p.m., no create, edit, and delete. Then only read. Since Salesforce is a CRM product, so if you don't log out voluntarily, not an issue. You can still work with Salesforce, but after 6 p.m. you can only read the records. You cannot create the records, you cannot edit the records, and you cannot delete the records. Important note here. Okay.
One question.
If I'm into the current session and I'm working on something which probably stresses on to after 6 p.m., but would that work get saved, or that also goes into reading? Like I won't be able
No,
to.
after 6 p.m. no DML. That will go away.
So like one say there is a service representative and customer has called customer care around say 5:55 p.m. Okay, and he has some issues wherein that guy is working on that, and say at 6 he cannot do anything. Then the customer has to wait. I mean the end user has to wait for the next day again, call back and then do.
No worries. That time you can define your 7 p.m. Na? And you can define your business hours as 6 p.m. Your business hours as 6 p.m. and then you are working till 7 p.m. Not an issue.
Okay.
So it's just a manipulation.
Okay.
Okay. So this is about the login hours. Now let us discuss the entire login flow. This is important. Login flow. How the login activity work in Salesforce. So when a user give credentials, when you give credentials, then number one, Salesforce will check if it is in login IP ranges. We'll check this. If you are not within the login IP range, Salesforce will not allow you. If you are within the login IP range, then it will check that if it is not in the login hours. Sorry, if you are in the login hours range. If you are not, Salesforce will log you out. Salesforce will not allow you to log in. If you are within the login hours, then Salesforce will check trusted IP ranges. Are you falling within the trusted IP ranges or not? If you're falling within the trusted IP range, Salesforce will allow you to log in. If you're not falling within the trusted IP range, Salesforce will ask for a verification code.
What is the difference between point number 1 and point number 3?
Point number 3 is trusted IP range. This we define at organization level. Point number 1 is login IP range. This we define at profile level. Profile level is more restrictive. Means outside that IP range, the person cannot log in at all. No way. Trusted IP range is only for whether Salesforce should ask you a verification code or not. Only for that purpose.
So the point number 3 is at the network access. That's where we go.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The trusted IP ranges means just like a ping ID verification.
Yes. Verification code.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Harish, point number 2, you said, right, we can log in, but still we cannot access DML operations.
Hang on. It is after. Suppose see, 9 a.m. till 6 p.m. you mentioned. Okay. So will you able to log in at 8:59 a.m.? No. You cannot log in. Okay. 5:59 p.m. Yes. Okay. So at 6 p.m. you are logging in at 5:59 p.m. No issues. After 6 p.m. what you can do? That is this portion. No create, edit, delete. Got it?
Yes, Harish.
Okay. Ramesh, can you please show us how can we do Active Directory authentication SSO? We user don't need to put password. That is SSO we need to set up, Ramesh. And then you would be getting a federation ID. That federation ID you need to put when you're creating the user there. So that is a different setup altogether.
I just want to know here one thing.
Yeah.
We have integrated Salesforce with our website, and web form is integrating and that's pushing records to our Salesforce. So where will I have to mention our trusted IP ranges there? That's when it will no require verification there. So will I add my IP in login ranges or trusted IP ranges?
Nothing, nowhere. Because of you're not logging in. You're simply pushing the data into Salesforce. So nowhere.
So will it not require any kind of login?
Nothing. You're not logging in. No? You're not logging in. You're simply pushing that one record. So maybe there is a form, contact us, and then the person is filling up the form, and then that form is getting registered as a lead in Salesforce. Yes, it is possible. And then, in fact, later we'll do also web to lead and web to keys.
Okay, so I'll not require any kind of login here.
No, nothing. Nothing. It's simply that you are going to say hp.com website and then you are filling up a contact us form. Okay. Actually, backend it is going and creating a record, but are you logging in? No. Okay. And this process, what we are calling here, we are calling it as a machine authorization. Please remember, we are calling it as a machine authorization. And how it work? This internally create a cookie. So next time when you are again logging in, because of your machine get authorized, Salesforce will not ask for the verification code. Why? When you're logging into different machines, and Salesforce is asking the verification code. Why? Because of your machine is not authorized with the user. In your laptop, you'll not face this issue. You can experience it, go and delete all your cookies. Again, logging into Salesforce, Salesforce will ask for the verification code. Okay. So this is second level of object level access, where we discuss about the profiles. We discuss how in Salesforce the login flow work. And next, let us come to the record level of access. Before proceeding this, any queries on this?
Can you explain that machine authorized cookie thing once more?
See, that's how I logged in. Okay. So when you're logging in, Salesforce will internally create a cookie. And next time when you're again logging in, Salesforce will not ask for a verification code. Okay. But if I'm logging to a different machine, Salesforce will ask for the verification code. Why? Because of on that machine, my account and the machine is not authorized. So rather than saying that a user is authorized, we are saying that machine is authorized. Because your machine is not accepting your credential and Salesforce is not allowing you to access itself. So in that case, you need to provide the user verification code again. I think if I have not did it, let me show you. I don't know whether I did it or not. Let me check it out. No, this is correct. Just give me a moment. I'm making a mistake. I think I'm going to get password. The language is also different. So I don't know. Let me check it out. Invalid password. Yeah, see, it asks me for the verification code, right? Why? Because of for this Internet Explorer, I don't have cookies. I have cookie for Chrome, so it asks me verification code.
Okay.
Next time again, after putting the verification code, next time if I again do it, it will not ask for the verification code. Where it is here. It should come here only. Yeah. Verify your identity. 46985. 46985. Verify. This process is known as machine verification. Now I'm logging out. Then again I'm logging in. No, it didn't ask for the verification code.
Yes, I'm having question here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Suppose I have put my IP on login IP range, and I'm just working on Salesforce. Meanwhile, I have just switched my Wi-Fi connection and internet connection to any another IP ranges. So will my connection keep going, or will it just disconnect me from there? And what will
No.
happen if I'm going to log in it from another IP again?
No worries, because of your session is going on, so no issues. Salesforce will not immediately log out. So idle time is for 30 minutes. So till 30 minutes, no activity, not an issue. Salesforce will carry on.
Okay, and again I'm just logging it with another IP. Then it will not let me log in, right?
Why? It's trusted IP range, no? So
No, no, no.
it
I'm just going to log in with another IP, which is not trusted there.
yeah. If it is not trusted, then it will ask for the verification code.
But what if I'm having their kind of cookies saved?
No worries. It will ask. I shown you the flow, no? So
Okay,
your cookies
fine.
are there, but because of you're not falling in the trusted IP range, it will ask. Okay.
One question, just so these are like we are doing it for individual users profiles. Is there an way like I have set up particular I know like these are the things I want to do for a particular can I automate this, or it would be like in the profile range I can it would be automated, and then for individual users I can do it individually, customize it individually. Is that the way usually administrators do the job?
No, this is we are not doing for an individual user. This is both first and second. We did for at profile level. Profile level is for a group of users, not for an individual user. And then trusted IP range is for entire organization.
Okay.
See here we started with like org level security. That's why we started with the IP ranges, trusted IP ranges. Then object level security. Profiles, and in profiles we discuss profiles are for group of users, not for individual users.
Okay.
Next thing is with respect to record level access. So in record level access we have three models. Number one, public model. Number two, private model. And number three, hybrid model. These are the three models. In this public model, everyone in the organization can see other person's records. Maybe they can edit other person's records also. That depends on your settings. So if your organization is purely a B2B organization where everyone's roles are very clearly specified, and who is dealing with what is clearly defined, then you can go for public model. Private model, this is when no one can see each other's record. That's private model. The biggest demerit of private model is that there are a lot of duplicate records. Let me take an example. Suppose Anup is a sales rep. He got an opportunity from LG. So what Anup will do? Anup will create account LG and then a contact something and then opportunity. Right? This is what Anup will do in Salesforce. Now I also got an opportunity from LG. So what Harish will do? Since Harish cannot see that the LG account is already there in the system, so Harish will also create an account LG. Maybe names are same or name may be different. I don't know. Okay. Maybe Harish is writing like this, or maybe Harish is writing like this. Something. They both belongs to the same account, but because of no one can see each other's account, this is a duplicate record. Challenge number one. Challenge number two. Towards the end of the year, if the management want to know that how much business we got from LG, how can you know? Literally, you have no way. Because of it, is this LG and this LG is same? Is this and this is same? No idea. And I'm talking about only 2 records. There may be 100 of records. No one knows that whether they are same or different. That's the biggest challenge we face in private model. But a purely B2C organizations follow this private model. Then we have hybrid model. Generally, we use hybrid model. Hybrid model, where few things we make it publicly open, few things we make it private. Like say here, account. This account, if I can make it public, what will happen when Harish is getting an opportunity for LG? Now Harish will not create a new account because Harish can see that there is already LG account available in system. So Harish will not create it. And the sales reps are fighting for opportunities. The sales reps are fighting for contacts. These one you can make it private. Private means no one can see each other's contacts or opportunities. So few things are public, like account is public, and then they are private. This model is known as hybrid model. Okay. So what we will do is, since we are going to define for say a sales organization, so we'll make it account and contact SC public, read only, opportunity and cases, we'll make it as private. So that no one can should see each other's opportunities as well as cases. Okay. So before proceeding, let me show you the current structure so that I can show you in a better way. So I'm logging into Phil Smith. I need to give the profile permissions. Phil Smith edit. And then here, let me give the standard user profile better so that he would get access. Yeah. Okay, so the first thing is, let me refresh it. And then here, there are contacts, accounts, all accounts. Let me edit this. American Bank. The account owner is Harish. This is Phil Smith who is editing it. Insufficient privileges. He cannot edit it. Delete definitely. He cannot edit it, then he cannot delete it as well. Okay. Opportunities. All opportunities. He can see all opportunities. Let me check with edit. Yes, he can edit it as well. Let me change this say lead source. I'm changing to say water referral. Save. Yes, it's done. Delete. This should not happen. Not happening. Okay. Now I'm going back here, and then I'm going with sharing settings. In this sharing settings, we have organization-wide defaults. This is the default settings for entire organization. Here, let me edit it. And we would be getting three settings over here. Private, public read only, and public read write. Let me go to account and contact. Private. Private means no one can see each other's records. Public read only. Everybody can see other person's records, but it is read only. Read write? Yes, they can write as well. So earlier the account was public read only. So Phil Smith cannot edit the Harish account. Okay. So let it be read only. This is what. And then contact. In contact, we have controlled by parent. Controlled by parent. Who is parent of contact? Account. So what is permission of account? Read only. So the same will come here. If you want, you can change it as well. That's your choice. So maybe you can go with a public read only. It's up to you. Then opportunities, I'm setting it as private. Cases, I'm setting it as private. This is for internal access. External access means from some app or something, from somewhere, you're accessing it. Then what should be the access level? It would be the same. What is mentioned here, the same. Then along with that, we would also be having one more setting, public read write transfer. Make a note, this is only for lead and for case. Only for these two objects you would be getting public read write transfer. In certification exam, they may ask you this. Okay. Once it is done, after that here, grant access using hierarchies. This is for role hierarchy. So currently we are working with the standard object. By default, they are moving in the role hierarchy. You cannot do anything. You cannot disable them. No way. What is custom object? Then yes, this is C+2BG is a custom object. Your option here to disable it. But in ADM, we are only talking about the standard object. So first time a standard object, you cannot change it. Then let me save this. It will take some time because of it needs to work on all the records. So it will take some time. Then once it is done, after that, it is applicable to entire org. No, still it is opportunities read write, or you can check this. This is keep on coming. Once it is done, then it is even send an email also. So, yeah, processing complete. See, the request to change organization by default sharing defaults are successfully completed. This you received, it means the processing is being done. Now refresh the page. Yeah, it's done. And then see your opportunity cases are private. Now, this user, if he's going to opportunities, he should not get Harish opportunities. No opportunity available. Cases, all open cases, nothing available because of it is set as private. Okay. The rest we already did it. These are available because of you mentioned over there. And then contact, yeah. So this is organization-wide defaults. OWT.
Okay, this is Nilesh here. I just wanted to ask, we did all the sharing settings from the administrator user, right? But when we actually logged into the user, there was an option to set up. What all options does he get to set up in that?
This one
Yeah,
we're talking about.
yeah.
Okay, go here. Now here, manage users, profiles, can't do anything. This is, see here, only read
But
or remote.
acha, okay. So you won't be
Just,
able to.
yes, if you want to remove it, you can remove it all as well. We have a
Because I don't
setup
want any
management
users
or
to. Yeah, we do user to access the setup, right?
just a minute. Yes, we have. Let me show you. We need to create a custom profile. Doing so. We'll see where it is. Char, edit. Here we have custom settings or setup. We have a name, customize, create a customized report, setup. Yeah, sorry, view setup and configuration. You need to disable it. Okay. And
Do it and check.
yes, I uncheck that. Let's save. Go to users and then go to that person, Phyllis Smith, edit. This has to be on the custom profile because of for standard profiles you cannot change. And go to customize a profile, refresh it. See, I got insufficient privileges and then setup. Oops. Got it? It went away.
Okay.
Okay. So with this you can do so. So these most of the things you would be getting in the profile. Go with these one. If you want to dig this in detail, in certification exam, they will not ask you up to that level. But yes, if you want to be an administrator, then it's important to note it down all this. A lot of settings are there. Especially see this one, administrative permissions, and then here the general user permissions.
Is this much all detailed asked for the certification exam in terms of?
No. They don't ask for. They'll not ask you all these things because of a lot of options are there. Yeah.
I'm having a question related to sharing setting.
Yes.
Can we apply a sharing on a particular group? Suppose that I'm having a label 1 group users and I want to apply this setting that they could not see each other's records, but there is label 2 group of some kinds of managers. I want them to see each other's records. So can I do that?
Yes, of course you can do that.
So we'll have to categorize in groups and I will have to apply that setting to the group users or groups.
Yes, we'll create a public group and then through that we can do it. So we'll put it private so that no one should be able to see each other's records, and then we'll come out to the public groups and sharing rule we'll write.
Okay.
Okay. Now, there's something which I can explain you only theoretically. Difficult for me to explain you practically because of I have only one user. So please understand it carefully. Here, this is my custom HR profile. Okay. In the custom HR profile, these are the permissions which I gave. Okay. Let me go with say this way. This example is not suitable. We are having HR and HR related any activity. Let me go with content. It makes it more suitable. Better example. HR related, what is there? Okay, let me go with documents. This is a generalized one. So, normal HR users, they can only able to read the documents. That's all. But one HR want to create the document as well. Now we are talking about the exceptions in profile. Means something which your profile cannot give you, but you want it. How can you do so? So this is where we have a concept of permission set, which comes into picture. Permission set is give permissions along with profiles to a user. This is permission set. So if something which a profile does not give you, you can get it from permission sets. How? So first you need to create a permission set. See, left hand side you would be getting here under users permission sets. So go with permission sets. And here you need to create a new permission set. So here, create permissions. Document create permission set. API name is nothing but for programming, name, description, and then session activation required. That is, if you need the session activation for this. And then for which license you want to use. So I want to use for Salesforce license. So let me go with Salesforce license and save. So just now I gave only the name. Now what settings you can do over here? These settings are exactly same as the settings which we do in the profiles. So here I'm going to object settings. And then I need to go to document, and then here edit, and here giving the create permission, and then save. Okay, so the permission set get created. Now, what are the permissions you want to give? Put into this permission set. Once it is done, go to the user whom you want to give this permission set, whom you want to assign the permission set. Suppose I want to assign to the Phil Smith. I'm going to Phil Smith. And below, you would be getting the permission set assignment. Edit the assignment and then give the permission. Then save. So now this person can do what all are the permissions given by the HR profile plus the permissions given by these permission sets. So finally, the permissions is profile permission plus permission set 1 plus permission set 2, that is total permissions user gets.
One question: why do we need to have, like, we have already profile permission and then we are giving the separate permissions? Like, why do we need? Or could you give us some use case wherein we can think of putting it?
Yes. So, like, say you have 5 HR users in your organization, and you want to give one HR user who should able to create the documents. Not everybody. How do you do that? So, if you enable permissions for document at profile level, then all 5 can able to create the documents which you don't want. So profiles are always to a group of users. Permission sets are to individual users.
Fine, got it.
Number 1. Difference number 2, profiles. Generally profiles, we don't take away the permissions. Generally we don't do it. Permission sets, you can revoke it easily because of it's to an individual user. So you can come down over here and then you can delete. These are the differences. But make a note, permission set is always with plus. So your profile permissions plus permission sets. That is the total permissions the user will get.
Okay. So is it that suppose I give a permission of to a profile for some of the tasks that they have to do, and in again permission set 1, I give the similar attributes in the permission set 1. So is it that it gets overlapped? What has happened in that case?
Okay, so I think you're talking about if I am giving here, this is say read permission, Here
Yeah.
and then here also you read permission.
Yes.
What are same? Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, right? Okay.
Okay. Okay. Then my one question. The question is that here this is the profile, and I'm facing some issues. Let me explain you the issue. This is the custom HR profile. Edit. Let me go with this edit. This is the HR profile, and here in this HR profile, we have contacts. Yeah, contact is here. So contact I gave read, create, and edit permission. Okay. I'm having 5 HR users who are having this profile. Now I want one user, one HR user should not be able to create contact. 4 should be able to create contact, but not 1. How can I do so?
We can create a permission set and assign to that user, so it will just override that.
Okay, but just now we discussed that permission set is plus, and his profile is already giving him create permission. Okay, got it? Contact CRE permissions are already there. So if you are creating here the contact RE, does not matter. He'll get C from here.
So we can create in the profile permission. We can give the create as we can uncheck that, and in the permission set one we can give the option of creating it. So then for the 4 users will do it profile permission plus permission set 1, and on the last one we can just give him the profile permission.
Exactly. Now, see how easy it is. I think your profile is not giving you permission. We have the permission set. It's very easy to give. But similar way, it is difficult to revoke the permissions from the permission sets. Not possible. Then what is the solution? You need to create the profile without this. Okay? Means always create a profile with the minimum permissions, because you have always the option for plus, but you don't have option for minus. Okay, then create a permission set for create and read. When you do create, then read will automatically come. And now this permission set assigned to those 4 users. Then fifth user is having only profile permission, and profile permission is read only. This way we will achieve. Okay, got it?
So you can't take away any permission you've previously granted.
Yes. So if it is so, then you need to take it away from the profile, and then because of those 4 permissions, those 4 HR users, they need create permission. So you should create a permission set 1 and then assign that permission set 1 to those 4 HR users.
So if you've already created the contact with the create permission, and maybe a previous administrator had made that error,
yeah,
how do you correct it?
Go here with the contact and then remove the create. Okay.
At the profile level.
Yes, at profile level.
Okay.
Then save this.
It updates everybody's permissions
Yes,
profile.
Exactly. So you are revoking the create permissions for all 5
all 5. Okay.
Okay. So now I need to create a permission set and then give it to 4 users, 4 HR users. Okay.
Okay.
This is exception in profile. Okay, then let us discuss about the record owner. So when we say a person is a record owner, what does this mean? Record owner is the person like this here. See, do we have something over here? I think I'm getting over here. Contact. This person is the record owner. Okay. So the record owner can read the record. This is by default. Then he can edit the record. Then he can delete the record. Then he can transfer the record, transfer ownership, and then he can share the record. These are the 5 permissions by default a record owner will get. Note it down, it's important. These five permissions he'll get. Okay, now whether this person can able to do this or not depends on his profile also. Like see here, suppose I am a record owner and at profile level I'm getting only read and edit permission. Can I delete that record? Answer is no, you cannot. Let me show you over here. I think opportunities. I have new opportunity option. Opportunities here. Let me just say desktop. New. This is mandatory field. Let me put down over here something. Here I'm putting something, and then that's all. Save. This is Phil Smith on record. Delete. Okay. Allowed. Why? Because of opportunity delete permissions are given. Let me go to HR profile, edit. No opportunities. There is no delete permission. I removed delete permission from the opportunities. Save. Let me go back here. Opportunities, all opportunities, no delete option. New opportunity. Desktop old. Let me go here. This. Save. No way delete option. It's gone. Why? I'm the record owner. Phil Smith is the record owner. But still this person cannot delete the record. Why? Because profile is not giving him permission. That's why I mentioned here default permission.
If, for example, the record owner does not have edit or delete, that's possible, or read. In what situation can maybe the role above this record owner cannot see this record? So this default permissions, right? What can be taken away that will prevent someone with a role above not see? For example, maybe when it comes to reports.
No way. You cannot do so.
You can't prevent that. Okay.
Yes, you cannot.
Okay.
What is Salesforce and why do we use it? So Salesforce is an American cloud-based software company that provides customer relationship management services and also sells a complementary suite of enterprise application mainly focused on customer service, marketing automation, analytics, and application development. So majorly it is a service as a software company that specializes in customer relationship management. Also, Salesforce services allow businesses to use cloud technology to better connect with customers, partners, and potential customers. To understand Salesforce, let me give you a real life example that you can connect with real life scenarios. Suppose you have an idea of building your own e-commerce website. Now you will gather the requirements such as you will have to create a mobile as well as web application. Also, you have to take care of business requirements such as marketing, sales, customer service, database of the whatever business you are trying to build. So you need a database for storing and analyzing the data. Next is analytics that you need for your business so that you can track in which direction your business is going. So for all these stuffs, if you try to build systems, or we can say traditional systems, it will take a year or two for doing so. But to resolve this problem, we have Salesforce. Salesforce provides you a box of services that includes all those services that you need to provide to your customers, such as for business you need marketing automation, sales automation, customer service automation, and analytics of the business. So all this is provided by Salesforce. So you just need to have an idea and you have to gather your business requirements, and Salesforce will help you to build the application and deploy on Salesforce. Also, you need not to take care of the maintenance, security, scalability. It is all taken care by Salesforce, and it comes with a affordable price if we compare it with the construction of traditional systems. So a 360-degree customer profile, sales automation, marketing automation, customer service automation, these all features are provided by Salesforce. Now let's move on to the next question. What is Salesforce Marketing Cloud? So Salesforce Marketing Cloud is basically a digital marketing automation provider, and it also provides services such as software analytics. Basically, Salesforce Marketing Cloud is a customer relationship management platform for marketers that allow them to create and manage marketing relationships and campaigns with customers. So you can see over here that it provides the features such as journey, contact, content, channel, analytics, and application. So Journey, Salesforce Journey Builder is a feature of company's marketing cloud that manages the life cycle of the customers, such as their purchasing, following a brand, and many things. This helps you to grab the attention of the customers or advertise them the product they like. The contact service helps to get the contacts of the customers. The content service helps to know the proper content that you need to advertise. The channel consists of various platforms such as Gmail and various marketing channels, you can say, for your business. The analytics thing helps you to analyze your business, in which direction it is going, and you can analyze the sales, the performance of the business, etc. And the application, you can get a single application. You can get all these features, all these stuffs in a single application. Now the next is, how does Salesforce CRM work? So basically it starts with running a campaign from using email, magazine, activities, and etc. After that, through this it generate leads. So the customers who are interested in buying the product, so they are considered as the potential leads that are followed up through the campaigns. So the leads are generated either through manual or automated methods. After that, these leads are assigned to the sales executive. Then they follow up the leads through, again, using phone, email, or direct meeting. After that, the sales executives qualify or filters the lead and convert leads into the potential leads. They know who all will be the potential customers, who all will churn out for buying our product. After that, they categorize the leads. They collect the details of customers such as account, contact, and opportunity. Then they follow up the customers again through phone, email, or direct meeting to make a deal for their product. Now we will move on to the next question. What are custom objects? So first you need to know standard objects. So the standard objects are objects that are included with Salesforce. The common business objects like account, contact, lead, and opportunity are all standard objects. And on the other hand, custom objects are objects that you create to store information that is specific to your company or industry. So basically the custom object is a set of custom records that supplement the standard contact and account records. So these objects allow you to store additional data in a scalable manner and link that data to a contact or account record. So there may be the enterprise data stored in the database. So what this custom object does is it creates an instance, or it consists of a unique information that is called master detail relationship that connects the enterprise data to the database. So whenever we have to fetch the data or get the you can say feature of the data, you can refer to the custom objects. Now let's move on to the next question. These are the processes that are involved while creating and using a custom object. So first you have to join the records with the custom object, then display the custom object in the custom list, then create a custom tab for the custom object. After that, build page layouts, create a dashboard and a report for analyzing the custom object. Now let's move on to the next question. What do you understand by object relationship in Salesforce? So an object can be considered as a junction object in Salesforce. So a junction object can be or is definitely a custom object with two master detail relationships for the two different types of records, and it is used to present a many-to-many relationship in which several junction objects can link one instance of a record to many children, and each children can equally be linked to all of them. So it is a type of bi-directional relationship. For example, I'll give you an example of an e-commerce website. So if a customer visits an e-commerce website and he is interested in buying a particular book, then some other customer visits the website and he or she is also interested in buying books. So all this search history of the customers are stored in the database of the e-commerce websites, and whenever the recommendation engine of the e-commerce websites pitches or market or advertise their product to the first customer, so it will also advertise their products to the customer which is related or who is also interested in buying books. So this is how object relationship helps businesses to make automated marketing or advertisement systems. Now we will move on to the next question, that is list various object relations in Salesforce. So broadly classified, there are three types of object relations in Salesforce, that is one-to-many, many-to-many and master detail relationship. Let's start with one-to-many relation. So when one object is related to many other objects, so this is a one-to-many relationship. So here you can see a city can have various zip codes, a customer can buy various products, or he can have records of various orders. So this is one-to-many relationship. Now the next one is many-to-many relationship. So a many-to-many relationship allows each record of one object to be linked to multiple records from another object and vice versa. So there can be various books of mathematics, physics or chemistry, and there can be various categories of these books, such as for mathematics it can be algebra, trigonometry, calculus, linear algebra. For physics it can be optics, electromagnetism or mechanism. For chemistry it can be organic chemistry, physical chemistry, inorganic chemistry. So this is a type of many-to-many relationship. Then comes a master detail relationship. So this type of relationship is like a parent-child relationship where the master represents a parent and detail represents a child, in which master object controls some or maybe all of the behaviors of the details object. So for example, you can consider the data of the employee is stored and it will be considered as a parent or master object, and the details related to the employee such as employee name, employee ID, employee salary will be the details or child objects. So any changes or deletion in the parent object or the data of the employee results in the deletion of the child or detail objects. So this is called master detail relationship. Now let's go to the next question. What is an app in Salesforce? So a Salesforce app is a group of tabs that makes it easy for users to access a set of related features in the full salesforce.com browser app. So the concept of app, it is a way to organize the tabs and functionalities in a Salesforce mobile app. So this is the use of app in the Salesforce. Now let's move on to the next question. What are the advantages of Salesforce using the software as a service platform? So at very first, it comes with an affordable price in comparison to the traditional software systems. So it provides, you can use the services of Salesforce in a very comfortable or affordable price, you can launch your business or you can deploy a business model in Salesforce, even if you are not having a huge amount to invest in your business. Now the next one is high security. So Salesforce provide high security to all their customers, and you need not to worry about any security or any security threat that may occur in your business. So it will be taken care by Salesforce itself. Now the next is hassle-free maintenance. All the maintenance part will be done by Salesforce. Then easy to scale. You can scale your requirements and whatever is needed in your business. So it gives you privilege of scaling up the requirements according to your use. Then comes easy accessibility. So it is accessible via internet from any remote location. Then improved performance. Salesforce always work and updates their systems so that they can give better and improved performance of their systems to their customer. Then trouble-free integration. If you want to integrate your business applications or any other thing with other technologies such as machine learning or big data, data science, or any other thing, so it provides trouble-free integration of the softwares or the technologies. Now updated features. You always get the latest and the updated features from the Salesforce. So these are the advantages of using Salesforce as a software as a service platform. Now let's move on to the next question. What are workflows in Salesforce and what are actions in a workflow? So basically workflow in Salesforce, they are actually a fantastic way to automate certain business processes. And there are steps and there are actions or algorithms or applications that are working behind the scenes to provide the automation of the processes. So you can create a rule, and based on the certain criteria that you set, Salesforce can do a number of things. Like it can be like sending an email, creating a task, or updating a field. So what are actions in workflow? So you can see over here in the diagram, the records gets created or edited, then a criteria is set, and if the condition does not fulfill the criteria, then the records get saved without executing any action, and if it fulfills the criteria, then there are actions that you set to perform other tasks or to get ahead or take the flow of the processes to the next execution. So there are two types of actions, that is immediate actions and the time dependent actions. So majorly immediate actions are, like their name suggests, are executed as soon as the workflow rule finishes evaluating the record, and the time dependent actions are executed at a specific time, such as maybe 10 days or maybe before a record's close date. For example, if you visit an e-commerce or e-learning website, if you visit an e-learning website and or you sign in to the website, then you will get an immediate email for confirming your or verifying your email. That is the immediate action. And the time dependent actions, after 1 week they will send you email for their courses, for selling their courses, or for their course promotions. So that will be the time dependent action. So this is the use of workflows in Salesforce. So you can add your own workflow for your organization and you can set actions for it. Now the next one is, what is master detail relationship? So as we already saw in the relation or types of relations, so we'll understand this master detail relationship over here with the help of an example. So it is like, as we already know, it is like parent child relationship, where the master represents a parent and detail represents a child, and the master object controls all of the behaviors or some of the behaviors of the object. So if the record, so you can consider an example, the detail of the student and the subject and the score they get in subject 1, subject 2, subject 3. So in subject 1, a student got 95 out of 100, in subject 2 85 out of 100, and subject 3 92 out of 100. So these are the detail objects, and the master object is student, and there exists a relationship between them that can be the result of the student. So if one record is deleted, that is the object record is deleted, then it will result in the deletion of detail objects. So this is actually the master detail relationship. Now let's move on to the next question. Can you have a roll up summary field in the case of master detail relationship? So first you need to understand what is a roll up summary. So basically a roll up summary field calculates values from related records such as those in a related list. So you can create a roll up summary fields that automatically displays a value on the master record based on the values of records in the detail record. And these detail records must be directly related to the master through a master detail relationship. So this is the use of a roll up summary, and you can definitely, yes, you can have a roll up summary in the case of a master detail relationship. Then comes what is SO object. So an SO object is any object that can be stored in the force.com platform database, and these are not actually objects if we consider it in the context of or sense of instances of Apex classes. So if you do not know what is an Apex, so let me tell you. An Apex is a development platform for building software as a service applications on top of Salesforce.com CRM functionality. So Apex allows developers to access Salesforce.com backend database and client service interface to create third-party SaaS applications. So SO object is a generic abstract type here in the Apex classes that corresponds to any persisted object type. So this is an SO object. Now the 13th question is, what are triggers in Salesforce? So basically a trigger is an Apex script that executes before or after data manipulation language event occurs. And the Apex triggers enable you to perform custom actions before or after events to record in Salesforce. And these operations can be the insertion, updates or deletion, upsert and merge. And below is the syntax to create Apex triggers, that is trigger, trigger name on object name. The argument will be trigger events, and after that you can execute your commands. So basically there are three types of triggers: before triggers, after triggers and bulky triggers. So we'll start with the first one. So before triggers are used to perform a task before a record is inserted or updated or deleted. And these are used to update or validate record values before they are saved to the database. And these only consist of insert, update or delete operations. Now the next one is after trigger. So the after triggers are used to access the field values that are set by the system, and it can be such as the record IDs or last modified date field, and to affect changes in other records such as logging into an audit table or firing asynchronous events with a queue. So after triggers are used. So the functions that are in after triggers are created by the last modified or record ID. So after triggers are basically used to access the values created by the system. Now the next one is bulky triggers. So bulky triggers can handle both single record updates and bulk operations like data import. So it is used to process batches of records. Suppose you have 200 records and you have to process it, then you can use bulky triggers. Now let's move on to the next question. What is trigger.new? So trigger.new in Salesforce, it is a command which returns the list of records that have been added recently to the SO objects. And this SO object list is only available in insert and update triggers, and the records can only be modified in before triggers. So this is the purpose of using trigger.new in Salesforce. Now the next question is, list various types of reports available in Salesforce. So there are tabular reports, summary reports, matrix reports and join reports. So going with tabular reports, so these are simple listing of data without any subtotals, and this type of reports provide you most basically to look into your data and use tabular reports when you want a simple list or a list of items with a grand total. For example, this type of reports can be used to list all type of accounts, list of contacts, list of opportunities. If any business is using it in sales, so tabular reports can be used over there. Then comes summary reports. So these type of reports provide a listing of data with groupings and subtotals, and we use summary reports when we want subtotals based on the value of a particular field, or when you want to create a hierarchically grouped report, such as it can be sales organized by the year and then by the quarter. So example can be the opportunities, all the opportunities for your team subtotal by the sales stage and owner. Maybe it can be yearly or quarterly. So this is where we use summary reports. Then comes matrix reports, and these reports allow you to group records both by row and by column, and a comparison of related totals with the totals by both row and column. And we use matrix reports when we want to see data by two different dimensions that maybe they are not related, and such as the data and the product. So this is where we use matrix reports. And finally, the join reports. So the blocks of related information in a single report is the joint reports. So this type of reports enable you to adopt 5 different blocks to display different types of related data, and each block can own unique columns, summary fields, formulas, filters, and it can be sort order. And basically we use join reports to group and show data from multiple report types in different views. And an example can be, you can build summary or join reports to show the opportunity, case, and activity data for your accounts. So this is the purpose of using join reports. Now the next one is list various Salesforce dashboard components. So these are the components, Salesforce components. So we are starting with gauge. So we use a gauge when we want to have a single value that you want to show within a range of custom values. Then comes matrix, and we use it when we have one key value to display. After that, table. So we use a table to show a set of reports, report data in column form. Then comes visual force page. So we use a visual force page when we want to create a custom component or show information that is not available in another component type. And finally, custom as component, and which can contain any type of content that you can display or run in a browser. Now let's move on to the next question. What is Visual Force in force.com? So basically, Visual Force is a framework that allows developers to build sophisticated custom user interfaces that can be hosted natively on the Lightning platform. And it consists of a tag based markup language that gives developers a more powerful way of building applications and customizing the Salesforce user interface. And with Visual Force, you can build wizards and other multi-step processes, and you can also create your own custom flow control through an application. Now let's move on to the next question. What is static resource in Salesforce? So static resource simply allows you to upload content that you can reference in a Visual Force page, and it can be, the resource can be archives such as jar file, zip, or JavaScript files. Now let's move on to the next question. Differentiate between Salesforce Object Query Language and Salesforce Object Search Language, that is SOQL and SOSL. Now the very first point is for what it stands for. SOQL stands for Salesforce Object Query Language, and Salesforce Object Search Language is for SOSL. Then they are used in, that is SOQL is used in list views, reports, Apex, and SOQL is used in global sidebar and advanced search, and Apex also. Then indexing. So SOQL provides synchronous indexing and SOSL provides asynchronous indexing. Then search focus, SOQL is accurate, and SOSL is relevant and fast. As you can see an example of Google, that is a type of SOSL. Then search scope, SOSL can search one object at a time, and SOSL have the privilege and the capability to search multiple objects at a time. So basically, one more point is SOQL retrieves the records from the database by using the select keyword, and the SOSL retrieves or fetches the records from the database by using the find keyword. And the major difference between SOQL and SOSL is SOQL can know in which objects or fields the data resides, and by SOSL we don't know in which object or field the data resides. So these are the major differences between the SOQL and SOSL languages. Now let's move on to the next question. What are the different methods of batch apex? So mainly there are three methods, that is start method, execute method, and finish method. So start method is called at the beginning of a batch apex, and this is the syntax for creating a start method that consists of this global keyword, the database.query locator, then iterable object, and the start keyword, which consists of argument as database.batchable context along with an object. Then comes execute method, and the execute method is called for each batch of records passed to the method. And you can create or you can execute method by using the below query that consists of global void execute function, and the argument as database.batchable context with an object BC and the list. And finally it comes to finish method. So finish method is generally used at the ending of the program, and this is the syntax for declaring a finish method, for executing a finish method, that is global void finish, and the argument is database.batchable context along with a object BC. Now let's move on to the next question. What are the types of collections in Apex? So there are three types of collections in Apex, that is list. So starting with the list can contain any number of records of primitive collections, SO objects, and other user defined and built-in Apex type. Also it always starts with index 0, and a list should be declared with the keyword list, as you can see over here, the syntax to declare a list. And following are the some methods used in the list, that are size, add, get, clear, and set. Now the next one is maps. So it is a key value pair which contains the unique key for each value, and both the key and the value can be of any data type. And to declare our map containing the first name value, we can use this map keyword along with string that I have used, and we can give an object or instance that we have to use, that is I have used my string map. So this is the basic structure or syntax for declaring maps. Then after that finally comes set. So the set is a collection of type which contains multiple number of unordered unique records, and a set cannot have duplicate records. Also sets can be nested, like list can be nested. So it is similar to list in this behavior. And to define a new set with two elements, which I have used, we can use the following syntax with the keyword set, and I have given the argument as string and the object or instance as set1, and this new set string to create the set class. Now let's move on to the next question. How does Salesforce platform deliver power to take marketing further? So it starts with integrating and connecting everything first of all. So we can connect every application or any service or functionalities of our business. So it can be like sales automation, marketing automation, automated customer services, analytics of the business, as we have already discussed. We can also integrate various technologies, such as if we have to integrate for automation, we have to integrate machine learning. For analytics, we have to integrate data science. For furthermore advanced technologies, such as we can use artificial intelligence. So it provides us the privilege of integrating and connecting everything. Then extend your marketing within custom apps. So you can use an application for performing all the stuff or all the functionalities that you need. You do not have to hover here and there for different tasks. Now the third one is personalize every customer's journey. One of the important factor in business is giving customers a personalized experience. So it provides a personalized experience to the customers. Then market with trust and security. So if we talk about market with trust and security, so definitely Salesforce is secure and your business data is secure with Salesforce. And after that, you will get automatic updates from Salesforce that will enhance your marketing techniques or strategies or automated marketing systems. So this is how Salesforce platform deliver power to take marketing further by integrating and connecting various technologies, giving personalized experience to the customers, extending the marketing within custom apps, and building security and trust within the market, and giving you automatic updates. Now, what is an Apex transaction? So basically an Apex transaction represents a set of operations that are executed as a single unit, and all the data manipulation language operations, that is DML operations of the database in a transaction either complete successfully, or if an error occurs in one operation, the entire transaction is rolled back and no data is committed. So it acts as a single unit of operation, and suppose there are three operations, O1, O2, O3, and if O3 fails, then the entire set of operations or the transaction is rolled back and no data is committed to the database. Now let's move on to the next question, that is 24th question. What is the difference between public class and global classes in the Apex? So public class, basically this keyword is used to define a class or method or variable that can be used by any Apex in the application or namespace. So the syntax for declaring it is public class, and for example I have taken cars class over here, and there is public void quite visible method and private void almost invisible method. So when we are using this public keyword, it can be the functions corresponding to it can be used by any Apex within the application or namespace. After that, global classes. So if we define a class, method or variable using this global keyword, so it can be used by any Apex that has access to the class, and not just the Apex in the same application. So for creating a global class, we'll use this global keyword class, and I have given it over here my class. So this is the use of global classes. Now the next one is, what are getter and setter methods? So Apex getter and setter methods, we will be discussing about it. So we'll start with the getter method. So this method will return a value to a Visualforce page whenever a name variable is called. For example, I have taken an example class over here and declared it as public. So public class example, and here is a function that is public void set, and this will be taking an argument as string name, and this dot name will be set to name. And after that comes the public string get name, which is a getter method, and which is having a return name, and this will return a value to a Visualforce page whenever this is called. After that, setter method. So this will take the value from the Visualforce page and store it to the Apex variable name. So similarly, I have taken a setter class over here, public class setter, then public string name. After that, public string get name, that will be used to return a name to the Visualforce page. And after that, public void set name, which will be taking an argument as name, and we will be using this keyword, this dot name equal to name, and it will take the value from the Visualforce page, and this will be stored to the Apex variable name, whatever we are using it over here. Now let's go to the next question. Which fields are automatically indexed in Salesforce? So the custom fields marked as an external ID or a unique field, then primary keys such as ID, name and owner fields. After that, audit dates such as system mod stamp, then foreign keys such as lookup or master detail relationship fields. So basically these are the fields that are automatically indexed in Salesforce. After that, what is sandbox in Salesforce? So sandbox is a similar copy of a Salesforce production for testing, development and training. So, and there are various types of sandbox, that is developer sandbox, developer pro sandbox, partial copy sandbox and full copy sandbox. So basically sandbox is a copy of your production organization, and they are completely isolated from your Salesforce production organization, and so the operations you perform in your sandboxes do not affect your Salesforce production of the organization and vice versa. So we will start with understanding the use of developer sandbox. So basically a developer sandbox is a copy of production, and it copies all the application and configuration information to the sandbox. And this type of sandboxes are limited to 200 MB of test or sample data, and which is enough for many development and testing tasks. Also, you can refresh a developer sandboxes once per day. Now the next one is developer pro sandbox. So developer pro sandboxes also copy all of your production organizations reports, dashboards, price books, products, apps and such as customizations, also under setup, and but also exclude all of your organizations standard and custom object records, documents and attachments. So this type of sandboxes are limited to 1 GB of test or sample data, which is greater than the developer sandbox, the basic developer sandbox. So we can refresh the developer pro sandboxes once per day, as similar to the previous one. Then comes partial copy sandboxes. So the partial copy sandboxes or partial data sandbox is a developer sandbox plus the data you define in a sandbox template, and it includes the reports, dashboards and price books, products, apps and customizations under setup, including all of your organization's metadata. So additionally, as defined by the sandbox template, partial data sandboxes or partial copy sandboxes can include all your organization's standard and custom object records, documents and attachments up to 5 GB of data and a maximum of 10,000 records per selected object. Also, a partial data sandbox is smaller than a full sandbox and has a shorter refresh interval, and you can refresh a partial copy sandbox every 5 days. Now the final one is full copy sandbox. So a full copy sandbox are also an exact copy of production, including standard and custom object records, attachments and documents, and the memory it is having is it can store up to 5 GB of your data, and the refresh rate of the full copy sandbox is you can refresh it in every 29 days. So it is smaller in comparison to the previous sandboxes that we have came across. Now let's move on to the next question, that is why we use batch Apex instead of normal Apex. So we'll see the difference between batch Apex and normal Apex over here. So normal Apex uses 100 records per cycle to execute SOQL queries, whereas batch Apex does the same in 200 records per cycle. After that, a normal Apex can retrieve 50,000 SOQL queries, whereas in batch Apex there can be 50 million SOQL queries that can be retrieved. And a batch Apex has a heap size of 12 MB, whereas a normal Apex has less heap size, that is of 6 MB. So that is why it is preferable to use batch Apex instead of normal Apex. Now let's move on to the next question. How can you call an Apex class in Salesforce? So here are the ways to call an Apex class in Salesforce, and you have to remember these processes as we oftenly uses Apex class in Salesforce. So to call an Apex class, we have to start from the Visual Force page. We can use developer console. We can use JavaScript links. We can also use a trigger, and we can call it from another classes. And finally, we can use home page components for calling an Apex class in Salesforce. Now let's move on to the final interview question of this session. What is process builder in Salesforce? Let's go to the definition first. What is process builder? So process builder helps you to automate business processes like record, update, email alerts, and any task you assign. And the process uses custom or standard objects with related actions to automate a business process, and it does it all without a single line of code. And here are the process involved in the process builder in Salesforce. It starts with creating records, then updating records, posting on chatter, quick actions to fix anything that you want, then launching or triggering the flow, submitting the record automatically for approval, calling or triggering Apex code, and finally invoking another process.